Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 42-49. Let's go. Deity was a little anxious. It whispered and left with the heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast seemed to be a little hesitant. It hesitated for half a cup of tea's time before it took Xiaohua and flew towards the imperial palace. Xiaohua closed his eyes and waited for the light to disappear. However, the heaven-devouring beast's voice sounded in his mind again. Little thing, let me ask you. Do you really think that this formation was set up by the demon lord using the remains of the dragon god? Are you really not lying to me? Xiaohua's heart thumped. He knew that the heaven-devouring beast was already suspicious. However, he didn't have time to think too much. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and answered truthfully. Actually, this junior thinks that the possibility of the demon lord using the dragon bones of the dragon god is only 30%. Oh. Then what about 70%? The heaven-devouring beast's tone didn't fluctuate at all. It seemed that it had already expected Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua knew that he was right. However, he still said carefully, the other 70% is, this formation was set up by the dragon god himself. Xiaohua then told the heaven-devouring beast his guess. Finally, he said, actually, this junior also knows that this formation can't be broken. This junior just wants to find a place to escape. Moreover, this junior also wants to see the dragon god and ask him, why he wants to destroy the world. Moreover, why he wants to use senior as bait. After all, this junior doesn't believe that the dragon god is that kind of cold-hearted dragon god. Why does the dragon god want to destroy the world? He doesn't need any reason. The dragon god must have his own reasons. You're asking for nothing. The heaven-devouring beast sighed. This senior actually already knew that this formation must be set up by the dragon god. This senior just wants to see the dragon god and personally ask him why he didn't come to find me even though he knew that I was in the chaotic continent all these years. Why did you abandon me as bait without saying a word? Of course, if the dragon god wants me to be bait, he only needs to say it. How can I not listen to him? Sigh, that's right. This junior also feels that it's unfair for senior. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the dragon god while saving his own life. Xiaohua also agreed. Moreover, if you can really see the dragon god, and if his highness still remembers our old friendship, I believe that senior won't throw your life away. Humph, you think that you're the smart one. The heaven-devouring beast snorted. This is also that bastard's idea. All right. Xiaohua was also helpless. After all, although these two strange beasts weren't humans, they had lived for so long. What kind of deception hadn't they seen? He didn't have the dragon god's heart. Furthermore, from the looks of it, if Truth Listener were alive, Xiaohua would have a chance of survival. If he were dead, he would definitely drag Xiaohua down with him before he died. He wouldn't tolerate Buddha Subhuti occupying Nanlu Maitreya Buddha's Buddha fruit. Moments later, the light in front of Xiaohua slowly vanished. What appeared in front of him was a boundless flood. The heavenly imperial court was a plain to begin with. Now, the flood had submerged everything underwater. If not for Truth Listener's extreme familiarity with the area, it would have been difficult to find it. Is it here? Xiaohua's divine sense swept out. He looked again and again, but he still couldn't confirm it. Heaven-devouring beast, do it. The Buddha ignored Xiaohua and said to the heaven-devouring beast. The heaven-devouring beast nodded. It flew into the sky and opened its mouth slightly. A huge whirlpool immediately appeared above the innate heavy water. The whirlpool continued to expand. In just a few moments, it was 1,000 miles wide. At the bottom of the whirlpool, golden sand was exposed. What was strange was that the sand was not corroded by the innate heavy water, nor was it washed away. It was exactly the same as before. The heaven-devouring beast didn't hesitate at all. It opened its mouth again as if it had entered it countless times before. Woof! With a soft howl, spatial ripples like fishing nets appeared among the golden sand. These ripples didn't affect a single grain of sand. Then, a void passage appeared in front of Xiaohua. The heaven-devouring beast looked at the passage cautiously. It turned to look at the Buddha. The Buddha looked puzzled. It didn't seem to find anything inside. "I'll go in first." Xiaohua knew that the two beasts were still puzzled. He said and entered the passage first. The passage wasn't short. It was different from the one Xiaohua had entered previously. After entering the wave-like passage, there was a light at the end of the passage. When Xiaohua flew out of the light, he saw the great derivation exquisite pagoda that pierced straight into the sky. Looking at the huge golden sand under the exquisite pagoda of great derivation and the huge pagoda above his head which was connected to this huge pagoda by its spire in another inverted space, Xiaohua really couldn't associate this huge pagoda with the dragon god, nor could he associate this huge pagoda with the tragedy of the end of the world. Translator's Thoughts Lu_Kaixien Editor, Valvrave. Looking at the huge golden sand under the exquisite pagoda of great derivation, Xiaohua really couldn't associate this huge pagoda with the dragon god, nor could he associate this huge pagoda with the catastrophe of the world. Seeing that the strange mirror had disappeared, Xiaohua was about to take a closer look at the inverted space, which he suspected was the top of Heaven Ascension Peak, when there was a sound behind him. The heaven-devouring beast and the Buddha had arrived. Behind the heaven-devouring beast, the void passage slowly closed. "Did you see anything?" A complicated expression appeared on Truth Listener's face. His gaze landed on the pagoda as he asked Xiaohua. This junior didn't see anything unusual. Xiaohua replied thought-provokingly. "However, this pagoda seems to have been here for many years. I wonder if senior has seen anything. Of course I've come here more often than the heaven-devouring beast." The Buddha pagoda's face revealed endless loneliness, even more so than the heaven-devouring beasts. "Moreover, in order to find some clues, I simply moved to the nearby area. But after so many years, I haven't found anything." "Senior, what do you want to find?" Xiaohua suddenly asked. The Buddha pagoda had unconsciously been fooled and blurted out, "Nonsense, of course it's the trace of my Buddha Lord." However, as soon as the Buddha pagoda finished speaking, it immediately understood. It immediately shut up and glared fiercely at Xiaohua. In fact, there was no need for the Buddha pagoda to say anything. Looking at the hostility between the Buddha pagoda and the heaven-devouring beast, and seeing that neither of them had news of their master, Xiaohua had already guessed the ins and outs of the matter. Xiaohua even knew more than the Buddha pagoda. After all, Jiang Luer had already escaped from the cycle of reincarnation. This meant that the Buddha Lord had already fallen, and the Buddha pagoda was still looking for traces of his Buddha Lord. However, what Xiaohua didn't understand was why Nanwa Maitreya Buddha and the Dragon God came here. Why did the two powerful beings start a war, causing Nanwa Maitreya Buddha to fall into the cycle of reincarnation and the Dragon God to lose his divine ability and couldn't even move? What purpose did they have to use killing to achieve? Senior, do you think this pagoda was built by the Buddha Lord? Xiaohua asked. Of course. The Buddha pagoda replied without hesitation. In this primitive continent, other than my Buddha Lord, who else can build such a merciful pagoda? After the Buddha pagoda finished speaking, the heaven-devouring beast's expression changed greatly, as if it had thought of something. The Buddha pagoda was shocked and hurriedly flew a distance away, once again on alert. Just as Xiaohua had guessed, the Dragon God was in this great formation. If the Dragon God could move, with the divine ability of the Dragon God, it wouldn't have to waste much effort to destroy the world. The reason why the Dragon God couldn't move, was because it was suppressed by the pagoda. The Buddha pagoda. The heaven-devouring beast said faintly, "You don't have to be nervous. You and I are about to die. It's meaningless to worry about the other party attacking now." Yes, that's right. The Buddha pagoda nodded slightly and replied, "No matter who you and I meet, it's our fortune. Perhaps we can all be saved. Let's go over and take a look." The heaven-devouring beast looked up at the top of the exquisite pagoda and said. At this moment, the exquisite pagoda was so similar to the heaven-connecting peak from before. Both of them pierced through heaven and earth, revealing a boundless aura. Xiaohua wouldn't believe that this pagoda had nothing to do with the heaven-connecting peak even if he was beaten to death. "Wait a moment," the Buddha pagoda said. Deity knew what the heaven-devouring beast was talking about. As he said that, his figure moved closer to the exquisite pagoda with familiarity. As if he had done it countless times before, the Buddha light around his body flickered. Sure enough, the Buddha light turned into lotuses and fell around the pagoda along with the multicolored light, turning into a lotus seed pod path that led to the top of the pagoda. The Buddha pagoda didn't need the heaven-devouring beast to say anything. He landed on the path first and ran happily on all fours to the top of the pagoda. It looked like he was looking for his master's spirit pet. When the heaven-devouring beast saw this, a rare smile appeared on its face and also landed on the path. Woof, woof. It barked and followed behind the Buddha pagoda. "Enlightened master, please." The heaven-devouring beast hesitated for a moment and asked Xiaohua to go first. "You go first." Xiaohua waved his hand. "This old man will go last to prevent any accidents from happening." "Many thanks, enlightened master." The heaven-devouring beast smiled gratefully and stepped on the path, heading towards the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to step on the path. Instead, he took advantage of the fact that there were no restrictions around the pagoda and quickly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, although the heaven and earth yuan qi around the pagoda was very rich, the water-type heaven and earth yuan qi was still lacking. It was exactly the same as before. There was no water-type heaven and earth yuan qi wreaking havoc as he had imagined. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He thought to himself, "Damn it, did I make a mistake again?" When Xiaohua braced himself and reached the top of the pagoda, the heaven-devouring beast and the heaven-devouring beast were already waiting there. They didn't rashly enter the inverted space. Seeing Xiaohua come up, the Buddha pagoda smiled faintly and asked, "If your guess is correct, this is the top of the heaven-connecting peak." "And it should be," Xiaohua said hesitantly. "I'll know when I go take a look." At this point, even Xiaohua, who had long felt that he had a card up his sleeve, was nervous. Chapter 4250. What is this place? Is it the same space as ours? Sky Devouring asked curiously, "Why don't I go in and take a look first?" "Of course." Deity smiled and replied casually, "You can go first." "Okay." Sky Devouring said and plunged into the inverted space. Xiaohua, Deity, and Sky Devouring Beast all stood there motionlessly, quietly waiting for something. Sure enough, in just a moment, Sky Devouring Beast flew out of the space barrier again in a sorry state, shouting, "Damn it, it's really weird." Ha! Deity couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Sky Devouring Beast lovingly and said, "Haste makes waste. You can slowly comprehend it." Hot tofu. Sky Devouring Beast's figure that was flying towards the space barrier suddenly stopped. It turned around with saliva in its mouth and said with a smile, "Great-grandfather, what kind of delicacy is this hot tofu?" "Damn it, you glutton." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and urged, "That's the food of the human race. If you want to eat it, this old man will bring you to eat it when there's a chance in the future. Hurry up and go in first." "Yes, yes." Sky Devouring Beast swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and slowly rushed into the space barrier again. This time, Xiaohua and the others could clearly see that Sky Devouring Beast slightly adjusted its position above everyone's head and stood there steadily. Sky-devouring beast stood firmly and said a few words to Xiao Hua and the others through voice transmission. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't hear anything at all. Xiao Hua cautiously asked Di Ting, "Senior, we should go in too, right?" Di Ting didn't speak but looked at Sky-devouring beast. Sky-devouring beast's face revealed a worried expression. After a moment, seeing Sky-devouring beast flying towards the bottom of the pagoda, Sky-devouring beast took a deep breath and said, "I'll go in first." After saying that, Sky-devouring beast urged its body to crash into the space barrier. "Senior, please." Xiao Hua suppressed his curiosity and respectfully asked Di Ting to go first. "You go in first." Di Ting seemed to have something on his mind. He looked at the pagoda below him absent-mindedly and instructed Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly said, "Senior, the interior of the pagoda is the same as when we entered before, right? Is there anything unusual?" This time, the Harken learned its lesson and didn't answer immediately. Instead, it glanced at Xiao Hua and slowly replied, "It's no different from before. This is not the time for selection, so there won't be any pagoda guardian spirit beasts." "That's good," Xiao Hua said meaningfully. His figure also rushed into the inverted space. After Xiao Hua stabilized himself, he immediately scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, not only was there no abnormality within the pagoda, there was also no abnormality within a radius of 10,000 miles. The golden sand on the ground and the distant mountains and valleys were no different from the last time Xiao Hua had come to investigate. In fact, the heaven-earth yuan qi in this space was the same as in the other space. It was also water-based, and the heaven-earth yuan qi was still lacking. It wasn't as abundant as Xiao Hua had imagined. Motherfucker. Xiao Hua almost cursed, because at this moment, the heaven-swallowing beast was coldly looking at him. Although it didn't say anything, the ridicule in its eyes was obvious. Devouring heaven. Seeing that the Harken had yet to arrive, Xiao Hua instructed the devouring heaven Dao, "Go take a look inside the pagoda, okay?" The devouring heaven Dao didn't say anything and entered from the 9th floor of the pagoda. At this time, the Harken had just passed through the space barrier. Similar to the heaven-swallowing beast, the Harken immediately frowned as soon as it entered the inverted space. Its two ears twitched slightly, but only for a moment. It looked coldly at Xiao Hua and asked, "Little thing, do you have anything to say?" Xiao Hua shrugged and looked into the distance. He shook his head and said, "This junior has nothing to say. Since there's nothing abnormal here, we might as well stay here. After all, there's no connate heavy water here. If it's possible, in a few days, this junior will send those ancient beasts that I've collected into my magical artifact here. It can be considered as giving them a new home." "No." The Harken said almost resolutely, "How can those disgusting ancient beasts stay here? If you dare to let them out, this daddy will immediately kill them all." The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up, and he asked with interest, "Why not?" "There's no why. If this daddy says no, then no." The Harken replied unreasonably. Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Senior, could it be that you've discovered something?" "Nothing, it's the same as before." The Harken shook its head impatiently, "If there's nothing else, shall we leave now?" Xiao Hua looked at the heaven-swallowing beast and narrowed his eyes. He spoke again, "Senior, could it be that you think, this isn't actually a great formation set up by the dragon god, but a Buddhist formation set up by the Namo Maitreya Buddha? Or perhaps, you've already noticed something else out of the ordinary? So much so that you don't even plan to explore other places and want to chase us away." Scram! The Harken roared and shouted, "Damn little thing, what do you know? Put away the filth in your heart. My Buddha Lord is the real Namo Maitreya Buddha. How can he destroy the world? My dragon god is also the god of the dragon race. It's even more impossible for him to destroy the world. The heaven-swallowing beast also roared and shouted, "Right now, the imperial court is filled with pagodas and the aura of Namo Maitreya Buddha. It's completely different from when this daddy was here. Do you dare say that the destruction outside is not the work of your Buddha Lord?" Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He asked the heaven-swallowing beast with some surprise, "Senior, you mean that the imperial court wasn't like this before?" "That's right." The heaven-swallowing beast replied, "In the past, there were pagodas in the imperial court, but they were pagodas. There was no Buddha Lord's aura at all. Now, isn't this Buddha Lord's aura too dense? If this destruction has nothing to do with Namo Maitreya Buddha, how can this be explained?" Hiss. Xiao Hua frowned. His heart jumped. He understood better than the two beasts that Namo Maitreya Buddha had already reincarnated. It was impossible for him to still be here. Then why was there still a dense aura of mercy? Then only the Buddha Lord's remains were left. But why didn't he reveal his aura before, but now he revealed it again? Xiao Hua couldn't help but think about it. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua understood a little. Pangu Axe. Only when Pangu Axe wasn't in the inverted space of the imperial court could it not suppress the aura of the Buddha Lord's remains and let this aura escape. Who took out this Pangu Axe? Then it could only be the dragon god that he had never met before. Xiao Hua thought of this and couldn't help but look at Di Ting worriedly. Di Ting had always been hostile to him, believing that his Buddha Bodhi-dharma body had snatched Namo Maitreya Buddha's Buddha light. However, Di Ting had always believed that his Buddha Lord was still alive. The Buddha Bodhi-dharma body could only snatch a limited amount of Buddha light, and it was even more impossible for him to snatch away Namo Maitreya Buddha's Buddha fruit. Furthermore, he didn't have the Buddha Lord's Buddha edict, so it wasn't convenient for him to kill Xiao Hua. However, if Di Ting knew that Namo Maitreya Buddha had reincarnated into Jiang Luer, and it was impossible for Jiang Luer to take back the Buddha light obtained by Buddha Bodhi, how could Di Ting not make a move on him? Taoist. While speaking, the heaven-swallowing beast walked out from the bottom of the pagoda. It raised its head and transmitted, "There's nothing in the pagoda. I didn't find anything unusual. It's really strange." Xiao Hua felt an incomparable headache. He really wanted to throw away his responsibility. What did the billions of living beings in the great wilderness continent have to do with him? However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Looking at the huge pagoda, Xiao Hua understood that the answer to the riddle was in this pagoda. He had worked so hard to reach this step, there was no reason for him to give up. Alas! Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he sighed, even if it wasn't the dragon god who was desecrated by the demon lord, then, it's very likely that the Buddha Lord was desecrated by the demon lord. If this extermination of the world succeeds, the Buddha Lord, no matter how many transformations his golden body has, I'm afraid it will all collapse. The Buddhist light of billions of years will all turn into demonic light. Senior, you've followed the Buddha Lord for so many years. Don't you want to help the Buddha Lord escape from the sea of suffering? Don't you want to see the Buddha Lord? Little ant. The truth listener smiled coldly and looked at Xiao Hua with even more contempt. The Buddhist light around its body flourished, and that Buddhist light triggered the Buddhist light of the pagoda. In an instant, the truth listener became even more arrogant. This daddy has followed the Buddha Lord for who knows how many years. I also don't know how many different forms of the world I've seen. How can this daddy not know what you humans are thinking? Do you think this daddy will be stupid enough to believe you? Scram, you want to scram out of the imperial palace right now? Don't even think about touching this pagoda with a single finger. Hee hee. Xiao Hua shrugged and smiled faintly, this Xiao doesn't care. This Xiao doesn't have any injuries on his body. I don't need to see any highness, and I don't need to seek redress for injustice. Moreover, this Xiao previously thought that it was the demon lord who tarnished the dragon god's bones, but now it seems. Buzz. The truth listener's body immediately emitted an inexplicable aura. That aura was like a giant hand, enveloping nearly 10,000 miles around the pagoda. Xiao Hua felt his vision darken. Whatever Buddhist light, whatever light shadow, everything turned into a monstrous fury that pounced on him. Although this fury could strangle Xiao Hua, he didn't panic at all. He stood there as if he had a card up his sleeve. He didn't believe that the heaven-devouring beast, who knew that the dragon god might be suppressed by the Maitreya Buddha, would ignore it. Sure enough, without waiting for the truth listener's aura to fall, the heaven-devouring beast slightly raised its head. The heaven-devouring beast's aura immediately swallowed Xiao Hua's aura, leaving not even a trace behind. Heaven-devouring beast. The truth listener's expression changed. It said coldly again, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." The heaven-devouring beast said coldly, "Since we've reached this step, whether it's the dragon god, the Maitreya Buddha, or the Buddha Lord inside this pagoda, I think, we should meet them." Chapter 42-52. Then, the heaven-swallowing beast turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Little guy, don't be afraid. I'm here. Whatever you want to do next, just do it according to your own thoughts. Senior, please wait a moment." Xiao Hua successfully caused the confrontation between the two beasts. After bowing to the heaven-swallowing beast, he flashed into the pagoda and carefully released his Buddhist sense to explore. Unfortunately, it was as the heaven-swallowing beast said. There was nothing in the pagoda. Xiao Hua flew out of the pagoda and entered another space. He also started from the beginning of the pagoda until he reached the bottom of the pagoda. Deity looked at Xiao Hua coldly and did not speak. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Deity coldly, guarding against Deity's sudden attack. The heaven-swallowing beast was like a bullied little wife. It kept a distance from the two beasts and carefully accompanied them. Xiao Hua walked out of the pagoda and used his Buddhist sense to look into the distance. Then, he patted his forehead and opened his delirium eyes. A moment later, Xiao Hua flew back to the inverted space and also released his Buddhist sense to look into the distance. Deity sensed Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense and the Buddhist light on its body moved slightly. The heaven-swallowing beast sneered. Deity glanced at the heaven-swallowing beast and concealed the killing intent in its heart. It sneered and said, "I want to see what you can find." Xiao Hua did not speak. He stood on the ground and opened his delirium eyes again. When he saw everything in front of him, he was stunned. Because the pagoda in the previous space did not have a specific outline, he could only see the occasional Buddhist light. However, the pagoda in the inverted space was indeed a real pagoda. Exquisite tower of great derivation. Damn it, how can there be two of them? Xiao Hua was shocked and hastily flew up again to look up. After a few more glances, Xiao Hua's shock gradually disappeared. This was because the appearance of this pagoda was exactly the same as the exquisite tower of great derivation. However, there were some differences in the delirium breaker eye. In the eyes of Xiao Hua and the others, they were unable to distinguish these differences in a hurry. This pagoda also had 9 levels. At the top of the pagoda, there was the sun and moon, overflowing with the light of the sky. At the base of the pagoda, there were mountains and rivers, revealing the great virtue of the earth. And at the eaves of the 9 levels of the pagoda, there were clouds and jade, showing infinite brilliance. No. Xiao Hua finished looking at the pagoda and frowned, this doesn't seem to be a pagoda. It's not my Tao Sex Dharma artifact either. Instead, it was the imperial artifact of a Confucian cultivator. How could there be an imperial equipment here? Could it be that other than the dragon god, the Maitreya Buddha, and the Buddha Lord, there was someone else here? Or perhaps, this Xiao's guess, is correct. Little thing. The Harkin sneered, "What did you see with your third eye?" Xiao Hua closed his delirium eyes and pointed at the pagoda. There is another pagoda inside this pagoda. Everything we saw was an illusion. How is this possible? The Harkin was shocked. It twitched its ears in disbelief, but the expression on its face did not change much. The heaven-devouring beast naturally released its primordial perception as well, and even opened its mouth to release waves towards the Buddhist pagoda. However, the two beasts, without exception, showed a puzzled expression. Obviously, they didn't find anything unusual. Seniors. Xiao Hua opened his mouth. There's no need to look anymore. The pagoda in that layer is fused with the pagoda in the outer layer. Only, if we break the pagoda in the outer layer, we might be able to see the pagoda in the inner layer. Who dares? The Harken originally wanted to drive Xiao Hua and the heaven-devouring beast out of the skyward tower. How could it allow them to break the pagoda now? The Harken roared, and the Buddhist light around its body soared into the sky. Its voice shook Xiao Hua's mind until it was buzzing with pain, like the legendary Buddhist lion roar. Of course I dare. The heaven-devouring beast was even more unaffected by the Harken's words. Its body trembled, and the pitch-black demonic cloud appeared again, and its body expanded several times. The Harken was not surprised by the heaven-devouring beast's attitude. He only looked at Xiao Hua coldly. Xiao Hua's body turned cold. The Harken's fierce gaze was like a flying sword that wanted to pierce through him. Xiao Hua sneered. At this point, did he still have the chance to retreat? Even if the nameless pagoda was the dragon god or the Buddha lord, for his own survival, for the billions of lives in the Chaos Continent, Xiao Hua would definitely give up his life. I dare too. Xiao Hua straightened his body and took a step forward. His voice was not loud, but the unquestionable tone was more real than gold and stone. Damn it! The Harken cursed angrily. Its entire body suddenly expanded, and its aura completely changed. It was no different from when it was in front of the heaven-connecting peak. Buddhist lotuses appeared in the surrounding space, and each of them contained terrifying negative karma. In the center of these Buddhist lotuses, wisps of blood-red light resembled stamens, tainted with incomparable desolation amidst the benevolence. The heaven-devouring beast roared at the sky and swung its huge head in midair. Buzz! Tens of thousands of black gas immediately flew out from the demonic cloud phantom that soared into the sky. When the black gas landed in the air, it immediately transformed into small heaven-devouring beasts. Each heaven-devouring beast emitted a strange fluctuation from its mouth as it pounced towards the Buddhist lotuses within the Buddhist light. The moment these fluctuations landed in the air, they immediately produced spiral-like spatial ripples that enveloped the Buddhist lotuses. The Buddhist lotuses spun as though they were about to be annihilated by the spatial ripples. However, wherever the Buddhist light around the Harken flickered, endless heavenly flowers fell from the void. Not only did the heavenly flowers disperse the void ripples created by the heaven-devouring beast, but they also made the Buddhist lotus's rotation as stable as a boulder. Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were evenly matched to begin with. Furthermore, the two beasts' injuries were the same. It was very difficult to determine the victor between them under normal circumstances. As for Xiao Hua, Truth Listener did not take him seriously at all. Unfortunately, Truth Listener was wrong. At that moment, there was a wild roar. Not far from the two beasts' battle, countless hurricanes were produced. Countless indescribable fluctuations were produced in the void. The Chaos Continent's alien realm also began to distort in the hurricanes. An aura that was enough to affect the battle and make Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast feel threatened gradually revealed itself. Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were shocked. They hurriedly looked over and saw that the bone-honing Xiao Hua had already rushed out of the space above Xiao Hua's head. The triangular blood bone was falling on the heaven-devouring beast's head. This. Truth Listener turned pale with fright and cried out, "You! Where did you get the heaven-devouring beast's bone? Quick, quick!" The heaven-devouring beast was overjoyed. "Hurry up and give me a hand. Let's kill this damn Truth Listener first." Kill. The blood bone landed on the celestial skeleton's head, and an ugly celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms quickly took shape. A thunderous voice came out of the celestial skeleton's mouth, and it was very straightforward. Wu. As soon as the heaven-devouring beast was born, different rays of light shot out from its 3 mouths and rushed towards Truth Listener like a waterfall. The primordial aura was even more obvious than that of Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast. Although the power of this ray of light was insufficient, wherever it went, fine lines would appear in the space. A slight sound of thunder was produced from these fine lines. Swish. Wherever the ray of light landed, the countless heavenly flowers that Truth Listener summoned were destroyed. The Buddha lotus that was as stable as a rock moved and fell towards the heaven-devouring beast's mouth. Moreover, the edges of the Buddha lotus were also destroyed by the ray of light. Phew! Seeing that the ray of light was weak, Truth Listener let out a long sigh and sneered, "So it's just a piece of paper. With such strength, you still dare to show off. Hee hee." The heaven-devouring beast suddenly let out a strange laugh. When this laughter fell into Truth Listener's ears, it actually made him feel uneasy. Rumble. 2 of the heaven-devouring beast's arms waved slightly in midair, and the somewhat dim ray of light suddenly brightened. Countless thunderbolts and thunder threads bloomed from the ray of light like flowers, instantly destroying more than 40% of the Buddha lotus. Damn it! Truth Listener was alarmed. He was already seriously injured and did not dare to rely on his body to fight head-on with the heaven-devouring beast. Therefore, the 2 beasts tacitly used spells to fight. However, spells were not his forte. In particular, although the heaven-devouring beast controlled by bone-honing Xiao Hua looked inferior to Truth Listener, if he used his body's ability, the heaven-devouring beast was still much more powerful than Truth Listener. Therefore, the heaven-devouring beast's innate lightning power could match up to 40% of the power of Truth Listener's spells after being injured. Under the situation where Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were evenly matched, not to mention 40% of the power, even 10% of the power was enough to push the victory to Xiao Hua and the heaven-devouring beast. How could this situation not shock Truth Listener? With 40% of the Buddha lotus destroyed, the remaining could no longer resist the devouring of the small heaven-devouring beasts. Just as Truth Listener was shocked, they were all sucked into the heaven-devouring beast's stomach. After obtaining the Buddha's light, the heaven-devouring beast's body swelled up again, turning into endless demonic aura once again and pouncing on Truth Listener, sealing the space within millions of miles around Truth Listener. Even the connection between the pagoda and Truth Listener was cut off. After Truth Listener lost its connection with the pagoda, the Buddha's light immediately shrank rapidly, revealing Truth Listener's scarred body. "Little thing. I'll definitely kill you." Truth Listener yelled, his body suffused with a bloody light. Within the bloody light, fist-sized golden swan runes tumbled out like bubbles. As the golden swan runes tumbled, the sound of a wooden fish, the chanting of sutras, and the chanting of thousands of Buddhas came out from the golden swan runes. Layers of bloody Buddha's light surged out from the golden swan runes, not only piercing through the sealed demonic aura, but also turning into a bloody phantom that pounced on the heaven-devouring beast. The phantom had already been born, and the golden swan runes had completely turned into a golden liquid. Every drop of the liquid was like a minor kiliacosm, surging with the powerful power of karma. Ha! The heaven-devouring beast laughed. "Truth Listener, you've even used the bloody Buddha's shadow. I'm afraid you're already at the point of exhaustion, aren't you?" As it spoke, the heaven-devouring beast's figure pounced forward. The demonic clouds around its body merged with the demonic clouds that had previously sealed Truth Listener. A loud explosive sound was produced from the demonic clouds and the Buddha's shadow, and the entire space shook violently from this sound. Chapter 42-53. Wu. Just as space trembled, Truth Listener suddenly moved. Its figure stirred up a gust of wind in space as it pounced at the celestial with its single horn. Hon Xiao Hua was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately understood Di Ting's plan to create a diversion. He smiled coldly, and his 3 heads spat out thunderbolts while his 6 arms reached into the void. The space around Deity rippled, and 6 skeletal arms were revealed. Hum. Before the skeletal arms appeared, Truth Listener suddenly opened its mouth. A fluctuation visible to the naked eye stirred up spatial folds. It was as though a fishing net had been lifted in front of Truth Listener, instantly binding the Celestial's 6 arms. Furthermore, the fluctuation's momentum didn't diminish. While extinguishing the lightning, it also sealed the Celestial's white bones. Bone-honing Xiaohua was shocked. Darkness appeared in front of his eyes and ears as a dizziness arose in his mind. He couldn't stand steadily. Just as the Celestial's white bones staggered and tried to break free from Truth Listener's soundwave, Truth Listener raised its head fiercely and looked at Xiaohua. Its gaze suddenly landed on Xiaohua like lightning. At that moment, Xiaohua's essence had been absorbed by the Celestial's white bones. He was extremely weak as he stood in midair dispiritedly, barely maintaining his balance. Truth Listener looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart immediately shrank. He had already seen through Truth Listener's sinister intentions. Truth Listener clearly wanted to fight to the death and kill him before Truth Listener was killed by the heaven-devouring beast. Xiaohua's face was pale as he urged his body to escape. However, he wasn't Truth Listener's match to begin with. Now that his essence was damaged, he was no match for Truth Listener. Just as his body flew, Truth Listener's body had already escaped from the space sealed by the demonic aura like a blood-colored qilin. Although the demonic aura tore off his flesh and blood in midair, Truth Listener had already pounced in front of Xiaohua's head in a few breaths. The murderous aura had already controlled Xiaohua's surroundings. Xiaohua found it difficult to breathe, let alone use his dermic powers. You! What are you trying to do? Xiaohua desperately tried to dodge. His pale face was filled with panic. The Harken was no more than 300 meters away from Xiaohua. Behind him, the heaven-devouring beast was blocked by the blood-colored Buddha image, and the Deva skeleton was trapped by the sound waves. Although the 2 of them were about to break through the encirclement, and although the Harken would be killed by the 2 of them in mere moments, at this moment, Xiaohua was the absolute ruler of this area. His goal was very simple. He wanted to deal a fatal blow to this human who had given him a sense of threat since he appeared on the Eldritch continent. Furthermore, he had absolute confidence that he could kill this human. Truth Listener lashed out with its hoof, shattering space and time. Light and shadow distorted as the despicable human's horrified face magnified infinitely in front of Truth Listener's eyes. However, at this moment, a roar that made Truth Listener feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart resounded. A wave of devil chi that made Truth Listener tremble in fear was born. Xiaohua's fearful expression suddenly turned into ridicule, and his trembling body suddenly became as steady as a mountain. Amidst this steadiness, Xiaohua's left hand, which had been hidden in his Taoist robe, suddenly swung out. Truth Listener saw a flash of black light, and thousands of layers of devil chi sealed the surrounding space. Before he could even think of trembling, his huge body had already been split into 2 by the devil saber. Not only that, as the devil saber shrank back into Xiaohua's Taoist robe, the thousands of layers of devil chi turned into thousands of devils, madly pouncing on Truth Listener's corpse and desperately devouring the Buddha's light. When the heaven-devouring beast destroyed the blood-colored Buddha image and looked at Xiaohua in shock, all the Buddha's light had already disappeared. Those devils were devouring the flesh and blood under the Buddha's light. Humph! Xiaohua coldly snorted and raised his left hand again. At this time, his left hand was slightly trembling, but devil chi gushed out from the surface of his body and quickly formed a layer of devil armor on his left arm. Immediately after, Xiaohua's left hand grabbed, and the devil shadow pounced on Truth Listener's corpse. The thousands of devils that were preparing to devour the flesh and blood were frightened and scattered in all directions. The devil shadow fell into Truth Listener's corpse and passed through it. When the devil's shadow flew out with a bloody light, Truth Listener's corpse turned into flying ash and scattered in the air. Come here. Xiao Hua's mouth was filled with killing intent. The blood-colored devil shadow obediently fell into Xiao Hua's left hand. The entire devil shadow spun rapidly in Xiao Hua's left hand, and finally condensed into a red-black rhombus. Come out. Xiao Hua ordered again, and the devil shadow obediently flew out of the red-black rhombus. The rhombus instantly turned into a sparkling and translucent blood-colored rhombus, emitting a misty luster. The luster rushed out of the rhombus and turned into Truth Listener's appearance. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the blood-colored rhombus. His mind swept it into the space, and then his left hand moved. Whether it was the devil shadow, devil head, or devil chi, they all shrank back into his body. You are the devil. The heaven-swallowing beast's tone was filled with surprise, but its expression did not change much. Xiao Hua respectfully said, "This junior has a devil clone, I presume senior already knew." If this junior did not know the devil clan's cultivation method, how could I know that the dragon bones of Supreme Dragon God were defiled by Supreme Dragon God? At this time, bone-tempering Xiao Hua also urged the celestial to fly back. In order to not cause the heaven-swallowing beast to misunderstand, Xiao Hua kept bone-tempering Xiao Hua and the celestial. The heaven-swallowing beast looked thoughtfully at Xiao Hua keeping the celestial, and said indifferently, "At this time, you don't have to hide anything from me. You want to kill the Maitreya Buddha in this pagoda, right? Moreover, there is no dragon god here. Senior is wrong." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This junior can clearly tell senior that there is no Maitreya Buddha in this pagoda. If there is, it is only the remains of Maitreya Buddha. In other words, there must be a dragon god in this pagoda, and it is Supreme Dragon God who is using the remains of Maitreya Buddha to confuse Deity. How is that possible? How do you know?" The heaven-swallowing beast seemed to be in disbelief. "I and Deity have spent who knows how much effort and time to find out the truth. How do you know so well?" "It's very simple." Xiao Hua explained, "Namo Maitreya Buddha has already reincarnated, and his reincarnation is this junior's nephew." Ah! The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned on the spot, and said hesitantly, how can it be so coincidental?" "Yes, it is so coincidental. I don't know if senior knows that there is an ancient saying in our human race, called there is no story without coincidences. Many things seem to have been arranged, and it is unimaginable." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "When Junior saw the Buddha statue of Namo Maitreya Buddha, I already knew about this coincidence." So, when Junior didn't know about the relationship between Deity and Namo Maitreya Buddha, Junior didn't think much of it, but when Junior knew about this relationship, Junior already understood that Deity will definitely not let Junior off, and he will definitely force Junior into a dead end. Human race, a human race. The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiao Hua, truly speechless. The human race has always claimed to be the leader of all living things, and I have always scoffed at it. But looking at it today, this sentence is not without reason. Actually, Xiao Hua said again, if Deity didn't have killing intent towards Junior, Junior would definitely not make a move. I believe Senior can also see this. He. The heaven-swallowing beast sneered, how can he not have killing intent? He is the same as me, and won't live for long. How can he let go of a human who snatched the Buddha light from his Buddha Lord? He has carried his Buddha Lord for millions of years. I believe this is also the reason why Senior is not worried about Junior. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Alas, if I didn't fight with Deity, it would have been fine. This fight has already worsened my injuries, and I am like a dried-up oil lamp. You don't even need to make a move, and I will die. At this point, why should I be afraid of you? The heaven-swallowing beast sighed lightly, and didn't hide anything, answering honestly. At this point, the heaven-swallowing beast's eyes suddenly turned and asked, that's right, that Pangu axe, you really didn't take it? Xiao Hua looked at the pagoda, then looked at the heaven-swallowing beast, and said with a smile, "Senior doesn't need to be depressed, Venerable Dragon God is in this pagoda. As long as Senior finds Venerable Dragon God, won't these injuries be trivial?" "I hope so." Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't answer his question, the heaven-swallowing beast somewhat understood, but then Xiao Hua replied seriously, "That's right, Senior, that Pangu axe, Junior really didn't take it." Hearing this, the heaven-swallowing beast's heart that had just understood instantly became confused again. He didn't understand what Xiao Hua meant by himself. "Senior, please wait a moment." Xiao Hua ignored the heaven-swallowing beast's confusion and flew up. Although it was very slow, it was still much better than before when he used the Deva white bone. The heaven-swallowing beast casually responded, and watched Xiao Hua fly towards the pagoda. "Heaven-swallowing beast, come here." Xiao Hua flew towards the pagoda, looked up at the heaven-swallowing beast in the distance, and said, "It's Enlightened Master." The heaven-swallowing beast stuttered. It seemed that this child was frightened. "Try using the nine-toothed rake, see if you can topple this pagoda," Xiao Hua instructed. Hearing that Xiao Hua wanted it to work, the heaven-swallowing beast finally breathed a sigh of relief, and activated its avatar, waving the nine-toothed rake and hitting the pagoda. Buzz! The pagoda burst with a burst of Buddhist light, not only blocking the nine-toothed rake, but also sending the avatar flying. The heaven-swallowing beast was a little scared, but it didn't dare to be negligent. It took a deep breath, and the aura around its body surged. The nine-toothed rake flashed with hundreds of afterimages, and attacked the pagoda. Unfortunately, the result didn't change, except that the heaven-swallowing beast was pushed back dozens of miles. "No need." Xiao Hua waved his hand, stopping the heaven-swallowing beast from attacking again. The heaven-swallowing beast at the side suggested, "This pagoda is very powerful, in my opinion, I'm afraid we'll have to use Pangu axe, you'd better go out and find Pangu axe first." Of course, Xiao Hua wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of Pangu axe. He smiled bitterly and said, "With Junior's strength, I don't know how long it will take to reach Tongtian Peak. If I look for Pangu axe and come back, this innate heavy water will probably flood the primitive continent several times." Chapter 42-54. Then there's no other way. Heaven-swallowing beast wags its tail, looking like it wants to help but can't. "If I didn't have any injuries, I could give it a try. But now, I don't dare to casually make a move. Junior will think of another way." Xiao Hua says and moves his body to look around the pagoda. Soon after, Xiao Hua flies over the space barrier and comes to the other side, looking left and right at the pagoda. Finally, Xiao Hua flies to the top of the pagoda and looks at the mirror-like space barrier and ponders. Heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast wait for a moment, look at each other and fly up to the sky at the same time. Seeing the two beasts fly over, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly light up and he reveals a confident smile. Heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast fly over the space barrier and see Xiao Hua coming over with a smile. Heaven-swallowing beast's face shows surprise and it says anxiously, "Daoist, you've already thought of a way." "Hee, of course." Xiao Hua nods and says while looking at the pagoda under his feet, "This pagoda and the pagoda in the inverted space are definitely not simple. The reason why the scenes in these two spaces are inverted is because of these two pagodas. Previously, when this Xiao arrived at the imperial palace, the space barrier was a mirror, reflecting all the scenes in this space to the other space. After this Xiao shattered the mirror, the space barrier appeared. This Xiao had always thought that the mirror was a restriction, but now, this space barrier is the real thing. But the reality is not so. The current space barrier is actually the surface, the mirror is the real thing. How can heaven-swallowing beast and heaven-swallowing beast understand this?" Both beasts had a baffled look in their eyes. "Ha!" Xiao Hua says with a smile, "Actually, to be more clear, this pagoda under this Xiao's feet is the same as the pagoda in the inverted space. This pagoda is the real pagoda. The pagoda in the inverted space above our heads is only the reflection and surface of this pagoda. Its purpose is to cover the real pagoda in the other inverted space. And in that pagoda, there are the remains of Lord Dragon God and Namo Maitreya. See. Heaven-swallowing beast takes a breath of cold air and rubs its eyes in disbelief. It looks at the pagoda under its feet and says, Taoist, what you said is too profound, I can't understand. I think I understand. The heaven-devouring beast frowned and said, Little thing, do you mean that there are two different pagodas in each of these two spaces? The one above us is the real pagoda used by Supreme Dragon God to set up the formation, and the pagoda below us is just a cover for that pagoda? Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. If we blindly attack the pagoda in the inverted space, it would be like attacking the pagoda's shadow. We would never be able to break the pagoda. Only by attacking the pagoda in this space would we be able to break the pagoda in the inverted space. I don't understand. Sky Swallowing sniffled and replied, I only understand that we need to attack this pagoda. Seeing that the two beasts didn't understand at all, Xiao Hua simply didn't say anything more. He raised his hand and patted his head, calling out, Fellow Taoists, Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua of the dragon bloodline, Xiao Hua of the phoenix body, Xiao Hua of the bone tempering, Xiao Hua of the green robe, Bodhi of the Buddha, and Xiao Hua of the devil spirit all flew out and said in unison, I greet you. I believe that fellow Taoists already understand. Xiao Hua pointed at the exquisite tower of great derivation and said, Only by pushing down this pagoda can we see the truth of the matter. Only then can we save the billions of lives in the great wilderness continent from the flood. Watch Eyes Method. Bone-honing Xiao Hua was the first to roar. He opened his mouth and streams of heaven and earth yuan qi entered his mouth. His great wilderness dharma body rushed into the sky. The bronze brilliance of his body reflected an emerald green color. A spirit that wanted to compete with the heavens pounced towards the exquisite tower of great derivation. Seeing Xiao Hua move, Xiao Hua of the dragon bloodline also opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. His huge dragon body was revealed, and the dragon horn on his forehead glowed with a mysterious dragon pattern. Xiao Hua of the phoenix body didn't want to be left behind, so he spread his wings and let out a deafening phoenix cry. The power of the stars and moon fell into his phoenix body, and layers of phoenix phantoms appeared on Xiao Hua's feathers. Xiao Hua of the Confucian body opened his mouth. Buzz, buzz. The 9 cauldrons glowed with multicolored light and gathered into a huge cauldron shape in midair. The destiny of the human race fell from the sky, and its momentum was no less than that of the exquisite tower of great derivation. Xiao Hua of the demon spirit was even more arrogant, and his demonic aura covered the lower half of the exquisite tower of great derivation. Tens of thousands of blood demons rushed out crazily and tore at the Buddha's light at the base of the pagoda. The Buddha's light tore the space apart, and whether it was the heavenly flowers, Buddha phantoms, or Buddha's voice, they all fell into the demonic aura and disappeared. Xiao Hua of the green robe stood on top of Xiao Hua of the demon spirit. As he waved his hands, thunderbolts condensed into the shape of a sickle, and wherever the sickle's blade passed, the void couldn't take shape. Namo Maitreya Buddha, Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha, and stepped on a Buddhist lotus. The million Buddha painting reflected layers of Buddha phantoms on his body. Buddha Bodhi's hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and the power of mountains mixed with the power of stars was about to smash the pagoda. Xiao Hua opened his mouth, and the seal of overturning the sea rushed into the sky. Wherever the rays of light passed, lines of jade appeared around the seal of overturning the sea. Xiao Hua urged his magic power and shouted, Fellow Taoists, let's attack together. As the seal of overturning the sea fell, all of Xiao Hua's avatars moved in tacit understanding. Other than the devil spirit Xiao Hua and the green-robed Xiao Hua who were at the bottom of the pagoda on the other side, the other avatars were at the top with Xiao Hua on one side. All kinds of divine abilities were unleashed together, and countless rays of light soared into the sky. Even the rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire space. Not to mention the sky-devouring beast was dumbstruck, even the sky-devouring beast's face was somewhat moved. Its previous calmness had already begun to weaken, and its main body under the demonic cloud slightly shrank back a bit, raising its vigilance. Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha. But within the pagoda, the chanting that sounded like thunder also sounded along with Xiao Hua's attack. That Buddha's rays of light were like the rising sun, covering the brilliance of all kinds of divine abilities and magic treasures. Even within that Buddha's rays of light, a small world that was like a sea of sand once again appeared. These small worlds were born and extinguished along with the Buddha's rays of light and gave birth to an endless amount of telekinesis. This telekinesis was continuous like spring water, unceasingly slashed by sabers, and its power was inexhaustible. It protected the entire pagoda. No matter how Xiao Hua and the others attacked the pagoda until its light and shadow were distorted, and even the nearby space was fake, the entire pagoda didn't collapse like Xiao Hua and the others thought it would. In a short moment, the raging force all disappeared. Xiao Hua and the other avatars somewhat awkwardly appeared in midair. The Buddha's rays of light from the pagoda were still there, and all kinds of strange phenomena from before had already disappeared along with the Buddha's rays of light, just like the pine trees on the cliff in the fierce wind. Little thing. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth, didn't you say it clearly before? This pagoda is the center of these two spaces, and is also the key to the great array. Do you think that with your strength, you can break it? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. How could he not know that his strength was insufficient? Even if several of his avatars were all at the great ascension stage, in this chaos divine realm, they really couldn't even be compared to the spiritual beasts they were riding. But at this time, in the entire space, in the entire chaos continent, how many assistants could he rely on? Only the Pangu axe. The heaven-swallowing beast seemed to be egging him on. Even if I am at my peak strength, I still have to rely on the Pangu axe to split this pagoda open. It's just like toppling Tong Tian Peak. The bone-honing Xiao Hua looked at this similarly sky-reaching pagoda, and inwardly pondered whether or not he should take out the celestial bones. At this time, Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth. Namo Maitreya Buddha, this poor monk has an idea. Speak. Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Our strength is insufficient. Facing this pagoda, we can only use our wits and not our strength. Buddha Bodhi didn't care about Xiao Hua's attitude and replied, this poor monk saw that this pagoda was built in the shape of the exquisite derivation pagoda, but in fact, it's not the exquisite derivation pagoda. If we use the exquisite derivation pagoda to break it, it'll be easy. Good. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, Grandmaster's words are very true. Although we don't know who built this pagoda, but it seems, the possibility of Jiang Luer's actions in his previous life is quite high. He must have some thoughts. Only in this life can he rely on the exquisite derivation pagoda to break the array. Unfortunately, the exquisite derivation pagoda is now in Grandmaster's hands. Under a freak combination of factors, the Tao of Heaven wants to borrow our hands to solve the disaster of the flood. Xiao Hua didn't comment and only replied indifferently. After obtaining Xiao Hua's help, Buddha Bodhi returned to his Naiwan palace. When he came out again, he was holding the exquisite derivation pagoda that was overflowing with Buddhist light. Exquisite derivation pagoda. Although the heaven-devouring beast was mentally prepared, when it saw the real exquisite derivation pagoda, it still couldn't help but cry out. At the side, a faint trace of madness flashed through the heaven-devouring beast's eyes. Xiao Hua and his clones all held their breaths and stared at Buddha Bodhi with rapt attention. Buddha Bodhi flew out of his Naiwan palace and landed at the base of the pagoda. He chanted the exquisite leaf scripture, and the exquisite derivation pagoda immediately fell into the Buddhist light of the pagoda. When the Buddhist light of the pagoda came into contact with the exquisite derivation pagoda, it instantly reflected thousands of Buddhist kingdoms. Within these kingdoms, there were countless Buddhist shadows of Nanwu Maitreya Buddhas smiling while holding flowers. When the exquisite pagoda fell into the pagoda, the Buddhist light of the entire pagoda suddenly converged towards the interior of the pagoda. After that, a rumbling sound could be heard from within the pagoda. A circle of Buddhist light flew out from the base of the pagoda and rushed towards the top of the pagoda. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, the originally indestructible pagoda collapsed layer by layer. The 9-layered pagoda collapsed in just a few breaths of time. The ring of Buddhist light didn't stop after reaching the top of the pagoda. It rushed through the space barrier and landed on the top of another pagoda. Then, it followed the top of the pagoda and fell toward the base of the pagoda. Chapter 42-55. Unlike the collapse of the pagoda in the inverted space merely overflowed with light and shadow. After the extraordinary Buddhist light faded, a huge pagoda with a dense and noble aura appeared. How is this possible? Is it really like this? The heaven-devouring beast couldn't believe its eyes. This was a mystery that even Deity couldn't see through, but a little cultivator of the human race actually saw through it. Moreover, he was able to easily uncover this mystery. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the heaven-devouring beast's shock. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the exquisite pagoda that had replaced the pagoda. A feeling of the vicissitudes of time involuntarily emerged from the bottom of his heart. At that time, he was still a qi condensation cultivator. Because of a stroke of luck, he obtained the exquisite derivation pagoda during a fierce battle between two foundation establishment cultivators. From then on, he embarked on the path of Buddhist cultivation. Now, the exquisite derivation pagoda had arrived at this moment. Tens of thousands of years later, in this unfamiliar place, he was about to settle the karma from countless years ago. Fate, is it really so wonderful? Xiaohua muttered. However, in a moment, his heart felt as if it was being pierced by needles. Because if he hadn't obtained the exquisite pagoda in the Imperial Thunder sect, it would have been obtained by Jiang Luer in the future. It would have been the step he took to enter the Buddhist sect and blocked Jiang Luer's path forward. There were 3,000 great Daos, and every cultivator was fighting for a chance of survival. Xiaohua was no exception. However, Xiaohua didn't want to snatch the chance of survival from his junior, and he didn't want to erase his senior sister's hope from this world. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's joy of breaking the seal disappeared. Xiaohua indifferently ordered, "Take it." Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi nodded and chanted Buddhist scriptures. The exquisite pagoda once again fell into his hands. At this time, there was no longer a pagoda in the entire space. A heavy pressure fell from the sky, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Fellow immortal, you're a bit reckless. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was somewhat displeased. It's better to let Grandmaster try first. If there's any mishap, all our previous efforts would have been in vain. Xiaohua said disapprovingly, "Won't. This space is one with the inverted space above our heads. Before either space collapses, the other will definitely not collapse. That space is supported by the giant tower, so there won't be any problems for the time being." As he spoke, Buddha Bodhi sent the jewel derivation pagoda into his Naiwan palace and came out again. However, he only stood behind the crowd and looked up worriedly without saying anything. Little thing. The heaven-devouring beast firmly believed in Xiaohua now, and it said, "What should we do next?" "Enter the tower." Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the huge tower overflowing with awe-inspiring qi. He said confidently, "All the secrets are in this huge tower." "All right." The sky-devouring beast nodded and charged into the sky with the sky-devouring beast. At this time, the spatial barrier was even thinner and there was no resistance at all. When Xiaohua and his clone fell into the inverted space, an aura that made Xiao Hua's body tremble came from the giant tower. Fellow Taoist. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, "This is the heaven and earth pagoda. If I'm not wrong, it should be the mother and child pagoda. There is also a child pagoda inside. Oh, don't ask me how I know. This is the information from the literati star. It should be the holy news of all the saints." Xiao Hua was overjoyed and asked, "Do you know how to collect it?" What we Confucian cultivators emphasize is passing on the torch. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua smiled and said, "The holy news of the literati star is the inheritance of our human race since the birth of our race. There are countless profoundness in it, so it naturally has the secret of how to collect the heaven and earth pagoda." "So you're saying?" Xiao Hua was shocked. Just as he was about to ask, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This kind of inheritance is similar to the demon race, but it is different from the demon race. I can only use it when I need it or when my cultivation reaches a certain level. Moreover, my usual cultivation is different from the literati star. After all, we Confucian cultivators emphasize sailing against the current. If we don't advance, we will fall behind. The saints definitely won't let their descendants reap without sowing." All right. Xiao Hua understood that his extravagant hope of obtaining the Confucian cultivation technique from the saints' literature song was shattered. "Fellow immortals, please wait a moment." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said confidently. He soared into the sky and landed on the top of the heaven and earth pagoda. He opened his mouth and the 9 continents cauldrons flew out. Then, he raised his hand and patted the top of his head. 5-colored true qi gushed out and landed on the 9 continents cauldrons. The 9 continents cauldrons let out a rumbling sound and clusters of mountain, river, and country patterns flew out from the cauldrons and landed on the heaven and earth pagoda. Strangely, when these mountain, river, and country patterns landed on the top of the heaven and earth pagoda, they immediately fell down along the body of the pagoda. Every time they passed by a layer of clouds, some of them would be left behind. When all 9 layers of the pagoda eaves merged with the mountain, river, and country patterns, the body of the heaven and earth pagoda let out a chanting sound. "Fellow immortal." At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said to the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua with a smile, "The sun and moon in the sky and the clouds covering the sky are the sky, the yellow soil laying the foundation and the mountains and rivers as the roots are the earth, the royal aura is the authority and the mountains and rivers as the seal are the monarch, the 5 elements are the form and the country is the tool is the human being." At this moment, the heaven, the earth, and the human are all present. It's time for fellow immortal to suppress them with the mountain and river seal. Good. The dragon bloodline Xiao Hua laughed and opened his mouth. The mountain and river seal rushed into the sky with the royal aura and the 9 province cauldrons resonated with the nation weapon. When the mountain and river seal landed on the cauldrons, the entire heaven and earth tower let out the sound of flowing water. Along with the sound of flowing water, the sun and moon at the top of the tower moved like the rising and setting sun. As the sun and moon changed, the top of the tower was gently opened and the 9th layer of the tower turned into a giant plum blossom. After the plum blossom bloomed, it revealed the empty tower. At the same time, a dense benevolent aura uncontrollably leaked out from the bottom of the plum blossom and a faint Buddhist light shined out. Why is it like this? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and revealed a surprised expression. It was as if the emptiness inside was different from what he expected. The heaven-swallowing beast was originally vigilant, but when it saw that the tower was empty, it rejoiced but also felt a bit disappointed. It sniffed and coldly said, "Pangu's axe was placed here before. There is the aura of Pangu's axe inside." "I see." Xiao Hua pondered. He looked at the 8th layer of the tower and said, "If I'm not wrong, this 8th layer of the tower should be a Buddhist artifact. Before Pangu's axe was hung on the heaven-connecting peak, it was placed here to suppress Buddhist artifacts." "That's right. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and said, but I can't think of any other Buddhist artifact that Deiting's Buddhist lord has that could compete with Panga's axe other than the exquisite derivation pagoda. At this point, the heaven-swallowing beast hesitated, but after a while, it transmitted its voice. I thought Lord Dragon God was in the 9th layer of the tower, but I didn't expect him to not be there. Moreover, we caused such a huge commotion when we destroyed the heaven and earth tower. Why, didn't he do anything? Senior Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua explained, didn't I say earlier? The heaven and earth pagoda is a mother-child pagoda, and there's a sub-pagoda within it. The sub-pagoda and the main pagoda are two different spaces. Lord Dragon God should be in the sub-pagoda, and he should be at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda right now. All right. The heaven-swallowing beast nodded and said no more. Then, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua once again activated the mountain river seal and 9 province cauldrons on the heaven and earth tower. The 8th layer of the tower slowly bloomed like a lotus flower. As the lotus flower bloomed, a Buddhist light that connected heaven and earth was produced. Wherever the Buddhist light went, countless rivers of faith were born from the void and poured into the Buddhist light in an endless stream. Between heaven and earth, an incomparably solemn aura began to gather. Countless flying flowers, Buddha shadows, and heavenly dragons were also revealed. At the center of this multitude of strange phenomena was the Buddha shadow of Nanwa Maitreya sitting cross-legged. One of its hands pointed to the sky and the other pointed to the ground. It was the only one in the world. Looking at the appearance of this Buddha shadow, wasn't it the same as the one enshrined in the stone giant's magma shrine? Wasn't it Jiang Luer's appearance? And in this Buddha shadow, a 9-colored relic flashed with indescribable Buddhist light and emerged from the void. This is Nanwa Maitreya's relic. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth in shock and couldn't help but cry out, Lord Buddha has indeed reincarnated. And, he even left all his reincarnation merit points here. Luer. Xiao Hua also couldn't help but tremble. He was already familiar with the Buddhist secret arts, so how could he not know the function of this ancient relic? Previously, he had thought of many possibilities. He thought that this could be the remains of Nanwa Maitreya, or it could be Nanwa Maitreya's relic. But he absolutely didn't expect that Nanwa Maitreya would leave all his merit here to condense into relic. No wonder Luer couldn't be accurately born in the Dawn Rain continent. No wonder he couldn't find the exquisite tower of great derivation first. No wonder I put him in the space to be destroyed for hundreds of years. No wonder he fell into the tribulation of sutra seeking in paradise. At this point, Xiao Hua finally understood. Because before he reincarnated, he was simply staking everything on one throw. He didn't bring any merit or karma with him when he reincarnated. Could it be that he encountered some great difficulty here? So much so that he took such a risk because he couldn't grasp it. Thinking of Jiang Luer's suffering, Xiao Hua's heart couldn't help but ache. In the lotus-shaped pagoda, Nanwa Maitreya's Buddhist light overflowed. Layers of Buddhist halls and halls appeared one after another, magnificent and magnificent. And these halls and halls slowly sank into the 7th level of the heaven and earth pagoda under the Buddhist light, as if they were also suppressing something. Little thing. The heaven-swallowing beast withdrew its shock and said, there's no need to say more. The relic of the 8th level is to suppress something in the 7th level. If Deiting was here, this relic would naturally be his. It's very useful for his cultivation. Since he's not here, then, it's his. Following this, the heaven-swallowing beast looked up at Buddha Bodhi who was hiding not far away. Chapter 42-56. The sky-devouring beast looked up at Bodhi and said meaningfully, I can see that he and Deiting's Lord Buddha are of the same lineage. Besides, in this life, he has snatched the opportunity from Deiting's Lord Buddha. All he needs to do is devour the fortune, and Deiting's Lord Buddha will be gone in this life. No, that Deiting's Lord Buddha will be gone forever. He will never have the chance to attain the fruit of Namo Maitreya. Xiaohua nodded. This junior understands. Saying that, Xiaohua released his mind and wrapped the fortune, wanting to put it into the space. However, in his mind, the fortune was heavier than a mountain. Xiaohua's mind couldn't move it at all. Oh. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He glanced at Buddha Bodhi in the distance, who had lowered his head and ignored him. Xiaohua patted his head again. A Buddhist light rushed out and landed on Tsai. Unfortunately, Tsai was still as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. Little fellow. The heaven-devouring beast was getting impatient. It sent a telepathic message. Kylie is the accumulation of merit from the countless reincarnations of Namo Maitreya Buddha. How could it be collected by an outsider? Xiaohua was unwilling to give up. He raised his hand and took out the Jewel Divination Pagoda and Mahavairakana Buddha's edict. He wanted to take the fortune into the Jewel Divination Pagoda. But it just so happened that even after Xiaohua exhausted all his abilities, he was still unable to move the Jewel Divination Pagoda in the slightest. Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator. Xiaohua's eyes were a bit red. He looked up and asked, "Can it be that we can only enter the 7th floor after taking away the fortune? Since you already control the heaven and earth pagoda, why can't you directly?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua immediately answered, "This junior actually doesn't control the heaven and earth pagoda. Instead, I used the mountain river seal and the 9 province cauldrons to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda. Without Namo Maitreya's fortune suppressing the 7th floor, we can naturally enter. However, with the fortune suppressing it, how can we pass the 8th floor? Moreover, if we can't pass through the 8th level of the pagoda, we won't be able to enter the other levels of the pagoda, let alone break the formation. It seems, only you can do it." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and looked at Bodhi with ridicule. Namo Maitreya. Buddha Bodhi did not refute. He stepped on a Buddhist lotus and arrived in front of Tsai. Although Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist light was not as bright as Tsai's Buddhist light, when it came into contact with Tsai's Buddhist light, it blended into the Buddha's shadow like water and milk. The moment the Buddha's light entered, Tsai trembled violently. The Buddha's shadow on Tsai opened its eyes and tears of blood flowed out of its eyes. The tears of blood flowed down the Buddha's cheeks and slowly dripped onto the 8th level of the pagoda. Namo Maitreya Buddha. As the tears of blood dripped down, Tsai began to recite the exquisite Leaf Sutra, one word at a time. Namo Maitreya Buddha. As soon as Tsai's Buddha shadow's voice rang out, Bodhi also sat down cross-legged and pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. His eyes were slightly closed and he began to recite the exquisite Leaf Sutra. His recitation matched Tsai's. As the exquisite Leaf Sutra was recited, Bodhi's Buddhist light seeped into Tsai's Buddha shadow like hundreds of millions of tentacles. The Buddhist kingdom phenomenon also slowly disappeared. All the clones who had their attention on Bodhi heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cold, bloodthirsty, and emotionless voice rang out not far from Bodhi. "Let go of Tsai." As soon as the voice rang out, an earth-shattering killing intent filled the space. Within this space shrouded by killing intent, wisps of blood-red devil flame mixed with pitch-black devil chi emerged from the void. When the devil flame and devil chi landed in the air, they transformed into ferocious devils. All the clones were shocked and hastily looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that the source of the voice was Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the badge on Xiaohua's chest was seeping with blood. A broken heart-shaped mark was overflowing with devil chi. This devil chi was like a surging fountain that constantly gushed out of Xiaohua's chest. This devil chi not only entered the surrounding space, but also covered Xiaohua's body and gradually transformed into a devil armor. At this moment, the devil armor was different from before. An extremely large amount of Xianming devil lightning flickered between the devil flame and the blood-red color. This devil lightning condensed into a knot and covered the entire devil armor. Moreover, behind the devil armor, several tens of feet long devil thorns suddenly stretched out. The space near the devil thorns had already begun to distort and become extremely unreal. In particular, at devil god Xiaohua's back, a huge irregular mirror had already formed an outline. It was incomparably dark inside, and even light couldn't escape. Moreover, within the darkness, an indescribable aura leaked out from the edges of the outline. This aura was full of blood and evil. The moment the aura leaked out, light and shadow flickered in the air. Within the light and shadow, there was a strange devil kingdom vision. However, this light and shadow flashed and disappeared. Even with Xiaohua's many clones, none of them could see it clearly. Devil. Devil Sovereign. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was the most sensitive to the aura of the devil race. When he saw Xiaohua's devil chi rush out, his expression immediately changed and he couldn't help but shout, "Devil spirit brat, what's going on? Big brother has turned into a devil." Devil spirit Xiaohua had a long face. The blood-red figure appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's devil armor and was struggling with all his might. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape from the devil chi. This little brother can't break free, damn it. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua cursed angrily, "Why didn't you step into the devil sovereign realm earlier or later? Why did you step into the devil sovereign realm at this time?" Big brothers. Devil spirit Xiaohua had an innocent face. He tried to stick his head out and shouted, "This has nothing to do with this little brother. Although this little brother has devoured the devil spirit of the devil formation, if I want to advance into the devil sovereign realm, now is not the time. This little brother still needs some blood spirits. Damn thing, quickly get to the point." Confucian cultivator shouted, "Why are you still thinking about blood spirits now?" Yes. Devil spirit Xiaohua was very afraid of Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. He hurriedly explained, forcefully advancing into the devil sovereign realm wasn't something this little brother deliberately did. It was Big Brother who pushed me. Just now, when Big Brother forcefully occupied this little brother's devil body, this little brother realized that Big Brother actually already had a heart devil when we entered this great desolate continent. Nonsense. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua berated, "When we were in the ruins, we already killed the heavenly devil. How could he have followed us to the great desolate continent?" Devil god Xiaohua's aura rose little by little. His doppelgangers were really at a loss. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were currently busy suppressing the heaven and earth pagoda. They couldn't spare too much energy to stop devil god Xiaohua's advancement. Buddha Bodhi was sitting cross-legged, chanting the exquisite leaf scripture along with Tsili's Buddha image. He acted as if he didn't hear devil god Xiaohua's situation. How could the other doppelgangers like Phoenix Body Xiaohua and Green-Robed Xiaohua be a match for devil god Xiaohua? Hearing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's berating, devil spirit Xiaohua explained again, "Big brothers, there's something you don't know. It was only when Big Brother occupied this little brother's devil body that this little brother was able to clearly see the ins and outs of the matter. Motherfucker, hurry up and say it. If you delay any longer, my true body will really be beyond saving." Dragon bloodline Xiaohua was truly anxious. Demonic chi covered several thousand miles of space. A sealing force that was several times stronger than the blood drop paradise gradually emerged. It was like a demonic cocoon wrapping everything within the inverted space. A feeling that made dragon bloodline Xiaohua tremble with fear rushed into his heart. He couldn't help but curse as he found it difficult to control the mountain and river seal. Yes. Devil spirit Xiaohua was also somewhat at a loss at this moment. He hurriedly replied, "Big Brother has always been concerned about Jiang Luer. Long before Jiang Luer went to Nirvana to seek the sutra, he would rather give up his life to forcibly stop her. He felt that since he brought Jiang Luer to the hidden immortal continent, he must protect Jiang Luer well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer to senior sister. As soon as we entered the wilderness continent, we began to fight for Jiang Luer's past life's merits. Big brothers, do you still remember the Buddha shrine and Buddha statue in the lava of the stone giant? It was also at that time that Big Brother had already planted the heart devil. And as time passed, Big Brother's heart devil grew stronger. Now, at this moment, Senior Heaven-Swallowing Beast had clearly said that the fortune was Jiang Luer's last hope for cultivation in this life. Without the fortune, Jiang Luer's cultivation path would be blocked. Jiang Luer could only cultivate from the beginning again. Thinking about how he had personally blocked his nephew's path of survival, Big Brother, in the end, he had turned into a devil. He himself wanted to stop Master Bodhi from collecting the fortune. Fellow Taoist, you're smart all your life, but this time you're stupid. Green-robed Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter, Jiang Luer is only one person, even if he was Namo Maitreya Buddha in his past life. But now, there are billions of living beings in the wilderness continent. How can one person compare to billions of living beings? If billions of living beings die, the entire wilderness continent will be destroyed. But if Jiang Luer's path of survival is blocked, he can find another way to survive. Speaking of which, scholarly cultivator Xiaohua sighed, and a look of realization and difficulty appeared on his face. He said, but you have to know that Jiang Luer is our nephew, but billions of living beings are not. We can't use the lives of billions of living beings to force fellow Taoist to personally destroy Jiang Luer. Moreover, if you don't love one person, how can you love the world? If fellow Taoist doesn't even cherish Jiang Luer, how can he cherish the world? Alas, with such a difficult choice, it's no wonder that fellow Taoist would turn into a devil. Phoenix cultivator Xiaohua also sighed, if it was me, I also wouldn't know how to deal with it. Forget it, this matter is the foundation of fellow Taoist's rebirth. I can't participate, everything depends on fellow Taoist's choice. No matter what fellow Taoist decides, I will agree. While speaking, Phoenix cultivator Xiaohua spread his wings, flew back several miles, and landed in a corner of space. Green-robed Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Seeing that every time Buddha Bodhi finished chanting a layer of the Heart Sutra, Devil God Xiaohua's devil chi would rise by a layer, he also sighed and said, originally, we were born from the same root, why are we in such a hurry to destroy each other? I also can't choose. After speaking, green-robed Xiaohua's figure flashed and landed on the other side of space. Chapter 4257. Fuck. Bone-honing Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He looked at the furious Xiaohua and then at Buddha Subhuti who insisted on chanting the scriptures. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only curse at fiend spirit Xiaohua, I knew you were the root of disaster. I shouldn't have let you live back then. Brother, I'm innocent. Fiend spirit Xiaohua really wanted to cry but had no tears. This was clearly Xiaohua's main body that had been demonized. Furthermore, he had forcefully taken over his fiend body. He was the victim. Unfortunately, bone-honing Xiaohua ignored him. He stepped on a cloud and landed in another spot in space. He squatted down gloomily and drew circles in the air with his thick fingers in boredom. Seeing that all the avatars had chosen to leave, Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were helpless. They looked at each other and flew up slightly. Although the two avatars didn't say anything, their actions clearly told everyone that they were also watching from the sidelines. Xiaohua's avatars had made their decision. The heaven-devouring beast and heaven-devouring beast beside him also looked at each other. Heaven-devouring beast was the first to fly back a few kilometers. He was just a minor character in such a situation. It was already good that Xiaohua didn't kill him when he killed Truth Listener. How could he dare to say another word? When the heaven-devouring beast saw that heaven-devouring beast had also left, he looked coldly at Fiend Celestial Xiaohua. He didn't retreat or charge forward. Only his eyes revealed a thought-provoking expression. It was exactly the same as the look he had when he spoke of the importance of Kylie. After all, the exquisite Leaf Sutra was a Buddhist scripture. There was always an end to the chanting. When the 7th level of the Buddhist scripture was finished, Kylie's Buddha figure paused slightly and raised her head. Her face was already covered in blood and tears. However, Buddha Subhuti didn't stop. He continued chanting the incomplete Buddhist scripture on the 8th level. As the scriptures filled the space, the devil chi actually showed signs of retreating. Furthermore, the Buddha light that had fused with Tsiley's Buddha shadow fell on Tsiley like a hot knife through butter. Buzz! Tsiley emitted a dazzling light. The entire Buddha shadow collapsed rapidly amidst the dazzling light, turning into a blood-colored Buddha light that fell into Tsiley. Demon god Xiaohua shook his arms and roared towards the sky. Demon god Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of demon blood that could make even Confucian cultivator Xiaohua tremble. When the blood landed in the middle of the surrounding demon chi, it immediately turned into 81 huge blood demon heads. When these blood demon heads appeared, they also roared towards the sky. However, they didn't spit out any demon blood. Instead, they produced an unparalleled suction force. Hundreds of millions of tiny blood demon heads were swallowed by these 81 blood demon heads. In just a few breaths, these 81 blood demon heads actually turned transparent and turned into 81 strange demon patterns. Humph! Demon god Xiaohua coldly snorted. Those 81 demon patterns ignored the space and firmly sealed the 8th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda in an instant. Demon god Xiaohua waved his left hand and the devil saber murder appeared in his left hand. Immediately after, demon god Xiaohua slowly lifted his foot and walked towards Buddha Bodhi. With every step demon god Xiaohua took, the entire blood-dripping space would tremble. The surrounding devil chi would spurt out a mouthful of blood-colored light and cleanse the space. When demon god Xiaohua arrived in front of Buddha Bodhi, it was exactly 81 steps. The entire space also trembled 81 times. The entire space was filled with despair and deathly stillness. Demon god Xiaohua looked at Buddha Bodhi who was sitting cross-legged, then looked at the Buddha light that had already covered Tsiley's surface. His hoarse voice was like that of a god, containing a kind of ruthlessness. Are you going to stubbornly cling to your own course? That's right. Although Buddha Bodhi still hadn't finished reciting the exquisite leaf scripture, he still stopped and raised his head. His eyes were filled with compassion and determination. This little monk already made a decision when the flood fell. This little monk is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent, regardless of the outcome. You are forcing this venerable. The emotion in demon god Xiaohua's voice became increasingly faint. Buddha Bodhi raised his eyes to look at demon god Xiaohua and said, neither too fast nor too slow. What joy is there in life, what bitterness is there in death? If this little monk can die for the sake of billions of living beings, this little monk is not afraid. Speaking up to here, Buddha Bodhi's eyes revealed a trace of warmth and said, Sandalwood, this little monk understands your heart. This little monk has never wanted to make things difficult for you. Didn't this little monk already say it when I first stepped into the great desolate continent? This little monk will absolutely not snatch Lu Er's Buddha fruit. This little monk has also once made a great vow that if the netherworld's demons are not eradicated, this little monk will absolutely not become a Buddha. Now, this little monk has once again made a great vow. Everything this little monk has obtained today, no matter how it was obtained, will definitely be returned to Jiang Lu in the future. Even if this little monk can attain Buddha fruit today, this little monk will absolutely not attain it. Since you don't want to make things difficult for this venerable, then step aside. Demon god Xiaohua said coldly, as long as you don't touch this fortune, this venerable will absolutely not touch a single hair on your head. If you don't take this fortune away, the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent will have no way to survive. Buddha Bodhi continued to persuade demon god Xiaohua, this little monk is only temporarily using this fortune. When this little monk returns to the hidden immortal continent, this little monk will immediately pass away in meditation and return all of this Namo Maitreya's merit to Jiang Lu. When you fuse with this fortune, you will instantly attain Buddha fruit. At that time, this venerable is afraid that this venerable will not be able to control you. Demon god Xiaohua replied, this venerable cannot guarantee that you will be able to return this Buddha fruit to Jiang Lu. This venerable cannot believe you. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha and no longer tried to explain himself. Instead, he slowly chanted the exquisite leaf sutra. Under the Buddha's light, the Namo Maitreya Buddha gradually took form, Wu. Almost without any hesitation, a ghost-like howl was born in the air. Before this howl, a pitch-black saber light flashed through the air. The entire space seemed to be split into two halves. The devil saber murder in Xiaohua's left hand finally landed on Buddha Bodhi's body beyond the expectations of all the clones. Namo Maitreya, Namo Maitreya. Endless Buddha chanted the name of Buddha Bodhi's golden body. Dang, dang, dang. Countless sounds of wooden fish came from the rank 8 Buddha lotus. Swish, swish, swish. Innumerable flashes of blood flew out from the mirror behind Buddha Bodhi's head. Buddha Bodhi's golden body was split into two by the devil saber murder. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The golden liquid in the flesh and blood also filled the surrounding 100 zhang of space. In this bloody scene, 10,000 Buddhas wailed, 10,000 flowers withered, and the Buddha light was dyed red. The 81 translucent devil runes let out extremely arrogant and wild laughter. Whing, whing. The entire heaven and earth pagoda let out a rumbling sound. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon vein Xiaohua, who were suppressing the heaven and earth pagoda, looked at this scene in disbelief. Dumbstruck expressions appeared on their faces. Seeing Buddha Bodhi's flesh and blood fuse with the golden liquid and that human figure slowly disappear, dragon vein Xiaohua rubbed his eyes and asked Confucian cultivator Xiaohua in a loud voice, Immortal. Fellow immortal, I didn't see wrong, right? This should be an illusion, right? Little monk Bodhi was killed by Xiaohua just like that. This shouldn't be possible, right? Confucian cultivator Xiaohua didn't reply. Instead, he looked for a moment and said with a bitter smile, if this little one's guess is correct, this is real. Our main bodies have already turned into devils. He really killed Buddha Subhuti. But why didn't the little monk fight back? Dragon vein Xiaohua was very anxious, other than fellow immortal, only the little monk is the nemesis of devil god Xiaohua, right? Because Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's face emitted a kind of holy radiance. His words were filled with reverence, because the little monk Bodhi wanted to die for the billions of living beings in the great desolate continent. He wanted to use his own death to tell our main bodies that he didn't have any selfish motives. He could give up everything he had. As long as our main bodies took away the treasures and broke the innate heavy water world destroying great array, he used his own death to repay everything he owed Jiang Luer. Damn it! Dragon vein Xiaohua's eyes shed 2 drops of tears, little monk, I am inferior to you. Congratulations fellow Taoist. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at dragon vein Xiaohua. There was no joy in his tone, you're crying. I'd rather not cry. Dragon vein Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and licked the tears at the corner of his eyes. I'd rather be that kind of dragon vein who doesn't understand emotions and only knows how to cultivate. That's just a kind of extravagant hope. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua looked at dragon vein Xiaohua and said with a double meaning, we still have a long way to go. We still have to experience a lot. Along the way, what we gain is always more than what we lose. But dragon vein Xiaohua still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation appeared in the space of the blood drop paradise. This fluctuation appeared in an extremely strange manner. It was like a heartbeat and also like a breeze. However, at the origin of the fluctuation, the devil chi that sealed the surroundings of the heaven and earth pagoda was suddenly rushed out by this fluctuation, creating a void passage. Damn it! Just as the fluctuation appeared, demon god Xiao Hua roared. The devil's saber in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and landed at the location of the fluctuation. Shwa! The space within several hundred zhang was like a pool of clear water being split in half by the flying sword. Between the two halves of the space that was split in half, there were still tens of thousands of spatial fine lines from before. These fine lines were now filled with devil chi and devil flames. The devils hidden in the blood drop paradise roared and pounced towards the fluctuation that was also split in half. However, beneath the group of demons, there was a faint ripple that flashed like an undercurrent. Within this ripple, an obscure void passage flashed and disappeared. In just a split second, the void passage landed on the 8th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda. The space of the entire pagoda began to twist and distort rapidly. Xiao Hua felt his vision blurred for a moment. Then, the golden body of Buddha Subhuti, together with the rainbow of Namo Maitreya Buddha, disappeared in a bizarre manner in this void tunnel. The clones were greatly alarmed and hurriedly looked towards the origin of the fluctuation. They saw the heaven-swallowing beast standing there proudly with its mouth slightly open, a faint Buddhist light overflowing. Chapter 42-58. 9th Grade Buddha Lotus. Happiness melting heavenly demon was shocked. Why is it in your hands? The heaven-devouring beast did not answer. Instead, it opened its mouth and the Buddha lotus fell into its mouth. Damn it! Take it out for me. Happiness melting heavenly demon cursed and waved its left hand. It was also the killing devil saber. There was no demonic aura or demonic light. It was just a simple flash of light, and the killing devil saber hacked into the heaven-devouring beast's head. Roar! The heaven-devouring beast's last roar was not a bark. A blood-red sound wave rushed out and blocked the killing devil saber for a few breaths. However, it was only for a few breaths before the purple Buddha lotus disappeared. Happiness melting heavenly demon roared again, damn it. Then, the killing devil saber did not stop. The killing devil saber passed through the heaven-devouring beast's body. After the killing devil saber passed through, the blood-red light and Buddha light flew out along with the killing devil saber. The heaven-devouring beast's body turned into ashes and scattered in the air. The blood-red light spun rapidly at the tip of the killing devil saber. It condensed into a crystal-clear blood-red rhombus that emitted a misty luster. It was exactly the same as when Deity was killed. However, the luster that rushed out of the rhombus crystal was in the form of a heaven-devouring beast. As for that cluster of Buddhist light, it was emitted by Buddha Bodhi when he fused with the ancient Sili. At this time, it had already fused with the purple 9th grade Buddhist lotus. With the fusion of the Buddhist lotus, Buddha Bodhi had already touched that Sili's Buddhist light and thoroughly penetrated that Sili. As that Sili melted, an 8-foot-tall Nanwa Maitreya Buddha once again stood up from the golden liquid without fear. However, this Nanwa Maitreya Buddha no longer had Buddha Bodhi's original appearance, but instead looked like Jiang Luer. Heaven-devouring beast. Happiness heavenly demon swallowed the blood-red crystal formed by the heaven-devouring beast's soul and shouted fiercely, "How dare you spoil my plan? I will torture you to the point of death and let you know how powerful I am." After Happiness heavenly demon finished speaking, it stretched out a thick finger and pointed at Bodhi's bald head. It laughed and said, "You're an interesting little monk. It seems like you already knew that there was something fishy about the Maitreya Buddha Lord, but why didn't you tell your true body? Could it be that he wanted to be the last one standing and bear everything himself? However, how can your tender little shoulders bear all of this?" Not only was he killed by the main body, but all his previous efforts were also absorbed by the Maitreya Buddha Lord's Kylie. You said you were a little monk now? Or Lord Maitreya? Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi only chanted the name of Buddha and did not answer. Actually, it doesn't matter if you're a little monk or the Maitreya Buddha Lord. None of them can affect my grand plan. Because I've already obtained the exquisite leaf scripture back in the imperial palace. Happiness Melting Heavenly Demon chuckled. With this item, I'll be able to refine 70% of the Maitreya Buddha Lord's fortune. Now, with the body of a deva and the billions of blood spirits in the primitive continent, I will be able to step into the realm of fiend deity and escape from this damned turbulence of time. At this point, the heavenly demon of Hua Lu Heaven suddenly stopped talking. He looked up in surprise and said in surprise, "What? Why is the incomplete primitive continent so lively today? Which great deity has decided to do this on a whim? Damn it, I'd better hurry up and get to work." Extreme joy begets sorrow. With that, the heavenly demon of Hua Lu Heaven's finger that was pointing at Buddha Bodhi's forehead suddenly turned into tens of thousands of tentacles and landed on Buddha Bodhi's golden body. Demonic spots suddenly appeared where the tentacles landed. The spots were like drops of ink falling into clear water, spreading wildly on Buddha Bodhi's golden body. No matter how much Buddhist light flashed, it couldn't stop it. Facing the heavenly demon of Hua Lu Heaven's supreme ability, Buddha Bodhi smiled faintly and put his palms together. Namo Maitreya Buddha, disciple prays to Buddha here and earnestly asks Buddha to raise his hand. If it's the Buddha kingdom, then it's the Buddha kingdom. If it's the heavenly demon, then it's the heavenly demon. Buddha Bodhi's words were like pearls that turned into gold when they landed on the ground. Every time a word fell into the air, it turned into a golden rune that shone with golden light. At the same time, Buddhist lotus seeds emerged from the void and supported the golden runes that came out of Buddha Bodhi's mouth. When the golden runes landed on the Buddhist lotus, they immediately shone with boundless Buddhist light. Then, amidst this Buddhist light, the Buddhist lotus bloomed. In the end, 44 Buddhist lotuses surrounded Buddha Bodhi. Behind each Buddhist lotus, countless rivers of faith were faintly born. Murmuring sounds flowed out from these rivers of faith like flowing music. Moreover, right behind Buddha Bodhi's head, a Buddhist kingdom with a myriad of phenomena had taken shape. In the void, countless Buddhist kingdom phenomena appeared one after another. It seemed that with this verse alone, Buddha Bodhi was about to attain enlightenment. However, something seemed to be missing. The Buddhist kingdom phenomena seemed to be an illusion, a shell. There was no substance at all. The Buddhist kingdom was also like a pancake that could not be completed for a long time. Ha ha ha. After hearing Buddha Bodhi's heartfelt prayer and seeing the phenomena of the southern gate Maitreya Buddha attaining enlightenment, happiness melting heavenly demon did not panic at all. On the contrary, he let out a deafening laugh that was both arrogant and sarcastic. He pointed at Buddha Bodhi's head and said loudly, "This is really funny. Damn it, it's as if time has turned back." Back then, Maitreya Buddha Lord also said the same thing and wanted to take the final step in the same way. However, he still could not escape the fate of being killed by me. This place is surrounded by time turbulence. Thousands of spaces are superimposed without any pattern. Even the heavenly demons of happiness melting heavenly demon cannot find the location of this space. Little monk, use your bald head and think carefully. If the heavenly demons of happiness melting heavenly demon came, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to come up with so many schemes. I would have already withdrawn and returned to happiness melting heavenly. Little monk, stop dreaming. Without me, a heavenly demon, how can you Buddhist disciples attain enlightenment? You'd better obediently run into my mouth. Let me use your body to devour Maitreya Buddha's merit. That's good too. Just as Hua Lu Heaven's heavenly demon was laughing out loud, an extremely dim green brilliance suddenly appeared within his huge demonic body. Then, this brilliance disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Happiness melting heavenly demon was shocked. Freedom heavenly demon. Why did you come from freedom heavenly? You. How did you escape from this space? Did you find a way to break through the time turbulence? Ah. What? What is this place? You. Why are you here? Just as happiness melting heavenly demon was muttering to himself, 13 loud booms rang out. The 13 divine statues from the soul cultivator's ruins in the spring forbidden sea flew out of the devil chi with green light shooting into the sky and landed around happiness melting heavenly demon's body. Then, a series of cryptic green seal scripts burst out of the devil chi, and the 13 divine statues turned into 13 huge green stars that slowly rotated with happiness melting heavenly demon as the center. Soul threads of different waves flew out of each green star, and depending on the angle of rotation, these soul threads fell into the devil chi from all directions. The devil chi didn't weaken under the influence of the soul threads, but it looked a little clearer, as if the 13 stars were purifying the devil chi. At that moment, the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who had been missing all this while, transmitted his voice to all of Xiao Hua's clones. Little Mo Ling, I have already lured the happiness melting heavenly devil into the Shenhua continent. Come and help me. Little monk, Confucian immortal, don't hesitate. Come with I to suppress this heavenly demon. This is all arranged by our true bodies. Taoist Longmai and the others, seal this entire space. Don't let any of the heavenly demon's clones escape. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua's voice was like a flash of light, waking all of his clones up. How is this possible? Green-robed Xiao Hua stood up from a corner of the space and asked in confusion, didn't we say that we were going to ambush the heaven-devouring beast? Nonsense. The scholarly cultivator, Xiao Hua, became anxious and scolded, among all of us, you are the most familiar with the Shenhua continent. Before our main bodies recover their minds, why don't you hurry up and help our fellow Taoist soul cultivator? Only when our true bodies awaken from their demonic state will we have a chance to survive. Yes, yes. Green-robed Xiao Hua suddenly came to his senses and rushed into Shenhua continent without delay. Almost at the same time, Xiao Hua, the devil spirit with the bone spear, flashed through the devil chi and rushed into Shenhua continent. Reverend. Confucian immortal Xiao Hua looked at Bodhi Buddha and said sadly, you saw it. Our true bodies did this on purpose, Namo Maitreya Buddha. Bodhi Buddha did not wait for Confucian immortal Xiao Hua to finish speaking. He raised his hand and slapped his forehead. A towering Buddhist light descended and suppressed the devil chi of the heavenly demon. Then, he waved his hand, and the exquisite Dayan Pagoda, Mahavairakana Buddhist edict, 10,000 Buddhas painting, and other Buddhist treasures appeared one after another and landed on the restless devil chi and demons. Together with the soul cultivator's shaman artifact, they destroyed the devil chi. Good. Confucian immortal Xiao Hua shouted at Longmai Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist, please take care of it. Okay. Longmai Xiao Hua replied. Then, the 9 cauldrons flew out from under the mountain river seal and spewed 5-colored true chi at the heavenly demon's body. Although the heavenly demon had lost control of its body, there were still many other demons suppressed by the heavenly demon. These demons were frantically trying to break free, so they naturally had to fight against Confucian immortal Xiao Hua and Bodhi Buddha. However, Xiao Hua's soul cultivator doppelganger, Confucian doppelganger, and Buddhist doppelganger all attacked at the same time. Not only did the soul cultivator doppelganger's shaman tool purify the devils, but the Confucian doppelganger Xiao Hua had already reached the scholarly level. His righteous energy surged out of his 5-colored true energy, and the power of life flashed with 5-colored brilliance. Not only did it exterminate the devils without devil bodies, it also rapidly compressed the devil bodies that were no longer under the control of the heavenly devils. Chapter 42-59. Similarly, Bodhi, who had fused with Nanwu Maitreya Buddha's ancient glory, had reached a whole new level in terms of psyche power and faith power. The boundless Buddhist light swept across the devil's body like sharp flying swords. Many devils howled in agony as they were killed. Even more devil chi was melted, turning into pitch-black liquid that fell into the air. The battle outside the devil's body was extremely exciting, but the battle inside the devil's body was extremely thrilling. When the heavenly devil saw the freedom heavenly devil appear, the ecstasy he felt was indescribable. He had been trapped in this incomplete eldritch continent for many years. He had deliberately planned to destroy the world so that he could escape from this place surrounded by time turbulence. When he saw the freedom heavenly devil appear, he chased after him without hesitation. He wanted to find the way back to the freedom heavenly devil through the nameless space that the freedom heavenly devil had escaped from. Unfortunately, when he squeezed into that space, he was not greeted by the freedom heavenly devil. Instead, it was the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who was surrounded by green light and filled with the aura of the freedom heavenly devil. When Xiao Hua had entered the eldritch continent, the heavenly devil had already seen him. However, Xiao Hua had too many doppelgangers. During the battle at Chao Tian Ke, the heavenly devil could not tell which doppelgangers had not appeared. However, when he saw Xiao Hua, the heavenly devil's heart trembled. He screamed and immediately wanted to fly out of the Shenhua continent. Just like what Xiao Hua had said to Xian, once he entered the Xiao sect, he would be as deep as the ocean. Since the heavenly devil had entered the Shenhua continent, how could he escape so easily? The soul cultivator Xiao Hua used his soul technique to purify Xiao Hua's mind and called for the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua to suppress the devil chi of the heavenly devil. At the same time, he waved his hands, and countless soul strands turned into ropes to bind the heavenly devil. Damn it! Although Hua Letian didn't understand what exactly had happened, he was very clear that he had definitely fallen into Xiao Hua's trap. However, seeing that there was only soul cultivator Xiao Hua here, he was also clear that Xiao Hua's main body was still in a state of bedevilment. He only needed to escape from this space, and victory would still be within his grasp. Heavenly demon Hua Lu cursed in his heart. His body trembled, and he instantly split into billions of doppelgangers. Some of them flew toward the Shenhua continent, some flew toward the starry sky, and some flew into space. Motherfucker! Xiao Hua cursed inwardly when he saw how cunning the heavenly demon was. Countless green lights flashed between his eyebrows as he unleashed all sorts of soul techniques to control the area within 10,000 miles. At the same time, he took out his brush and waved it, causing even more green fireflies to spread out and fall on the heavenly demon's avatar. Bang, bang, bang. Light explosions rang out as the heavenly demon's avatars were shattered one by one under the power of life. However, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, as the saying goes, the devil is 10. Seeing that his clone was destroyed, the heaven's devil laughed wildly. A hurricane suddenly arose, and the entire space became chaotic. Woo, woo. Just as the soul cultivator Xiao Hua was panicking, a demonic roar that was even more arrogant than the heavenly demon's roar rang out. Holding the bone dragon spear, demonic spirit Xiao Hua rushed into the Shenhua continent first. The moment demonic spirit Xiao Hua landed in space, he roared into the sky without saying a word. As he opened his mouth, he spat out a whirlwind that covered the 10,000 miles of space controlled by the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. Countless heavenly demon doppelgangers were like moths drawn to a flame, obediently falling into his mouth one by one. Damned demon scum! The heavenly demon Hua Lu was flustered and exasperated. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen a human who had not set foot in the immortal realm cultivate a demonic doppelganger. Moreover, the strength of the demonic doppelganger seemed to be a bit stronger than the original body. Unfortunately, he only dared to curse in his heart and did not dare to reveal himself. At this time, the heavenly demon Hua Lu had already sensed the strangeness of the Shenhua continent. He also understood that although he was more powerful than demonic spirit Xiao Hua, in this space, he was definitely no match for demonic spirit Xiao Hua. What should I do? Faced with such a hopeless situation, the heavenly demon Hua Lu truly did not know what to do. However, when he looked at the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, the heavenly demon Hua Lu suddenly had an idea. Many of his doppelgangers charged towards demonic spirit Xiao Hua, towards the outside of the space, and towards the unrestrained heavenly demon's aura. Hee, you're already here, and you still want to leave? Demonic spirit Xiao Hua laughed heartily. Back then, I also wanted to. Not good. As he spoke, demonic spirit Xiao Hua's body trembled, and his demonic body transformed into a demonic formation that enveloped the surrounding area. Not only did it cover 10,000 miles, but it also went beyond 10,000 miles, until it reached tens of thousands of miles. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Hua's devilish body started to tremble rapidly. Various devilish heads that looked completely different from Xiao Hua started to appear in various parts of the devilish formation. Moreover, the devilish formation started to collapse one after another. Damn it! How could soul cultivator Xiao Hua not know that the heavenly demon Hua Lu was taking advantage of the situation to corrupt demonic spirit Xiao Hua? Although demonic spirit Xiao Hua had already become a demon sovereign, he still couldn't resist the heavenly demon Hua Lu. Go! Soul cultivator Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the sub-brush in his hand and stabbed it into the demonic formation like a sharp sword. However, at the same time that soul cultivator Xiao Hua was killing the heavenly devil, his devil formation was also rapidly shrinking. At this time, the soul cultivator Xiao Hua's body flashed with a green light, and the unrestrained heavenly devil's aura suddenly weakened. Xiao Hua was even more shocked. He already understood the unrestrained heavenly devil's plan. The unrestrained heavenly devil's essence in the space had not been completely refined. If it was used by the unrestrained heavenly devil, wouldn't the unrestrained heavenly devil be able to do whatever it wanted on Shenhua continent? Although he had trapped the heavenly demon Hua Lu in the space and saved the billions of lives on the Eldritch continent, what about Shenhua continent? There were billions of lives on Shenhua continent right now. Rumble. At this critical moment, a shocking thunderstorm swept across the sky above Shenhua continent. On the broken immortal slaying platform, thunder water gushed out like a flood, covering the demonic formation formed by demonic spirit Xiao Hua within 100,000 feet of soul cultivator Xiao Hua. Above the thunderstorm, the green-robed Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Damn it! How dare you show off in front of me? I'll let you know how powerful I am. The green-robed Xiao Hua protected demonic spirit Xiao Hua with the thunderstorm as he cursed. Then, he struck out several spells to seal several important places in the space. He then raised his hand and pointed again. Buzz. The sun star in the sky also emitted sun-true fire, which poured into the thunderstorm. Ah! The heavenly demon Hua Li's wails were incessant in the thunderstorm. Phew! Seeing the green-robed Xiao Hua come to help, soul cultivator Xiao Hua let out a long breath. He thought that he and demonic spirit Xiao Hua could deal with the heavenly demon Hua Lu easily, but he didn't expect the heavenly demon Hua Lu to be even more difficult to deal with than the freedom heavenly demon. Go to hell. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua was naturally furious now that he had nothing to worry about. He activated his soul spell to kill the heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers. At this time, demonic spirit Xiao Hua also broke free from the heavenly demon Hua Lu and used the power of the thunderstorm to counterattack the heavenly demon Hua Lu. After witnessing the heavenly demon Hua Li's abilities, the green-robed Xiao Hua didn't dare to be distracted. He released his divine sense to cover the entire space and closely monitored the situation. After an hour, more than 70% of the heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers were killed, and the remaining ones were struggling at death's door. Suddenly, the green-robed Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and hurriedly waved his hands. Layers of seals appeared in mid-air, and within the seals, the originally formless heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers froze. Damn it! Even the green-robed Xiao Hua felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but complain, why is this heavenly demon Hua Lu so difficult to deal with? Not good. Seeing that a few of the heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers were about to escape from the space, the green-robed Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. This was Xiao Hua's biggest secret, and also the secret that all his doppelgangers relied on to grow. If the heavenly demon Hua Lu escaped, this secret would be exposed to the public. Humph. At this time, a cold voice like that of a god appeared. The entire space was suddenly completely sealed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared beside the green-robed Xiao Hua. Good boy. The green-robed Xiao Hua saw Jade Archive Xiao Hua and immediately beamed with joy. He said, "Fellow Taoist, you are finally here. I will leave this place to you. Fellow Taoists, I will have to trouble you." Jade Archive Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bowed. However, his aura was different from before. It was as if he had cut off something, but also as if he had sublimated something. His every movement faintly had the aura of controlling the entire space. This aura was comparable to the heaven and earth, and also had the tendency to surpass inner sage and outer monarch. The green-robed Xiao Hua looked envious, but at this time, he did not dare to say anything. He casually cupped his hands and returned the greeting before retreating to the side. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked around. He looked at the heavenly demon Hua Li's doppelgangers in the lightning, and then looked outside the lightning, at the place where the green-robed Xiao Hua had not paid attention to before. Seeing that Jade Archive Xiao Hua was looking at another place, the green-robed Xiao Hua's heart thumped loudly. An extremely bad feeling arose in his heart because that place was where the Shenhua continent was located. All the Fortune Gate's disciples and the flashy mundane world were also there. What is Buddha? What is devil? Jade Archive Xiao Hua said indifferently. What is light? What is darkness? Where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is darkness, there is light. There is no absolute light, and there is no absolute darkness. Therefore, if there is Buddha, there is devil, and if there is devil, there is Buddha. There is no Buddha that has been completely erased, and there is no devil that has been completely exterminated. Since there is Buddha on the Shenhua continent, then, it is inevitable that there will be devil. Blindly avoiding the distinction between Buddha and devil will only cause the entire Shenhua continent to collapse. Since all the heavenly demons have come to cause trouble, then, all of you can stay here. Chapter 4260. As he spoke, countless strange fluctuations appeared in the air. Wherever the fluctuations passed, heaven and earth changed. But as for where the changes were, even Xiao Hua couldn't tell. Xiao Hua's seal on the Jade Archive began to loosen as these fluctuations appeared. Even the green-robed Xiao Hua could see faint clones of the Hua Lu heavenly devil mysteriously dissipating in various parts of the space. Fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua cried out, "You! What are you doing? Don't you know the principle of eliminating evil? You're letting the tiger return to the mountain, leaving behind future troubles." He. Xiao Hua said with a confident tone, "Could it be that fellow Taoist still doesn't understand? Although Shenhua continent is our biggest secret, with the development of Shenhua continent and our Fortune Gate's disciples, it is inevitable that they will leave Shenhua continent. Restricting Shenhua continent is the same as restricting our disciples, it is a selfish thought. Instead of hiding it like this, why don't we just let Shenhua continent go?" "But," Xiao Hua said anxiously, "if that's the case, our secret. Won't it not be a secret anymore? And, then I ask you, if you have a priceless pearl, where would you hide it?" Xiao Hua asked. Xiao Hua was surprised, and asked in confusion, Does this have anything to do with Ai's worries?" "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded, "Answer Ai's question. Put it in the spatial ring, in the Kunlun mirror, or in Shenhua continent." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before answering. Xiao Hua nodded and smiled, "Fellow Taoist is right. But, does fellow Taoist know the story of passing off fish eyes as pearls?" Of course I know. Xiao Hua nodded. Usually, I read a lot of books. Then, fellow Taoist, do you think it's better to hide the pearl in a place and worry about it all day long, or to throw it into a pile of fish eyes so that others won't know even if they see it? Xiao Hua asked rhetorically. Green-robed Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and replied, I feel that it's better to keep it for myself. I can't be at ease throwing it among the fish eyes. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said, there are countless spatial interfaces in this world, and each spatial interface has an edge. Breaking through this edge will lead to another spatial interface. Although I don't know what is beyond the edge of Shenhua continent, I still don't know. However, since all of you can freely enter and exit the Shenhua continent based on your senses, the Shenhua continent must be like the other spatial planes and can be entered by others. Therefore, instead of imprisoning the entire Shenhua continent, why don't we throw the entire Shenhua continent into the various spatial realms? Whoever comes, they don't even know that this is a continent that we control. Whoever comes, won't they be at our mercy? I seem to understand. Green-robed Xiao Hua nodded. What you mean is that there is no need to deliberately seal off the Shenhua continent. Anyway, the Shenhua continent is the same as the hidden immortal continent. Even if cultivators come in, they will not know that this space belongs to us. That's the reason. Jade Archive Xiao Hua replied. Fellow Taoist, you are really imaginative. Green-robed Xiao Hua sighed. And you are really daring to let it go. If it were I definitely wouldn't dare. Sigh, do you think I can bear to? Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The Shenhua continent is already filled with Buddhist sects, and there are frequent occurrences of Buddhist sections. However, if there are Buddhas, what about demons? Without demons, how can Buddhas become Buddhas? Therefore, the entire Shenhua continent has formed a kind of abnormal psychokinesis, and it is this psychokinesis that attracts the heavenly demons. Damn it! Green-robed Xiao Hua suddenly understood. No wonder. I knew it, we are only at the peak of the human world. How could we attract the heavenly demons from the heavenly demons and Hua Le heaven? So the root is here. But, even so, you can't let the heavenly demons live, right? Aren't you afraid that the heavenly demons will overturn the heavens? Divulging information about us? If it were any other space, I naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. However, in this space, on this Shenhua continent, we can say whatever we want, right? Even the heavenly demons from the unrestrained heaven and Hua Le heaven have to listen to us, right? Jade Archive Xiao Hua replied with a mysterious smile. I understand. Green-robed Xiao Hua nodded again, but in the end, he still reminded, however, I still have to remind fellow Taoist that heavenly demons are heavenly demons after all. They are far from what we can deal with our current strength. Fellow Taoist, don't let your guard down. In this world, there is something called a whetstone. With this object, the blade can be sharpened. Jade Archive Xiao Hua said meaningfully. Since we want to be strong, to be the sharpest blade in the world, if we don't have a whetstone like the heavenly demons, how can we be sharpened? All right. Green-robed Xiao Hua heard this and his heroic spirit soared. He shouted, I will follow fellow Taoist and see how powerful the whetstone forged by the heavenly demons is. No matter how powerful it is, it's still in our hands. Jade Archive Xiao Hua chuckled and waved his hand. All the lightning within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers suddenly retracted, condensing all the demonic chi into a demonic pearl. He then said, Demon spirit, hurry up and kill the happiness-melting heavenly devil. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua and Demon Spirit Xiao Hua both listened to Jade Archive Xiao Hua and Green-robed Xiao Hua's words. They trembled with fear but also had some expectations. Now that they heard Jade Archive Xiao Hua's orders, how could they not know that Jade Archive Xiao Hua had a card up his sleeve? Demon Spirit Xiao Hua replied loudly and revealed himself, opening his mouth and swallowing the demonic bead into his abdomen. Sigh. After demon spirit Xiao Hua swallowed the demonic bead, Jade Archive Xiao Hua sighed again. As the saying goes, man proposes but God disposes. This is exactly the case. After such a long time of planning, in the end, it was just a good idea or an opportunity. Even if fellow Taoist I and fellow Taoist had been vigilant, I'm afraid we still couldn't escape the fate of death. Fellow Taoist, what the hell is going on? Hurry up and tell us. Green-robed Xiao Hua was somewhat impatient. How did you know there was a heavenly demon in the Imperial Court of Heaven? Let's go, we'll talk about it when we get out. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua laughed. I'm afraid Buddha Bodhi outside is going to be wronged to death. Since Jade Archive Xiao Hua could enter the space, the Soul Cultivator Grand Formation outside naturally had already succeeded. Moreover, Xiao Hua's demonic body had already been suppressed by the Soul Cultivator, Buddhist, and Confucian cultivators. When Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position, demon spirit Xiao Hua flew out. In just a moment, the demonic qi around Xiao Hua's body had already shrunk back into its body. The devil head and demonic qi brought by the heavenly demon were also swallowed by demon spirit Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to look at Buddha Bodhi, who had transformed into Jiang Luer's appearance. He bowed and saluted. I've wronged Great Master. This is all I's fault. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi's face had the same unfathomable benevolence. He put his palms together and replied. It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. This is the knot in our hearts. You get rid of the heart devil, I also get rid of the heart devil. Great kindness. Little monk. The green-robed Xiao Hua was baffled. He didn't dare to speak bluntly to Xiao Hua. He turned his head and asked Buddha Bodhi, what kind of Zen trick are you playing? How come I don't understand? Namo Maitreya Buddha, I can't say it, I can't say it. Unexpectedly, Buddha Bodhi smiled and shook his head, not answering. Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled and said, Great Master, you'd better explain it to them. Otherwise, I'll feel embarrassed. All right. Buddha Bodhi seemed to have already let go of everything. He nodded and explained, then this poor monk will explain it to you. Fellow Taoist Jade Archive admitted his mistake. He misunderstood this poor monk and thought that this poor monk wanted to snatch Jiang Luer's karmic fruits. Although he had such thoughts because he fell into the heavenly demon's trap, the real reason was that he had such real thoughts. He really didn't want this poor monk to gain merit in the primitive continent and destroy Jiang Luer's future. However, this poor monk only wanted to save the billions of lives in the primitive continent and enlighten those pitiful low-level beasts. I didn't have the intention to snatch anyone's merit. However, no matter how this poor monk explained, fellow Taoist Jade Archive refused to believe me. This is the knot in this poor monk's heart. This knot in this poor monk's heart caused the estrangement between this poor monk and fellow Taoist Jade Archive. This estrangement also became the opportunity for the joyous heavenly demon to attack fellow Taoist Jade Archive. Of course, when fellow Taoist Jade Archive waved his demonic saber to kill this poor monk also understood. Fellow Taoist Jade Archive was the kind of person who was greedy for small gains but had a righteous heart. When he killed this poor monk, he was actually killing himself. He would rather die than let his juniors and nephews be harmed. This poor monk was actually fellow Taoist Jade Archive himself, and the Jiang Luer he cared about was someone else. In this world, how could there be a reason to go against oneself? Therefore, this poor monk's knot in this poor monk's heart was also untied at that moment. That's not all. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I's saber not only untied the knot in our hearts, but it also allowed you to gain a blessing in disguise, right? Indeed. Buddha Bodhi admitted. As long as the Buddhists of the Buddhist sect leave the mortal world, they have to cut off their roots in the mortal world. However, this poor monk does not have any roots in the mortal world. My flesh and blood are not complete, so how can I cut it off? And fellow Taoist Jade Archive Saber cut off this poor monk's mortal world. Excellent, excellent. The green-robed Xiaohua could not help but praise, only with great kindness can there be great returns. However, Master, in your current state, what is the use of cutting it off? The bone-honing Xiaohua looked at the completely different Buddha Bodhi and asked thoughtlessly. Buddha Bodhi laughed and said, it doesn't matter. This poor monk does not care whether it's useful or not. All this belongs to Jiang Luer. This poor monk has already made a great vow. As long as there's a chance, this poor monk will return everything to Jiang Luer. As he said that, Buddha Bodhi looked at Xiaohua meaningfully and said, don't you think so, fellow Taoist? Of course. Xiaohua did not evade any more and said with a smile, what you think is what I think, and what you do is what I want. Chapter 4261. Fellow Taoist, we already know about Buddha Bodhi, but what's going on with this heavenly demon of joy? This happened too suddenly, and there were no signs at all. I really don't know what's going on. Bonehone Xiaohua was the most outspoken. After understanding the knot between Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi, he immediately asked about the heavenly demon of joy. It's actually very simple. At this moment, Xiaohua looked at everyone and explained, it's just like what fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator told everyone earlier. Then, Xiaohua explained the details of the matter to him. In fact, as early as when Xiaohua saw the Buddha statue of Jiang Luer's previous life in the shrine, Xiaohua had doubts about his own Buddhist cultivation, and the target of this suspicion naturally fell on Buddha Bodhi. Even though Buddha Bodhi was explaining, his explanation was actually Xiaohua's self-reflection, and it was not enough to dispel Xiaohua's doubts. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart had already been planted with a demon. The Buddha statue in the shrine had tears in its eyes, and the Buddha statue had been torn apart in its heart. This was not done by Maitreya Buddha, but by the heavenly demon of joy to lure Xiaohua into becoming a demon. At that time, Xiaohua did not have any doubts. Later, when the dragon pattern appeared, the dragon pattern stone giant of the same lineage regarded the stone giant who worshipped Namo Maitreya as an enemy, and this made Xiaohua see two undercurrents in the Eldritch continent. Since there were undercurrents, there was naturally a mastermind behind the scenes. Xiaohua naturally believed that the mastermind behind the scenes was Namo Maitreya and the god of the dragon race. Of course, Xiaohua already knew that Namo Maitreya had reincarnated, so the mastermind behind the scenes must be the dragon race or the successor of Namo Maitreya. After Xiaohua learned about the imperial palace from devouring heaven, he entered the imperial palace to defeat the 5 small eldritch beasts, rescued Dragon Gate Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and even subdued the Black Jade Qilin. The target of Xiaohua's suspicion fell on the successor of Namo Maitreya. After all, the Imperial Heaven Tower had existed for many years, and according to the Black Jade Qilin, every once in a while, the Imperial Heaven Tower would open up, and weapons and crystals would appear. This kind of miracle would not appear out of thin air. There must be an invisible hand behind it. However, Dragon Vein Xiaohua was a 5-clawed golden dragon. He was injured in Chao Tian Tower, yet no dragons appeared. This could only mean that there were no dragons or their descendants in Chao Tian Tower, or that there was a dragon that looked down on the 5-clawed golden dragon. Apart from this possibility, it could only be the successor of the Maitreya Buddha. Moreover, this Imperial Heaven Tower was originally the exquisite derivation pagoda that opened the heaven and earth. This further confirmed Xiaohua's conjecture. However, as the Fortune Gate disciples' teaching power expanded, and Xiaohua witnessed the power of the Dragon Clan's faith, a new idea surfaced in his mind. He did not think that the Dragon Tribe and the Buddhist sect, who were fighting fiercely on the primitive continent, did not fight in the Imperial Palace. The Dragon Clan would not allow the Buddhist sect to build the Imperial Palace of Heaven without taking any action. However, other than the Imperial Heaven Tower, there was no other Imperial Heaven Tower in the Fortune Gate's territory, which made Xiaohua even more suspicious. When Xiaohua learned from Lu Yi that someone was spying on him, he saw the Buddha statue that was split in two inside the lava giant's body. At that time, Xiaohua suddenly had a feeling that something was wrong. Because the Buddhist sect emphasized on imperceptible influence, even if it was Buddhism, the more simple it was, the higher the level it was. How could the Buddhist sect use bloody tears as a warning? If it was faint tears, then that was the real Buddhist sect's realm. Of course, the stone giant's body was covered in lava, and using lava to make tears would always be red, this was reasonable. But the most unusual thing was that the Buddha statue had cracked. What was even stranger was that the stone giant had only wept bitterly at the beginning, and then later, it did not seem to care. At least, it was not as pious as Xiaohua had imagined. The Buddha statue had always been a symbol of faith, and with the stone giant's faith power, it was impossible for the Buddha statue to crack, even if Buddha Bodhi was teaching the stone giant. Even when the Buddha Lord's Buddha fruit was replaced, the Buddha statue would not crack, and only its appearance would change. Although the Buddha statue cracked, Xiaohua's heart also cracked, but it also made Xiaohua suspicious. Xiaohua suspected that the Buddha statue and the stone giant's faith were two completely different things. When Xiaohua went to another group of stone giants to look at the dragon god statue in the shrine, he had a whimsical idea. He believed that the dragon tribe's descendant and the Buddhist sect's successor did not exist on the primitive continent, and that there was only a third force that borrowed the dragon tribe's and Buddhist sect's power. As for who the third force was, Xiaohua suspected it was the heavenly devil. In truth, there was no special reason or divine ability, but Xiaohua had suffered too much from the heavenly devil recently. Xiaohua felt like a bow cup and a snake's shadow. Since he had a suspect, Xiaohua naturally had to come up with a countermeasure. However, Xiaohua already knew that he might have been possessed by the heavenly devil, and even his other clones might be tainted by the devil qi. If he was not careful, he might be taken advantage of by the heavenly devil. Therefore, Xiaohua could only choose the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who was connected to him in terms of soul, to be his helper. He only told the soul cultivator Xiaohua about his thoughts in the mysterious dark cloud, and told him to hide in the Shenhua continent. He even told him not to tell his other clones, and not to come out of the Shenhua continent unless it was a critical moment. However, with the appearance of the heaven-devouring beast and Deity, Xiaohua felt that his worries were groundless, because all his previous suspicions were perfectly explained by the two beasts. Even the heaven-connecting peak and Chaotian Tower could be attributed to the reckless dragon god. However, Xiaohua was still cautious, and did not let the soul cultivator Xiaohua appear in Chaotian Tower. And the result was exactly what his clones saw. Xiaohua's suspicions were correct. Besides the dragon god and Nanwu Mithraea, there was indeed a third almighty on the Eldritch continent, and that was the heavenly devil. As for why the dragon god and Nanwu Mithraea came to the Eldritch continent, and whether the heavenly devil came with them, Xiaohua did not know. Damn it! The bone-honing Xiaohua was dumbfounded when he heard this. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's so complicated. I saw all of this with my own eyes, but why didn't I feel anything special? So. Xiaohua smiled and said, fellow Taoist bone-honing, and fellow Taoists, you still have a long way to go. If you want to be a real cultivator, you have to be a real person first. Damn it, I am not a person to begin with. Why should I be a person? Dragon Vein Xiaohua used the mountain and river seal to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda in the sky and shouted loudly, but his voice was full of joy. There is no such pagoda in the world without a foundation. Even if the heaven-connecting peak can reach the sky, its foundation is still deeply embedded in the earth. Xiaohua replied with a smile. If you want to become an almighty and move unhindered in the three realms, you have to first lay a good foundation. Humanity, emotions, and experience are all indispensable. This heaven and earth pagoda has no foundation, and Great Master's exquisite derivation pagoda also has no foundation. Green-robed Xiaohua took the opportunity to kick up a fuss. Xiaohua smiled and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed, and he said to Xiaohua, "Oh right, fellow Taoist Confucian, when Great Master was attaining enlightenment, the heavenly devil said that this incomplete eldritch continent is in a turbulent flow of time. The Buddhist light of the Buddha realm cannot shine, and the devil nation has no passage to this place. Even the heavenly devil is trapped here. Then, why did fellow Taoist choose Wuxia that day? If I'm not mistaken, Confucian cultivators should have divine abilities that Buddhists don't have. Fellow Taoist, please take care of it. We might not be able to leave this place without fellow Taoists' divine abilities. As Confucian cultivators say, one can't reach 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. If one wants to reach 1,000 miles, one can reach a higher level." The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded. "I've heard some news from the sage of literature, and I've also gained some insights in this regard. After we resolve the calamity in the primitive continent and leave the imperial palace, I'll work with fellow immortal Green Robe and fellow immortal Soul Cultivator to improve the teleportation formation. Of course, since a female immortal from the immortal world left this place, we should have a chance." "Good." Xiaohua nodded and looked at the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. A mysterious smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said, "Now that the imperial court's matter has been settled, let's see what it is that requires the Maitreya Buddhatsili to suppress." While speaking, Xiaohua looked up again. Far away from the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, the heaven-swallowing beast was hiding behind a mountain range with the 9-toothed rake in its hand, looking very nervous. "Hee, this little guy is probably scared out of his wits." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. A large hand appeared out of thin air and covered the heaven-swallowing beast. The heaven-swallowing beast was very anxious and waved its 9-toothed rake to resist. "Don't be afraid," Xiaohua said. "This old man has already killed the heavenly demon. Now, there are only a few of us left in the Imperial Heaven Tower. Besides, if this old man wants to kill you, why would I need to go through so much trouble?" The heaven-swallowing beast was already in awe of Xiaohua. Now that it saw the space being sealed, it naturally had the intention and the ability to break this cage. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, it gave up on resisting. It only held the 9-toothed rake in its hand and was taken into the Heaven and Earth Pagoda with unusual vigilance. "Let's go." Xiaohua looked at the heaven-swallowing beast's vigilance and said indifferently, "Although you are related to Di Ting and followed him into the Imperial Heaven Tower, you are also fated to be with this old man. Today, this old man will give you a share of the merit of saving the billions of lives in the primitive continent. This can be considered as living up to your Dharma name of Jie Qi." The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned and muttered a few words. However, in the end, it didn't say anything. After all, the scene just now was really frightening. The heaven-swallowing beast couldn't let down its guard for a while. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua, Bone-Tempering Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua returned. Moreover, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua still activated the 9 cauldrons to suppress the Heaven and Earth Pagoda and opened the 7th floor of the pagoda. The pagoda turned into a pure white camellia flower. Chapter 4262. 7 mysterious lights rushed out of the camellia, and the whole space was immediately enveloped by the 7 lights. All the light and shadows dimmed. When Xiaohua's eyes fell on the source of the lights, he saw a Buddhist treasure that looked like 7 bamboo joints and 7 tree branches floating in the camellia. However, no matter what the illusion of the Buddhist treasure was, there were still 7 layers of extremely obscure waves that penetrated into the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Within these 7 layers of waves was an absolute space that no one's gaze or Buddhist consciousness could enter. The Tree of 7 Wonders. Bodhi could not help but cry out in surprise. Why is it here? Is this what Maitreya Buddha's Kylie is suppressing? Master, you're wrong. Xiaohua's divine mind swept over and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "This thing is the same as Panga's axe. It's not the real tree of 7 wonders. It's just a shell or a shadow. Like Panga's axe, it's a Buddhist treasure of Maitreya Buddha Lord. Maitreya Buddha Lord's Kaili is placed in the 8th level of the pagoda not to suppress this thing, but to control it. The 6th level of the pagoda under this thing is what the heaven demon of nirvana needs to suppress." Xiao Hua raised his hand and grabbed. Sure enough, where his hand passed, the tree of 7 wonders turned into a shadow. Xiao Hua could not hold the Buddhist treasure at all. "Master." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It seems that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. The Buddhist treasure will finally fall into your hands. I'm afraid that the multicolored light in the imperial palace that day was emitted by this thing." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and Phoenix Body Xiao Hua looked at each other and said almost in unison, "Congratulations Grandmaster, congratulations. What's there to be happy about?" Bodhi shook his head slightly. "Everything is just a reflection of the moon in the water. Only my Buddha is real." However, Bodhi still chanted Buddhist mantras and came before the tree of 7 wonders. He raised his hand and held the Buddhist treasure. "Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha." The Buddhist chant filled the whole space, and Bodhi easily held the tree of 7 wonders in his hand. Fate is too wonderful for words." Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He knew very well that the heaven and earth pagoda itself was a unique treasure. It was used by the heavenly demon to support the reversal of space. Inside the heaven and earth pagoda, it was used to suppress the formation I of the innate heavy water flood formation. The heaven and earth pagoda was divided into 9 levels. Panga's axe was on the 9th level, Ancient Sili was on the 8th level, and now the Tree of 7 Wonders was on the 7th level. He really could not figure out what better things were in the other levels of the heaven and earth pagoda. After putting away the Tree of 7 Wonders, Buddha Bodhi continued to stand by the side. However, the Tree of 7 Wonders did not leave the heaven and earth pagoda. This was because there were strange waves rushing out from the 6th level of the heaven and earth pagoda, as if the whole pagoda was about to burst. "What is this?" Xiao Hua frowned as he muttered in his heart, "I actually have to rely on the wonderful Tree of 7 Treasures to suppress it. I won't release something that I can't control, right?" Thinking of this, Xiao Hua said to Bodhi, "Grandmaster, be careful. If there are any accidents, immediately activate the Buddhist treasure." Bodhi smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry, Tan Yu. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best." Bodhi's words naturally revealed his lack of confidence, indicating that he might not be able to control the Tree of 7 Wonders. However, Xiao Hua still gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator, open the 6th level of the pagoda. At worst, we'll destroy this inverted space and overturn the Great Formation. Fellow Taoist, your thinking is too simple." The green-robed Xiao Hua was a formation grandmaster. He curled his lips and said, "If we could break the formation like this, would we still need to break it layer by layer?" Xiao Hua stared at the heaven and earth pagoda with a solemn expression. When Xiao Hua opened the 6th layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, the body of the pagoda transformed into the shape of an orchid. Xiao Hua and the others were dumbfounded because there was nothing inside the orchid at all. The previous fluctuations had all disappeared without a trace. Strange. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. After his divine sense swept over, he opened his delirium destruction Dharma eye. However, before he could open it, a bewitching blue color instantly pierced into his Dharma eye, and even a cold and astringent feeling like a gust of wind was born from his Dharma eye. The origin of wind. Xiao Hua was really ecstatic. He shouted almost without hesitation, "Fellow Taoists, we've struck gold. Quickly prepare." As he spoke, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. Within the space, the origin of wood that had yet to be refined immediately spread out. Xiao Hua guided his fists into the orchid and slowly displayed the Big Dipper divine fist. Great. Great. This is what I like the most. The bone-honing Xiao Hua was the happiest. His figure also landed on top of Xiao Hua's head. Wind whooshed out of his fists as he displayed the fist technique together with his body. The Big Dipper divine fist that others couldn't learn no matter what was displayed by the two of them at the same time was truly dazzling. Like the other origins, the origin of wind didn't have any special resistance under the attraction of the starry sky fluctuations. It quickly entered Xiao Hua's body and tempered his body with the flow of the Big Dipper divine fist before finally entering the space. However, it was somewhat different from the other origins. As soon as the origin of wind entered the space, the entire space immediately produced a whistling sound. Then, the entire space seemed to be stretched, producing a strange change. "Oh, not good." Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. At this time, there were billions of living beings in his space, how could it tolerate the slightest bit of change? Almost without hesitation, Xiao Hua's divine sense entered the space. However, when Jade Archive Xiao Hua stood firmly in the space, his brows were tightly knitted together again. The entire space was indeed different from before, and it was very different. Everything in front of him was somewhat blurry and distorted. Even the appearance of the Fortune Gate's disciples on the Shenhua mainland seemed somewhat unreal. However, other than this distortion, there were no other obvious changes. Not only were all the living beings growing normally, even the Hua Lishan's heavenly devil avatar that wasn't killed was bewitching some Fortune Gate's disciples who had fallen into the devil path. Everything was no different from before. What is going on? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was truly puzzled. Could it be that there are changes in the space that even I don't know about? At this time, the green-robed Xiao Hua also came in from outside the space and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist, why did you rush into the Shenhua mainland without any reason? What the hell happened?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled slightly and looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua's blurry and distorted figure, asking, "What? Don't you feel that there are some changes in the Shenhua mainland? Is that so?" The green-robed Xiao Hua looked around in bewilderment and asked curiously, "No. I didn't find anything different. Is everything exactly the same as before?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua asked. "Of course it's exactly the same, I really didn't find anything different." The green-robed Xiao Hua looked again and even moved his hands to attract lightning, carefully comprehending the power of lightning before answering. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked meaningfully at the space and nodded, saying, "Perhaps. I was thinking too much. Let's go, let's see what the wind origin is suppressing." Is there still a need to say? The green-robed Xiao Hua flew out of the space with the Jade Archive Xiao Hua as he replied, "Previously, we had been guessing the origin of this innate heavy water. Now that even the origin of wind has appeared, the origin of wind must be suppressing the origin of water. This is the only way to explain how so much innate heavy water came to be." Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position and his spirit shook. He clapped his hands and said, "Good, I also think so. If we have the water origin, our 5 elemental origins will be complete, and the light escape technique will enter a whole new level." Under everyone's gaze, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua opened the 5th layer of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Seeing the purple chrysanthemum in the pagoda, Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and was overjoyed, because there was nothing in his divine sense. Moreover, there was a kind of heavy fluctuation in the entire chrysanthemum that went straight into the 4th layer of the pagoda. Wasn't this the water origin he was thinking of? However, when he opened his illusion breaker eyes, his eyes were filled with dazzling purple lightning patterns. Xiao Hua was absolutely dumbfounded. What? Why is it the lightning origin? Could it be that the water origin is in the 4th layer of the pagoda? Oh, I understand now. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment and said in surprise, "Fellow Taoists, do you still remember the white bones we picked up from the dozen or so big pillars under the lava where the stone giant was? Those white bones either had the power to kill with lightning or a fine penetrating power. They were all killed by the lightning origin and wind origin. They were probably killed by the wind and lightning because they wanted to collect these things. Xiao Hua was astonished when the lightning origin was revealed. Not only was there lightning vibrating on the pagoda, but the entire space was also shaken, and countless purple colors dyed the surroundings. Great Master, quickly make a move. Seeing the purple color in the illusion breaker eyes fly up like the rising sun, Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly called out. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted Buddha's name and raised the seven wonders tree to block it. However, just as he raised his hand, the Buddha's light on the golden body rapidly dimmed. Obviously, he couldn't activate the seven wonders tree. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and shouted, "Fellow Taoist tempered bones, let's attack together." Okay. Tempered bones. Xiao Hua saw the lightning origin and almost somersaulted in midair. Hearing Xiao Hua's order, he happily responded and rushed into the sky to activate the Big Dipper Divine Fist. Xiao Hua landed below the bone-honing Xiao Hua. While releasing the starry sky fluctuations, he also danced with the Big Dipper God Fist. When the thunder origin entered his body, Xiao Hua's body immediately felt like it was being smashed by a heavy hammer. His entire body was smashed apart inch by inch and then fused back together inch by inch. This was even more painful than the first time he introduced the fire origin. Chapter 42-63. Xiao Hua's days felt like years. He did not dare to faint casually, nor did he dare to let go of any trace of understanding. After all, the power of thunder was the most important of all the spells that he practiced. His understanding of the thunder vanquishing bead was still shallow. In the face of this thunder origin, he could only treat the feeling of not being able to live or die as an experience. However, when the thunder origin fell into the space, Xiao Hua's heart clenched again. His mind followed the thunder origin into the space, and an inexplicable premonition was born from the bottom of his heart. Rumble. The thunder origin fell into the starry sky, and the entire space was suffused with purple. At the same time, the green that had not completely disappeared before mixed with the purple. Immediately, there was a change that Jade Archive Xiao Hua did not expect. The previously blurred and distorted space was now being stretched by the power of wind and thunder. When the light and shadow stretched to a certain extent, the light and shadow rapidly shrank and returned to its original state in a moment. The power of wind and thunder seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and it continued to stretch until the entire space was stretched into another Shenhua continent. However, the Shenhua continent in this space was much smaller than the previous Shenhua continent, and everything inside was somewhat similar to what Jade Archive Xiao Hua felt before. Everything inside felt blurry and unreal. What's going on? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. He saw that the space had actually given birth to another space. Waves of strange fluctuations rushed from the space into his mind, and a feeling of being at a loss arose spontaneously. When the strange fluctuations entered his body, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He hurriedly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky, carefully perceiving the fluctuations. While Xiao Hua was comprehending the fluctuations, the changes in the entire space continued to develop. Besides this small space, 6 different spaces appeared around the Shenhua continent. These spaces were somewhat similar to the small space from before, but their sizes were different, and the colors of the spaces within were different as well. So much so that if the Jade Archive Xiao Hua opened his eyes, he would be able to see that the outer layers of these 7 spaces were all wrapped in a hazy luster, just like each and every one of the mysterious stars. Finally, a golden light flew up from Shenhua continent and landed on all the spaces. Only then did the shaking of the entire space stop. The entire space fell into a state of absolute stillness. The vibrations that came with the appearance of each space also stopped abruptly. The moment the spatial vibration stopped, many star-like brilliances appeared in the adjacent spaces. These brilliances were somewhat dim and not particularly vivid. The changes in the space had ended, but the changes in the Shenhua continent had not. Many treasures and rare items had broken free from Xiaohua's shackles. After disappearing in an extremely strange manner, they reappeared in different spaces. There were even many Fortune Gate disciples who had disappeared several times on the spot before slowly returning to their original state. However, this kind of change was caused by the will of heaven and earth. Everything in the space was in a state of stillness. The Fortune Gate disciples were unaware of this, and even Xiaohua, who was meditating with his eyes closed, was unaware of this. As for the strange beasts and rare items that Xiaohua had collected into his space, they had all fallen into the void along with the golden light. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua's eyelids moved and he opened his eyes. The moment his eyelids moved, the stillness of the entire space was broken, and everything began to move again. Xiaohua was no longer on the original Shenhua continent. Instead, he was in a kind of void. He looked at the darkness around him, then at the space where Shenhua continent was, and then at the other spaces that had just appeared. He sighed and said, "Space, ah, space. The so-called space naturally has emptiness first, then space. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are emptiness, and the power of wind and thunder is space. Only spaces with complete origin force can be considered real spaces." As he spoke, Jade Archive Xiaohua gently waved his hand, and countless tiny spaces appeared in the void. With another wave of his hand, these tiny spaces were completely annihilated, and a terrifying destructive force was born from the birth and destruction of these spaces. This is the true power of space. Only by controlling the power of heaven and earth can one have such destructive power. Xiaohua said with a wry smile. What is I's cultivation level now? What's the use of knowing these profound truths of heaven and earth? Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze swept across the various spaces again. He already understood everything inside. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao in the endless void. Previously, in the space where Shenhua continent was, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao had taken shelter in the starry sky. Now, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao had escaped from the starry sky of that space and landed in the endless void. His figure became increasingly ethereal and larger. Similarly, in the void, Xiaohua of the Karma hand had covered several spaces, and the Karma hand was incomparably large. Everything will change, and everything will develop. Xiaohua smiled faintly, and his figure landed in the space where Shenhua continent was. He thought to himself, previously, I thought that this was how the space was, but who would have thought that there would be such a change today? Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao, when will it end? Oh. While flying, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao raised his eyebrows, and his figure stopped in midair. He looked at a star halo in the distance. The heavenly devil of freedom was actually reborn in that unformed space. Oh my, even the heavenly devil of joy was there. Sure enough, this devil can't be eliminated unless there is no more life in this world. However, the place where the heavenly devil of freedom and the heavenly devil of joy are. Is it the devil nation? Why hasn't that place formed yet? I don't care. With these 2 heavenly devils in I's space, the Fortune Gate's disciples can also pass the devil tribulation. Their cultivation is the real cultivation. I don't believe that the disciples who passed the heavenly devil's test can't be compared to the disciples of the hidden immortal continent or even the dawn rain continent. As Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao was thinking, the green-robed Xiaohua's figure appeared in the space where Shenhua continent was. The moment the green-robed Xiaohua appeared, he looked at the newly formed space in surprise, as if he had already sensed it. Oh. Interesting. Seeing this, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao appeared beside the green-robed Xiaohua in a flash. He smiled and asked, why did fellow Taoist come in? Fellow Taoist. The green-robed Xiaohua ignored Xiaohua's question. Instead, he continued to look in the direction of the space and asked curiously, "What's going on? I didn't feel anything when I entered the space just now. Why did I find a place that made me feel a strange connection when I came in this time? Oh. What strange connection did you discover with the place outside this space?" Xiaohua of the Heavenly Tao asked calmly. The green-robed Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he said word by word, "I can't explain this connection. However, I feel that other than this Shenhua continent, there should be another place that I can go. It's like a home." Fellow Taoist, what's going on? He, fellow Taoist, if I can say, I will naturally say it. I feel that it's not too late to say it when you discover it. Xiaohua of the Heavenly Tao replied mysteriously. The green-robed Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, it's up to you to say it." At this moment, the green-robed Xiaohua raised his eyebrows again. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoguo appeared beside the two. Xiaoguo looked at the two dumbfounded. She didn't understand why two masters suddenly appeared. "What's going on?" Xiaoguo. The green-robed Xiaohua asked. When Xiaoguo heard this, she immediately bowed and said while crying, "Master, please know that our house has been robbed. Suddenly, a lot of spiritual herbs have been stolen." Ah! When the green-robed Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly looked at the herb field and then looked at the place he was worried about. Sure enough, his expression changed greatly. He looked at Xiaohua of the Heavenly Tao with bright eyes and said, "Fellow Taoist, is there really a thief? Is it those heavenly demons?" Don't worry." Xiaohua of the Heavenly Tao smiled and said to the green-robed Xiaohua and Xiaoguo, "There are some changes in Shenhua continent. This is normal. Everything is under I's control." "Master." Xiaoguo looked at the green-robed Xiaohua with doubt. Whatever master says." The green-robed Xiaohua felt very bored and waved his hand. "Just do your own thing. Go, Xiaoguo." Xiaohua stretched out his hand and patted Xiaoguo's head a few times. "You did very well. Master saw everything." "Yes, master." Xiaoguo still couldn't tell which one was the real master. She simply bowed to the two of them and left. "Let's go. Fellow Taoists must be waiting anxiously." Xiaohua of the Heavenly Tao waved his hand and called the green-robed Xiaohua out. "What's the hurry? We just came in." The green-robed Xiaohua muttered and flew out of the space with Xiaohua of the Heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, he stroked his chin and said, "Right, there are some changes in the space. When we came in, it was a bit difficult. Did you do something?" Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. He had already sensed what the green-robed Xiaohua said. The boundary of the space now was completely different from before. It was the endless void that was in contact with the outside world. It wasn't the original space that was directly in contact with the outside world. Even if a powerful expert discovered his own space, they could only enter the void first before discovering other spaces. Of course, the current Xiaohua couldn't completely understand the connection between the spaces. Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position. The group of doppelgangers looked at Xiaohua and waited for his analysis. They seemed to have seen something from the green-robed Xiaohua's excited face. Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's a long story. If fellow Taoists are interested, you can go and see for yourselves after leaving the imperial palace." At this point, Xiaohua glanced at the dragon vein Xiaohua and said thoughtfully, "If I guessed correctly, fellow Taoist Longmai should be able to enter Shenhua continent this time." Chapter 4264. Oh ho! Xiaohua of the dragon vein shouted. He raised his head and let out a dragon roar above the heaven and earth pagoda. He seemed very happy. Then, without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, he immediately shouted, "Fellow Taoist, this poor Taoist can't wait any longer. Can this poor Taoist go in and take a look? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the blooming chrysanthemum. He nodded and said, the fourth floor of the heaven and earth pagoda should contain the water source that we urgently need. With the help of wind and lightning sources, it should be able to produce more innate heavy water. If we can obtain the water source, then, the Shenhua continent will have all 5 elements. Who knows what changes will happen to the space? Forget it, fellow Taoist Longmai, you can try to enter. Good. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua praised. His figure swayed and rushed into the space, while Xiao Hua's mind entered first. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, this time, Xiao Hua entered the space very smoothly. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Xiao Hua didn't enter the Shenhua continent. Instead, he fell into another space above the Shenhua continent. What's going on? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was shocked. His figure flickered and he appeared above the continent. Fellow Taoist, is this the Shenhua continent? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was surprised to see such a barren space filled with rich origin energy. Where did our Fortune Gates disciples go? Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and then at the space around him. He already understood that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was formed from the dragon cleansing liquid, which was an item from the dragon domain. Therefore, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's body was of a higher grade than ordinary dragons. He might be able to exist in a space like the hidden immortal continent, but he could not enter an incomplete space like the Shenhua continent. Now that Xiao Hua's space had merged with the wind and lightning sources, there was a level to it. This space might be a higher grade space that could accommodate Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Similarly, the space that green-robed Xiao Hua had sensed on the Shenhua continent was also a higher grade space. Feel it again. Xiao Hua suggested, see if you can sense other spaces. Other spaces? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was stunned and said in surprise, fellow Taoist, how many spaces are there here? Isn't there only one Shenhua continent? Naturally, there wasn't any in the past. But from today onwards, there will be. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Congratulations fellow Taoist, congratulations fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua immediately understood and cupped his hands with a smile. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua returned the greeting, congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Then, Xiao Hua followed Xiao Hua's instructions and carefully sensed his surroundings. Before long, he found the aura of the space where Shenhua continent was located. In the past, Xiao Hua had been able to sense the Shenhua continent, but he had not been able to enter. Now that he had sensed it and activated his dragon chi, he was actually able to enter. However, it consumed a lot of dragon chi, and the space that came into contact with the Shenhua continent showed signs of collapsing. Because of this, Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay for too long. After looking around a bit, he hurriedly left. How was it? The moment the green-robed Xiao Hua saw Dragon Vein Xiao Hua come out, he immediately asked. Avacania, Avacania. Xiao Hua of the dragon bloodline was actually keeping them in suspense. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and simply passed on some of his insights into the advancement of space to these clones. It can't be. When the clones sensed what Xiao Hua said, they were all stunned. After a moment, they were all beaming with joy. Our luck is actually so good. Previously, we shared a space, but now, each of our clones has a space. Xiao Hua nodded and said, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be so. However, if you want to enter your own space, fellow Taoists, you all need to continue to work hard. Good. We understand. The clones replied in unison. Xiao Hua and the other clones calmed down and said to the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, scholarly fellow Taoist, you can release the water origin now. Okay. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua responded and activated the heaven and earth pagoda again, releasing the fourth level of the pagoda. After a graceful peony flower bloomed, wisps of green gas flew out from the peony flower and floated towards the surrounding space. Tai Wei green light. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with this green light and immediately cried out, This is an innate jellyfish. When the clones heard this, they immediately looked towards the peony flower. Sure enough, a ball of water blue green light was emitting brilliance from within, and endless amounts of Tai Wei green light fell into the third level of the pagoda. Although an innate jellyfish was also an extremely rare thing in the world, Xiao Hua's eyes clearly showed extreme disappointment. Compared to the water origin, the innate jellyfish was still too far away. Granny, I understand now. The green-robed Xiao Hua cried out like a prophet, that heavenly demon didn't have the water origin in his hands, so he borrowed the power of wind and thunder to produce something similar to the water origin. Then, he used the innate jellyfish to turn this thing similar to the water origin into Tai Wei green light and sent it into the Great Formation. At this point, the green-robed Xiao Hua stopped because the Grand Light Azure Light was the Grand Light Azure Light and not the Connate Heavy Water. The Grand Light Azure Light could kill, but it couldn't create a flood like the Connate Heavy Water. The green-robed Xiao Hua couldn't guess what was inside the third level of the pagoda that could turn Tai Wei green light into innate true water. Xiao Hua had used his mind to collect the innate jellyfish before, so it wasn't too difficult for him to do so now. However, this innate jellyfish clearly contained too much power of wind and thunder, and too much Tai Wei green light. It was abnormally heavy, so Xiao Hua had to spend a lot of effort to collect it. The green-robed Xiao Hua watched Xiao Hua collect the innate jellyfish, his eyes turned a few times, and he asked, Fellow Taoist, our five elements wishful sky cudgel needs the innate mother of nature. Previously, we used the innate jellyfish and innate fire origin, so which one do we lack now? We still lack the innate mother of nature and the metal and wood elemental magnetism. Xiao Hua answered without hesitation, these two things are still unknown. Previously, Xian gave us the information about the location of the wood and water elemental magnetism, but we already obtained it in the ruins, so we don't need to go there anymore. And the water origin. The bone-honing Xiao Hua reminded again, without the water origin, fellow Taoist can't cultivate the light escape technique. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, the things we need for cultivation are all rare treasures in the world. Even the immortals of the immortal world would covet them. Fortunately, our luck is not bad, and we were able to wander to the upper realms like the ruins and the Great Desolation continent. Otherwise, who knows when we would be able to gather all these things. As for the things we lack, we don't need to worry, we can slowly look for them. Good. The bone-honing Xiao Hua obtained 3 origins at once, but he couldn't refine them in a short time. At this time, he naturally didn't have any objections and was the first to applaud. Fellow Taoist, continue to open it. Xiao Hua instructed the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, I am already very curious, what exactly is inside the third layer, to actually be able to turn the Tai Wei green light into the innate heavy water. Not only was Xiao Hua curious, even the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was also curious. However, when the third layer of the pagoda turned into a blood-red azalea flower and bloomed, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the thing inside the azalea flower. Because inside the azalea flower, there was a complete set of golden dragon bones curled up, and an aura that made everyone prostrate themselves in worship overflowed from it. It forced everyone to retreat, and they couldn't even stand steadily in the air. And that almost endless amount of Tai Wei green light fell into the dragon mouth of this golden dragon bones and flowed out from the tail of the dragon bones. That gu-gu-gu sound of flowing into the second layer of the pagoda, was precisely the innate heavy water. Close it first. Even Xiao Hua was unable to resist the dragon aura from the dragon bones. He descended from the sky and hurriedly ordered the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. However, when the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua urged the heaven and earth pagoda to close the azalea flower, he discovered that he was unable to suppress the soaring dragon aura, and thus was unable to close the azalea flower. Damn it, this Hua Le Heaven Demon is definitely a genius. At this time, the green-robed Xiao Hua somewhat admired the Hua Le Heaven Demon. He was actually able to use the characteristics of these heaven and earth treasures to arrange a great formation, and forcibly create something out of nothing to make the innate heavy water appear. Now that we have slightly damaged it, it can't be restored to its original state. Since the heaven and earth pagoda had already been opened, the dragon aura from the dragon bones above the dragon god became more and more penetrating, gradually forming a dragon shape above the heaven and earth pagoda. And as this dragon shape became more and more plentiful, Xiao Hua and the others became more and more unable to stay for long, as if they would have to kneel before this dragon shape at any time. Io. At this time, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua exclaimed, This seems to be Ao Sheng. What? Ao Sheng? Xiao Hua stared blankly, trying his best to look at that blurry dragon shape, but it was useless. In his eyes, Ao Sheng was no different from Ao Jia and Ao Yi. Only Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon body and Little White's dragon body could be distinguished. Who cares if it's Ao Sheng or not? The golden light above the dragon bones was truly dazzling, and even through this dragon shape, it still pierced Xiao Hua's eyes, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. He angrily said, If fellow Taoist has the means, why don't you hurry up and take this dragon bone? But if I take it, I won't be able to return it to Ao Sheng. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant. I can't be compared to Master Bodhi, I can only beat dogs with meat buns. Bullshit. Xiao Hua angrily said, How can Ao Sheng, this little brat, be compared to Lu He? Hurry up and take this dragon bone. We won't leave a single hair for Dragon Island. Alright, then I will give it a try. I don't have much confidence. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then said to Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, who was also somewhat numb, Fellow Taoist, help me. Alright. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua nodded, and according to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's message, he did his best to close the azalea flower a little. When the azalea flower moved, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also let out a long roar, releasing his dragon body, and landing on the azalea flower in the same position as the dragon god's dragon bone. Then, he inserted the dragon horn on his head into the gap of the azalea flower. Chapter 4265. Wang. The entire dragon horn let out a rumbling sound, and the countless dragon patterns on it fell into the azalea flower along with the dragon horn. The entire azalea flower also shook, and as the dragon patterns overflowed, the entire azalea flower also turned into a dragon shape. Pa pa pa. In just a moment, there was another burst of explosive sounds, and like bamboo being thrown into a fire pit, many dragon patterns flew out from the cracks of the azalea flower. Fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua suddenly shouted, Lend I 9 drops of essence blood. Ah! 9 drops? Xiao Hua opened his mouth in shock, Don't tell me you want I's life. Fellow Taoist, this is the dragon bone of the dragon god. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's extremely tempting voice came, If you pass this village, you won't have this shop anymore. Today, fellow Taoist is unwilling to part with 9 drops of essence blood, but in the future, even if you have 90 drops of essence blood, you won't be able to find the dragon bone of the dragon god. Okay. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and agreed. When the 9 drops of essence blood fell into the azalea flower, Xiao Hua's face turned pale, and he almost couldn't stand in the air. Boom! A huge rumbling sound came from the azalea flower, and the dragon shape in the air turned blood red. Now is the time. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua roared, his body shrunk, and rushed into the azalea flower. However, in just a moment, the dragon breath that rushed into the sky slowly dissipated and fell into the azalea flower again. Roar! Dragon Vein Xiao Hua flew out from the azalea flower, his body was covered in golden light, and an uncontrollable dragon might rushed out of his body. Fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua seemed to be unable to control his body, and he shouted, "I can't continue to help fellow Taoist here, I want to enter the Xinhua continent to rest." "Okay, you can go," Xiaohua said, and released his consciousness to put Dragon Vein Xiaohua into the space. Once Dragon Vein Xiaohua left, the entire space immediately returned to its original state, and the clones all let out a long breath. "Fellow Taoist, can you control this nation treasure?" Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the mountain river seal, and asked Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua smiled, "This nation treasure originally belonged to my Confucian imperial power, of course I can control it. Needless to say, the heaven and earth pagoda is now under my control." As he spoke, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of true qi to stabilize the mountain and river seal. He looked at the innate heavy water that had already disappeared from the third layer of the pagoda and said, "Taking away the dragon bone is already taking drastic measures. This great array no longer has an endless supply of innate heavy water. The catastrophe of the great desolate continent should have already been resolved. As for the second level of the heaven and earth pagoda, there's no need to guess. It can only be the innate heavy water. Is there even a need to guess?" The green-robed Xiaohua snorted and said, "Anyone with eyes could see the innate heavy water flowing into the second level of the heaven and earth pagoda. Now, what we need to guess is, what is being suppressed at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda? This." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua thought for a moment and shook his head. "I can't guess. Let's take a look first." Xiaohua frowned and instructed. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua opened the second layer of the pagoda. Indeed, after a huge osmanthus flower bloomed, the entire second layer of azure water waves appeared. Looking at the endless azure water waves, Buddha Bodhi mercifully shook his head and said, "Namo Maitreya Buddha, if this innate heavy water fell into the great desolate continent, wouldn't it destroy the entire great desolate continent? Keep it." Xiaohua looked around and saw that there were still many whirlpools appearing from time to time. He understood that the great desolate continent was still raining cats and dogs. He instructed Bodhi, "The longer it stays, the more lives will be harmed." Bodhi smiled bitterly and said, "This little monk's water bottle is already full of innate heavy water. I can't keep it any more. This innate heavy water should be kept in the Shenhua continent by Tanyue." "No." The green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "So much innate primordial water, the entire Shenhua continent can't contain it. Could it be that Master wants to flood the Shenhua continent?" This. Bodhi was also in a difficult position. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Tanyue can seal it in a place, right?" There's no need for you to think too much." Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He thought of the space where Dragon Vein Xiaohua was at now. That place was merely barren. There was no sea or ocean. Wasn't this innate heavy water exactly what that space needed? As for the harm this innate heavy water would do to the dragon race, Dragon Vein Xiaohua would definitely not sit by and do nothing. He would definitely refine this innate heavy water into ordinary water. As he spoke, Xiaohua released his consciousness and began to collect the innate heavy water. The green-robed Xiaohua was still worried. He entered the space to check. When he didn't see any water droplets entering the Shenhua continent, he raised his head to look at the sky. He seemed to have thought of something. Taoist. Seeing Xiaohua use his divine ability to collect the innate heavy water, Sky Devouring, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but fly closer. It knelt in mid-air and kowtowed. This little one represents the strange beasts of the great desolate continent to thank Taoist Jinhun. If this little one has offended you in any way, please forgive me. Get up. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and helped Sky Devouring up. He smiled and said, "Previously, you and I didn't understand each other. The so-called offending has already become a thing of the past." "Yes, Taoist Jinhun." Sky Devouring stood up with Xiaohua's help and respectfully stood at the side. Its attitude was completely different from before. Xiao Hua was busy for less than an hour. The amount of innate heavy water in the osmanthus flower didn't seem to have decreased by much. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and raised his head to ask, "Scholarly cultivator, you can already control the heaven and earth pagoda. Can you directly send this innate heavy water to the Shenhua continent? This little one has yet to completely control the heaven and earth pagoda." Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua replied. "Moreover, this little one has already tried. There is simply too much innate heavy water. This little one is unable to activate the heaven and earth pagoda. All of you come." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "If I only rely on myself, I don't know when I'll be able to collect it." He. The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed. He waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said, "We also don't have enough. Why don't we let the Fortune Gate's disciples come out and help?" "Great!" Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. "I am used to fighting alone and have always neglected the strength of the Fortune Gate's disciples." Then, the green-robed Xiao Hua handed the Kunlun mirror to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua casually glanced at Sky Devouring, who was standing respectfully not far away. He took the Kunlun mirror and activated it, releasing the Fortune Gate's disciples one by one. The strength of the Fortune Gate's disciples couldn't be underestimated. They might not be able to escape the calamity of the desolate continent, but it wasn't a problem to get them to help collect the innate heavy water. Especially the Lu family's disciples. When they saw that they could do something for Xiao Hua, they all activated the divine ability of the dragon clan's descendants and collected the innate heavy water as if they were showing off. After Fu Jiwen and the others saw Xiao Hua, they directed their disciples to various parts of the heaven and earth pagoda to collect the innate heavy water. When they finished distributing, they simply returned to Xiao Hua's side. Xiao Hua was quite happy to see that his disciples had become useful. However, when he glanced at Fu Jiwen, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. He sent a voice transmission to Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua merely shrugged and shook his head. Although there were many Fortune Gate's disciples, there was too much innate heavy water in the heaven and earth pagoda. With so many disciples, it took more than a month to collect all the innate heavy water in the heaven and earth pagoda's second floor. Seeing that the innate heavy water was gradually drying up, a magic formation set up in the void appeared at the point where the second and first levels of the heaven and earth pagoda came into contact. This magic formation exuded a kind of dragon's might, and the faint dragon patterns were mixed with some Buddhist light. Xiao Hua's divine thoughts revealed a wave that he was familiar with. Wasn't this the firmament formation that Xiao Hua had seen on the heaven-connecting peak that day? Phew! Only now did Xiao Hua's heart completely calm down. He understood that this great formation was most likely the dragon formation that the dragon god knew about. He might not be able to break it with his strength. However, he had already taken away the innate heavy water. Even if this great formation was not broken, the apocalyptic disaster of the untainted land would become a thing of the past. After the innate heavy water dried up, the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor was revealed. After Xiao Hua sent the Fortune Gate's disciples back to the Shenhua continent, he stroked his chin and looked at the heaven and earth pagoda's body. "Fellow immortal," Xiao Hua reminded, "the desolate continent's calamity has been eliminated. Now, the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor can be opened or not. What is fellow immortal's choice? What if I open it?" Xiao Hua asked with interest. "It's very simple." The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua laughed, "There is no such thing as perfection in this world. We have already done everything we could. We have also obtained the treasures we should have obtained. It is actually best for us to stop now. If I am not wrong, the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor should be sealing the heaven and earth pagoda's guardian. This thing could be a heavenly demon or some other demonic creature. If there is another heavenly demon on the desolate continent besides the heavenly demon, then this heavenly demon must be in the heaven and earth pagoda's final floor. If we open this floor, it might be released. If we can't subdue it, then I don't need to say more about the outcome." He he. Xiaohua laughed and replied, in that case, why should we open it? Fellow immortal, you can put away this heaven and earth pagoda, and we will leave the imperial heaven court. What a pity. Xiaohua's face was full of regret as he replied, I have already said that there is nothing perfect in this world. There is a guardian in this heaven and earth pagoda, so I cannot take it away. Therefore, if we want to leave, we will have to abandon this heaven and earth pagoda. Moreover, this heaven and earth pagoda is the eye of the heavenly dome formation. If we don't take it away, this heavenly dome formation will always be there. Even. The green-robed Xiaohua's face changed, we can't even leave, right? That's right. There is such a possibility. Xiaohua nodded solemnly, after all, this great formation covers the entire desolate continent. Our teleportation array is also within this great formation. Chapter 4266. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and suddenly turned to ask Sky-Swallowing Beast, Sky-Swallowing Beast, do you think I should open it or not? No. Sky-Swallowing Beast replied without hesitation. Xiaohua asked with a smile, why? Sky-Swallowing Beast stared blankly and hurriedly explained, Disciple feels that there are so many powerful things in the pagoda. Those that can be used to guard the pagoda must be even more powerful than these things. Now that the disaster of the primitive continent has been resolved, why should we look for trouble? It's just like when this lowly one found a mud-curved beast to eat, I ate its body, but I had to discard the poisonous beast's head in the end. Otherwise, not only would I have to vomit out the body, even my own life would be in danger. You foodie, you only know how to eat. Xiaohua laughed and scolded him. He turned to the green-robed Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi and said, Fellow Taoists, be on guard. If there is anything strange, feel free to attack. Fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator, prepare to open the last floor. Oh. Okay. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't listen to his advice and wanted to open the last floor, Xiaohua was also helpless and prepared to open the last floor. Wait a moment. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly spoke again. He looked left and right and flew up, forming a triangle with the green-robed Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi. Finally, he didn't forget to tell Sky-Swallowing Beast behind him, Sky-Swallowing Beast, be careful. If there really is another heavenly demon, I won't be able to protect you. Sky-Swallowing Beast vigorously nodded and asked in a low voice, Taoist, can I not open the last floor? Of course not. Xiaohua replied and raised his hands, holding the seal of turning the sea in his hands. He was very alert. When the green-robed Xiaohua held the Tingjiao shears in his hand, Buddha Bodhi struggled to lift the Tree of Seven Wonders. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua glanced at Xiaohua and activated the heaven and earth pagoda, opening the last layer of the pagoda. The purple datura flower bloomed strangely, and a gust of ghostly aura mixed with the aura of the netherworld rushed out of the datura flower. Within the ghostly aura, countless ghosts roared and wanted to rush out, ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughs and proudly says to Buddha Bodhi, did you see that? This is I's wise decision. Back then, I had seen the souls of strange beasts from the primitive continent flashing in the innate heavy water before disappearing. You all said that you had never seen it before. Look, it's not that you didn't see it before. It's just that it was absorbed into the heavenly demon's heavenly dome formation. Now, these ghosts belong to the Master. As long as the Master purifies these ghosts, who would dare to not give the Buddha fruit to the Master? Buddha Bodhi smiled and floated down from the sky. His face flickered from time to time, either Jiang Luer or Xiaohua. He said mercifully, Namo Maitreya Buddha, Tanyue is right. As long as I obtain so much merit, not to mention the reincarnation of Namo Maitreya Buddha, even the reincarnation of Mahavairakana will not be able to snatch the Buddha fruit from me. Congratulations, Great Master, congratulations, Great Master. Today, you have finally achieved your goal. The green-robed Xiaohua also cupped his hands and congratulated him. Ha ha ha, congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Buddha Bodhi laughed heartily. This is the Buddha fruit of my Namo Maitreya Buddha. As long as I'm still alive, I will never let anyone snatch this Buddha fruit. Suddenly, a somewhat timid but abnormally resolute voice rang out from behind Xiao Hua. Immediately after, a heaven and earth pagoda that was several feet tall appeared behind Xiao Hua. As soon as the heaven and earth pagoda appeared, the second layer of the pagoda was immediately controlled by it. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly urged his Dharma power. However, the whole pagoda was imprisoned and his Dharma power could not be urged at all. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the green-robed Xiao Hua and Buddha Bodhi were sealed in mid-air and could not move at all. Sky swallowing. Are you crazy? Xiao Hua was on top of the heaven and earth pagoda. Seeing the pagoda that he had mentioned before appear and that it was actually in Sky Swallowing's hands, he immediately cried out in surprise and tried his best to urge the heaven and earth pagoda. Unfortunately, although the heaven and earth pagoda made a rumbling sound, the second layer of the pagoda did not change at all. Spiritual Master Xiao. Sky Swallowing saw that he had the situation under control and did not dare to be negligent. He cried out, "I didn't do it on purpose. This is you who forced me." As he spoke, Sky Swallowing opened his mouth. Woo! A golden dragon flew out from his stomach and fell into the heaven and earth pagoda. Dragon crystal. You actually have the dragon crystal of the dragon god? Xiao Hua was shocked. At this point, how could he not know what Sky Swallowing was going to do? Buzz! The moment the dragon crystal fell into the heaven and earth pagoda, the whole pagoda immediately made a rumbling sound. Then, the pagoda turned into a huge dragon. This dragon was exactly the same as Ao Sheng, but this Ao Sheng's face was ferocious. The dragon horn on his head flashed a cold light. That overwhelming dragon power filled the second layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, firmly covering Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua, and Bodhi. Then, the dragon-shaped Ao Sheng gave a strange smile. On his face, there was a smile that was similar to the smile of the heavenly demon. He crazily pounced on Xiao Hua's back. Boom! Xiao Hua's back shone with a myriad of light like the rising sun. He wanted to resist the attack of the dragon-shaped pagoda, but this light was instantly annihilated by the dragon horn. Even Xiao Hua's body was crushed like paper under the power of the dragon crystal and the heaven and earth pagoda, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in the air. With the fall of Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua and Bodhi's faces changed greatly. Their bodies shook a few times and turned into flowing light, rushing into the blooming purple datura flower in the heaven and earth pagoda. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed. He was about to escape, but after flying for a moment, he also turned into a ray of light and fell into the datura flower. Alas! Seeing that Xiao Hua had fallen and all his doppelgangers were killed by him, Sky Swallowing's face turned pale. He raised his head to look at the empty second layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, then he looked at the heaven and earth pagoda that had turned into a dragon. He sighed and knelt down at the place where Xiao Hua had fallen. He kowtowed to the flesh and blood and said, "Spiritual Master. This little one knows that you have done a lot to save the billions of creatures in the Eldritch continent. You are the savior of all the creatures in the Eldritch continent. Moreover, you have been really good to this little one. This little one really likes the weapon you have given to this little one. If you had not uncovered the last layer of the pagoda, this little one would definitely not have made a move. However, since you've decided to unveil the pagoda and fight for merits with Namo Maitreya Buddha, destroying his path of survival, today, for the sake of Namo Maitreya Buddha, I have no choice but to launch a sneak attack on Enlightened Master. This little one will pay for Spiritual Master's life. I will use the weapon Spiritual Master gave to this little one to end my life. I hope that after this little one reincarnates, I can be Spiritual Master's mount to repay Spiritual Master's kindness." As he spoke, Sky Swallowing raised his hand and picked up the nine-toothed rake. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, as if he was extremely afraid of pain, and hit himself on the top of his head. However, what was extremely strange was that the nine-toothed rake seemed to be illusory. When it hit Sky Swallowing's head, it simply flashed past. Ah! What is going on? Sky Swallowing opened his eyes and looked at the nine-toothed rake in his hand in bewilderment. He then touched his head and asked curiously, "Am I already dead? Didn't I hear that death is very painful?" As he said that, he hugged her a few more times with the back of his hand. "And, it seems that you are really dead. If that is the case, then I have not let Spiritual Master Shao down." Sky Swallowing's pale face showed a trace of relaxation and a smile. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a kind of laughter rang out in the previously silent heaven and earth pagoda. Sky Swallowing turned pale with fright. He raised his head and saw that not only was Xiao Hua's figure facing him in perfect condition, but there was also a trace of a smile on his face. Even the green-robed Xiao Hua, Buddha Bodhi, and Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua were standing in their original places without any injuries at all. You. Sky Swallowing was puzzled. He then realized and said with a smile, "So you have also arrived here a step earlier." Then, he knelt in front of Xiao Hua and kowtowed, "Spiritual Master, don't blame this little one for being ruthless. It is only because this little one has been under Buddha Maitreya since young. He often taught this little one, and this little one is willing to do anything for Buddha Maitreya. The last floor of this heaven and earth pagoda is the last guarantee for Buddha Maitreya's enlightenment. If Spiritual Master took them away, Buddha Maitreya would really have no way to live, so this little one could only take action." Hearing this, Xiao Hua looked at Sky Swallowing with a smile that was not a smile and said, "In that case, this old man has slightly forgiven you. This little one does not care. I beg for Spiritual Master's forgiveness." Sky Swallowing did not dare to get up and said sincerely, "This little one only hopes to be Spiritual Master's mount after reincarnation to atone for the sins of my previous life." Xiao Hua looked at Sky Swallowing thoughtfully and asked, "Who gave you the dragon crystal that you used to attack this old man? Let this old man see." "This little one found that in Chao Tian Imperial Court." Sky Swallowing raised his head and answered honestly, "And that small pagoda? That thing has already been left in Chao Tian Imperial Court, how can this little one take it out? You can try. It is said that the dragon crystal of the dragon god can be reincarnated with the soul." Xiao Hua said. "Okay." Sky Swallowing opened his mouth. One. The dragon crystal was spat out from his mouth again. As soon as the dragon crystal entered the air, it immediately emitted a golden brilliance. This brilliance was once again in the shape of Ao Sheng's dragon. Ah! This. Seeing the dragon crystal like this, Sky Swallowing's face suddenly revealed a kind of surprise. He was actually not stupid, nor was he stupid. It was just that because he attacked Xiao Hua earlier, his conscience was quite guilty. Moreover, when Xiao Hua suddenly appeared, he felt a kind of shame that he did not have the face-to-face, so he lost his mind. At this moment, seeing the dragon crystal as dazzling as before, he immediately came to his senses. However, just as he came to his senses, he heard a dragon roar. Then he saw an even more dazzling golden light flash by, and then a soaring dragon breath flashed in front of his eyes. The entire world returned to its calm state, and the dragon crystal in front of him had long disappeared. Chapter 4267. That's not right. Seeing this, heaven-devouring beast immediately jumped up from the ground and exclaimed, This isn't the netherworld. Heh. At this time, a voice sounded behind heaven-devouring beast, "Of course this isn't the netherworld, this is just an illusion to test you." Heaven-devouring beast turned around in shock. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua was standing there in the distance with an indifferent expression. On his shoulder was a colorful mirage butterfly. Illusion. Heaven-devouring beast's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth again as if wanting to spit out the son of heaven and earth pagoda, but thinking that the dragon crystal was no longer there, how could the pagoda harm Xiaohua? In fact, even if he still had the dragon crystal now, how could he hurt Xiaohua? You, how did you know? Heaven-devouring beast's gaze fell on the first layer of the datura flower and looked at the ghost inside. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He was really unwilling to accept this, so he asked absent-mindedly. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at heaven-devouring beast. He was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't want to lie to heaven-devouring beast at all. If he really wanted to trick heaven-devouring beast, couldn't he just create an illusion? But he didn't expect that as soon as he appeared, heaven-devouring beast would confess without being pressed. So Xiaohua rolled his eyes and pushed the boat with the current, and made heaven-devouring beast's dragon crystal go away. Of course, Xiaohua didn't care whether this was heaven-devouring beast's cunning trick or not. Because when heaven-devouring beast used the nine-toothed rake to hit his head, Xiaohua had already made a decision in his heart. Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. Heaven-devouring beast doesn't have any magical powers, he only relies on bewitching others." Who hung the Pangu axe on heaven-connecting peak? Who placed the Chao Tiang's weapon and crystal? Who placed the Buddha and dragon statues worshipped by the stone giants and other prehistoric beasts on the primitive continent? All signs point to the fact that heaven-devouring beast is only the mastermind behind the scenes, he has a spokesperson in front of the stage. Who is this person? The heaven-devouring beast and Deity were not suitable because they were much stronger. Moreover, they were extremely loyal to Lord Dragon God and Maitreya Buddha. Hualu heavenly demon could not make use of them. Of course, it wasn't that the heavenly fiend didn't have the ability to do so. However, from what the heaven-devouring beast and truth listener said and did, they didn't know of the heavenly fiend's existence. In fact, they were key to the heavenly fiend's other plans. Previously, I also suspected that it was the primordial five little ones. After all, they are stronger than you. Furthermore, they are more arrogant and easily controlled. However, when I get the Imperial Heaven Tower and you're the only one here, do I still need to suspect anyone else? Moreover, fellow immortal Confucian cultivator said clearly that this heaven and earth pagoda is a mother-child pagoda. Now that we've reached the bottom, we still haven't seen the child pagoda. How could I not know that the magic tool you used to attack me was the child pagoda? However, I never expected you to have the dragon crystal of the dragon god. Damn it, why didn't I find out earlier that you had a dragon crystal? Otherwise, why would there be so many changes? At this point, Xiaohua asked curiously, "That's right, sky-devouring beast, how did you end up hanging the Pangu axe on the Tongtian peak? At that time, didn't you know what the Tongtian peak was for? When the Tongtian peak collapsed, the flood fell from the sky. What were you thinking?" Sky-devouring beast hesitated for a moment before answering. The Pangu axe was placed on the heaven and earth child pagoda. However, at that time, I didn't know that it was placed on the Tongtian peak, but inside the heaven and earth pagoda. Therefore, I never knew that there was a Tongtian peak on the primordial continent. At that time, when I saw the Pangu axe on the Tongtian peak, I was also dumbfounded. When the Tongtian peak collapsed and the flood fell, I didn't think too much about it. I didn't know if the flood would be able to kill all the living things in the primordial continent. Only when Taoist master mentioned it did I understand. How did the treasure inside the heaven and earth pagoda get placed? Confucian cultivator Xiaohua asked. This is not something that I can know. Sky-devouring beast said in a low voice, when I came here, I only knew that there were two identical pagodas. Afterwards, the sky-devouring heavenly demon told them everything it knew. Xiaohua and the others roughly understood that besides the sky-devouring heavenly demon, there were many other exotic beasts in the Elysium continent. Of course, before the This time, it was unknown whether it was Paradise Devil's luck or misfortune, but he finally realized all his plans. Unfortunately, he met Xiao Hua again. After Sky-Devouring Beast finished speaking, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda." Yes. Sky-Devouring Beast didn't dare to be negligent. It opened its mouth and spat out the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua raised his hand and immediately took the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda in his hand. Next, 9-province cauldron spat out Aoran Qi into the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda, cleansing it. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said, "Good, fellow immortal, this Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda doesn't have an avatar of Paradise Devil." Then Xiao Hua said coldly, "What is Paradise Devil's plan? How could he give himself away in such a small matter? If there is no accident." Then, Xiao Hua pointed at Sky-Devouring Beast and said, "This foodie also doesn't have an avatar of Paradise Devil." Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua didn't feel reassured. He also used Aoran Qi on Sky-Devouring Beast. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua behind Sky-Devouring Beast smiled and said, "The best way to control a person is to subtly influence their faith and make them believe that everything they do is true. Using an avatar to control their mind is a bad idea. Paradise Devil wouldn't do such a thing." Sure enough, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua didn't find anything strange about Sky-Devouring Beast. "Sky-Devouring Beast, you haven't answered what this old man asked you earlier." Xiao Hua stared at Sky-Devouring Beast and asked, "When you knew that what you did could destroy the Great Desolation continent and kill billions of creatures, did you regret it?" "Speaking of regret, it's not like this little one didn't." Sky-Devouring Beast replied, "However, this little one only regretted it for a moment. After all, it was for the survival of Maitreya Buddha. This little one doesn't regret anything. This little one is willing to do anything for Maitreya Buddha." Another extremely ignorant idiot. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua scolded without pity. "Actually," Xiao Hua said word by word, "long before you made your move, this old man had already warned you. However, you turned a deaf ear and actually still wanted to make your move. If this old man didn't see the opportunity early, I'm afraid that this old man would really be like these billions of ghosts, struggling bitterly here without being able to escape. Yes, this little one thinks about it now. At that time, Taoist master did indeed warn me." Sky-Devouring Beast smiled bitterly and said, "However, at that time, this little one was wholeheartedly thinking about Maitreya Buddha and didn't care. Fellow Taoists, what do you think?" Xiao Hua looked up at his clones with a smile that wasn't a smile. However, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua and the others all smiled but didn't say anything. Only Bone Tempering Xiao Hua said at the top of his voice, "Since fellow Taoist has already made a decision, why do you still need us to say anything?" Alas! Xiao Hua sighed, looked at Sky-Devouring Beast and said, "This old man has already given you many chances, but in the end, you still chose to attack this old man. Logically speaking, this old man should also take your life. Yes, this little one knows." At this time, Sky-Devouring Beast's life was already in Xiao Hua's hands. How could he dare to say anything? However, after you sneak attacked this old man, you immediately chose to kill yourself. This really surprised this old man. Therefore, this old man is a little embarrassed to deal with you. Xiao Hua changed the topic and said again, "After all, you didn't hurt this old man at all. If I killed you, it would seem that this old man is narrow-minded. Moreover, you attacked for the sake of Maitreya Buddha's survival. This old man admires this belief. However, if I didn't attack you, I would punish you, right? This old man is somewhat unwilling in his heart. Tell me, how should this old man deal with you? This little one attacked Enlightened Master and deserves 10,000 deaths. Everything is up to Enlightened Master to deal with." Sky-Devouring Beast had long heard that Xiao Hua would not take his life. At this time, how could he not know how to take advantage of the situation to get off the donkey? He hurriedly answered respectfully. How about this? Xiao Hua said, you already said previously that you're willing to do anything for Maitreya Buddha. Is this true? Of course. Sky-devouring beast nodded vigorously. This little one would rather offend all the living beings in the primeval continent than be willing to let Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist light suffer any harm. Good then. Do you still remember what this old man said to the heaven-devouring beast previously? Namo Maitreya Buddha has actually already reincarnated. Xiao Hua had just opened his mouth to speak when he was immediately interrupted by Sky-devouring beast. He said in surprise, this. How is this possible? Maitreya Buddha is already a Buddha Lord. How can he possibly reincarnate? This little one thought that you were deceiving the heaven-devouring beast previously. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Sky-devouring beast, saying, do you think this old man is someone who deceives people? No, no. Sky-devouring beast hurriedly changed his words, then what does Taoist master mean? You're helping the evildoer, helping the Hua Lu heavenly devil destroy the world. You've already been tainted with boundless karma. Now, you no longer have the face to stay in the primeval continent. Rather than being beaten to death by the primeval continent's 5 little ones in the future, why don't you leave with this old man? Xiao Hua said his plan, this old man will bring you to see your family's Maitreya Buddha Lord. You can stay by his side to protect him. Firstly, it's to atone for your sins. Secondly, it's also this old man's punishment for you. How is this possible? Sky-devouring beast said anxiously, even if Maitreya Buddha Lord reincarnated, his magic power is still boundless. How is this possible? Buddha Bodhi smiled and interrupted Sky-devouring beast, saying, if that Maitreya Buddha had the power to protect himself, why would this poor monk snatch his Buddha fruit? Now that you have the opportunity to protect him and help him obtain Buddha fruit again, you might be able to mix in with the Buddha fruit like an envoy or arhat in the future. Wouldn't that be better than being cursed by the people of this primeval continent? Taoist master. Sky-devouring beast knelt on the ground again and kowtowed with tears streaming down his face, saying, how is this punishing this little one? This is simply helping this little one. This little one has a great ambition since young and is willing to protect Maitreya Buddha. What you want this little one to do is precisely this little one's lifelong wish. Chapter 4268. Heaven-devouring beast, get up. Xiao Hua smiled, how could this old man not know about your narrow-mindedness? However, since you also have a great wish in your heart, this old man can't not fulfill your wish. Yes, Taoist. Heaven-devouring beast hurriedly got up and obediently stood at the side. This old man will keep you in the Kunlun mirror. When we return to this old man's world, I will release you. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and said, however, your origin, when we return to this old man's world, don't mention it again. Otherwise, this old man won't even need to find trouble with you, other greedy cultivators will also make an example out of you. I believe you understand the trick of this better than this old man. If heaven-devouring beast was stupid, how could happiness-melting heavenly demon choose him? On the contrary, heaven-devouring beast looked simple and honest, but its heart was very cunning. How could it not know the importance of the matter Xiao Hua was talking about? It hurriedly replied, yes, this little one understands. Good. Don't resist, this old man will keep you first. While speaking, Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror and kept heaven-devouring beast into its space. Seeing this, Buddha Bodhi praised, Namo Maitreya Buddha, Tanyu's action is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ai, don't praise I anymore. Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and said, if not for heaven-devouring beast's sincerity towards Namo Maitreya Buddha, I would have already killed it. After speaking, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and looked at the purple datura flower with fervent eyes. He asked Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist, how many ghosts are there in here? Countless. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's tone was somewhat gloomy. Other than the living beings that were killed in this calamity, there are many that were killed in the past. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi couldn't help but chant Buddha's name. He put his palms together and his face was filled with boundless benevolence. Heavenly demon, in the end, he is still a heavenly demon. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly sank and a bitter taste appeared in his mouth. He turned to Buddha Bodhi and said, Master, do you think you want to transcend them? Or do you want I to lead them into the netherworld? Is there a difference? Buddha Bodhi smiled bitterly. Furthermore, with so many ghosts, how long will this poor monk transcend them? All right. Xiao Hua nodded and no longer held back. He released his consciousness, and the netherworld origin force also rushed into the bottom level of the heaven and earth pagoda. Countless ghosts were sucked into Xiao Hua's dimension along with the netherworld origin force. Because the space had already changed, Xiao Hua's mind also fell into the space along with these ghosts. Thus, another strange scene puzzled Xiao Hua. However, these ghosts did not fall into the dark side of the Shenhua continent. Instead, they rushed into the golden light high up in the sky. It was as if there was a dark side of the space in the shadow of the golden light. Xiao Hua was shocked as he followed the ghost into the shadow of the golden light. However, something even more inexplicable happened. The ghost landed on the Yin side of Shenhua continent, but the position was slightly different. When he landed near the nether lotus and flew out of the Yin side of the space, he found himself in the space of Shenhua continent. Could it be that the Yin side of every space is the netherworld? And every netherworld is a part of the real netherworld? Xiao Hua pinched his chin and pondered as he looked at the various spaces in the endless void. Although Xiao Hua's mind and netherworld origin force were strong, it still took Xiao Hua more than 10 days to collect all the ghosts that the happiness-melting heavenly devil had been collecting for so many years. When the ghosts at the bottom level were all gone, the purple datura flower trembled and closed again. Then, the osmanthus, azaleas, peonies, chrysanthemums, orchids, camellias, lotus, and plum flowers closed one after another. The complete heaven and earth pagoda appeared in front of everyone again. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua first put away the mountain and river seal, then he raised his hand and patted the 9 provinces' cauldrons. The 9 provinces' cauldrons let out a rumbling sound and turned into a giant 9-colored hand that fell on top of the heaven and earth pagoda. As Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua urged his true energy, the heaven and earth pagoda let out a loud rumbling sound and was pulled out from the ground by Xiao Hua. As the heaven and earth pagoda flew out, the entire inverted space trembled violently. Collect. Finally, Xiao Hua patted his own head, and his 5-colored true qi turned into a huge cloud that covered the 9 continents' cauldrons and the heaven and earth pagoda. With a roar, he absorbed them into his body. Kacha. As soon as the heaven and earth pagoda disappeared from the inverted space, the second level of the heaven and earth pagoda cracked like glass. Then, cracks appeared in the void. As soon as these cracks appeared, they immediately spread in all directions, and a large area of the void collapsed in these cracks. Boom boom. Looking at the countless cracks in the void, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He understood that the heaven and earth pagoda was the eye of the great world-destroying formation. Now that Xiao Hua had absorbed the heaven and earth pagoda, the great world-destroying formation was also completely destroyed. These cracks in the void were the signs of the formation's collapse. But right at this moment, a fist-sized black hole suddenly appeared above the heads of Xiao Hua and the others, where the previous spatial barrier was. Whether it was the normal space from before or the inverted space now, everything within it surged towards the black hole. Everything, whether it was boulders, mountains, trees, etc., turned into light and shadow and fell into the black hole. Moreover, when the light and shadow of the 2 spaces collided, it emitted an indescribable fluctuation, and a violent aura was emitted from the black hole. Not good. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that this black hole was the starting point of the 2 spaces. Previously, when the heavenly demon was setting up the formation, everything was born from it. But now, the formation was going against the flow, and everything was going to be destroyed. Xiaohua and his doppelgangers were also inside, so they would inevitably be annihilated in this black hole. Damn it, the heavenly demon actually left a trick here. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly recalled his doppelgangers. Then, he activated the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror's light beam entered the void, and an abnormal distorted void passage appeared. Xiaohua did not hesitate to escape into it. When Xiaohua came out of the distorted space, he stepped into the sky above the imperial palace. At this moment, the rain that filled the sky had stopped. The space above the dome of heaven shattered, and in a moment, it was restored. The blazing sun was also hanging in the sky. Ha! Xiaohua laughed. Then, he scanned with his divine sense and said, "Everything is done. As long as this innate heavy water disappears, the great desolate continent will return to the great desolate continent of the past." Just as Xiaohua finished speaking, boom! A huge explosion came from below him. Then, a towering water pillar appeared again. Xiaohua hurriedly teleported away. When the water pillar fell, a huge whirlpool appeared at the location of Chao Tian, Quebec. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that after the black hole destroyed the two spaces, it produced a huge explosion, and a huge abyss was born under the ground. What a pity! Xiaohua recalled his divine sense and said regretfully, "This abyss is still not big enough to absorb the innate heavy water of the great desolate continent." However, before Xiaohua's regret disappeared, Xiaohua suddenly patted his forehead and said with a smile, "What is this? Since there is such an abyss, who cares about its size?" After saying that, Xiaohua activated the water escape technique and went to the bottom of the abyss. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense again, absorbing the innate heavy water near him into the space. As the saying goes, water flows to the lower places. There was such a bottomless abyss in the great desolate continent, how could the innate heavy water not flow here? After an unknown amount of time, when all the innate heavy water of the great desolate continent fell into the abyss, the whirlpool above the abyss that never stopped rotating began to slow down. Finally, the innate heavy water in the abyss disappeared, revealing Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the abyss. Perfect. Xiaohua collected the last of the innate heavy water and stood up with a smile. He clapped his hands and seemed to be talking to himself. Just when he was about to fly away, he smiled again and looked at the sky above the abyss. "Master." At this time, 5 huge shadows appeared under the sun. One of the shadows in front cried out in surprise. "Aren't they the great desolate 5 little ones? What did I say? How could the apocalypse of the great desolate continent be so easily eliminated? So it was Master who did it." The black jade Qilin was somewhat incoherent with excitement. He shouted in the air, "If we didn't chase in the direction where the flood disappeared, we wouldn't know the truth." Xiaohua flew out of the abyss and looked at the excited black jade Qilin and the other great desolate 4 little ones. Although most of the scales of these 5 great desolate beasts were damaged, the brilliance on their bodies was also dim, and they looked very miserable. The joy between their brows was obvious. Xiaohua didn't say much. He first asked about the situation of the great desolate continent. When the great desolate 5 little ones roughly explained the situation, Xiaohua unconsciously frowned. The situation was far beyond his imagination. He still underestimated the power of the great demonic world annihilation formation. Although he almost didn't stop to find the flaws of the great formation and then broke it without much delay, many strange beasts still died in the great desolate continent. Even the great desolate 5 little ones would have turned into white bones if they didn't use that mysterious formation to resist the flood together. Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the great desolate continent within tens of thousands of li. At this time, the great desolate continent was completely different from before. Those huge mountains and huge rocks were mostly corroded by the innate heavy water. Those towering peaks were no longer there. Everything looked similar to the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. However, the heaven and earth origin chi in his divine sense was still abundant. The water origin chi of heaven and earth origin chi was even denser than the other four. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before this great desolate continent was restored to the great desolate continent full of vitality. Chapter 42-69. After carefully sizing up the 5 little ones, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the ink jade Qilin. He said with a smile, "Ink jade Qilin, I might leave this place very soon. You promised me before that wherever I go, you'll follow me. Do you still keep your word?" This. The ink jade Qilin didn't expect Xiaohua to ask this as soon as they met. He unconsciously hesitated, but a moment later, he resolutely replied, "Master, after this apocalyptic flood, I know what is called sincere unity in helping each other in the same boat. Therefore, I'm unwilling to leave them. If old master insists on this lowly one following, this lowly one will definitely follow without any complaints. However, if old master can show mercy and bring all of them along, that would be for the best." "Hee, why would I bring you along?" Xiaohua smiled. "Now that the great disaster of the wilderness has just passed, there are many things waiting to be done. You're the 5 little ones, how can you leave the wilderness? Forget it, forget it. Let the agreement between you and this old man go up in smoke. I only hope that you can restrain your unruly character in the future and treat the weak creatures of the wilderness well." "Thank you, master." The ink jade Qilin was overjoyed. He knelt down in front of Xiaohua and thanked him endlessly. The gold toad, multicolored peacock, black tortoise, and black sky white tiger were also happy and knelt down. Seeing the 5 little ones thanking him, Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's rare for you all to be enlightened. As the saying goes, a prodigal son is better than gold. Today, I'll also give you some benefits." With that, Xiaohua raised his hand, and a crystal light appeared on his fingers. Then, as if he had grown 5 arms, 5 similar fingers fell on the foreheads of the 5 little beasts of the great desolation. Boom! The ink jade Qilin and the others felt their vision go dark. Countless wilderness catalog poured into their minds like a tide. They were shocked and hurriedly closed their eyes to comprehend. Xiaohua waved his sleeve and moved the 5 little ones to the ground. Then, he turned into the wind and floated away. After several tens of days, when the 5 little ones woke up, where was Xiaohua? What the 5 young ones of the primordial world did not expect was that Xiaohua had once again arrived at the heaven-reaching peak. Looking at the collapsed Tongtian peak, the mountain looked like the backbone of a defeated hero. Its unyielding and indestructible aura was still emanating from it under the scorching sun. The strange beasts of the eldritch continent did not dare to get too close to it. Xiaohua could not help but sigh and say, Tongtian Peak was originally innocent, but it fell into the hands of the heavenly demon of the eldritch continent. It was a grave sin. The entire eldritch continent was almost destroyed because of Tongtian Peak. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua nodded. Heaven connecting peak is the crystallization of the heart's blood of billions of stone giants. They also used their lives to build it. If he were to be placed in the Urwild's continent, he would most likely be treated as a pillar of shame. No one knows what will happen in the future. The material of the heavens connecting peak seems to be very strange, and the refining method is also very mysterious. It's not something that I can see through. Green-robed Xiaohua's eyes were also shining. Moreover, under the innate heavy water, everything in the eldritch continent was corroded. Only Tongtian Peak was not damaged in the slightest. This thing should be of great use. Actually. Phoenix Body Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and suggested, the material needed to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven connecting staff doesn't seem to be something like Tongtian Peak. However, since it's a divine object made by heaven, we shouldn't waste it. We might as well collect it first and see if it's useful in the future. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He wrapped his mind around Tongtian Peak and tried to collect it. He shook his head and said, "This thing was refined by the heavenly demon divine ability. Its weight has long exceeded I's ability. It's impossible to collect it in a short time. What a pity." The doppelgangers all felt that it was a pity. Just as Xiaohua turned and was about to fly away, Dragon Vane Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi suddenly spoke at the same time, "Fellow Taoist, don't worry, oh." Xiaohua stared blankly, then said with a smile on his face, "Could it be that you two fellow Taoists have a way?" Dragon Vane Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi flew to Tongtian Peak. Dragon Vane Xiaohua first released his origin sense, sweeping from the top to the bottom of Tongtian Peak, while Buddha Bodhi released his Buddhist sense from the bottom to the top. After the two doppelgangers finished their inspection, they looked at each other and smiled. Dragon Vane Xiaohua flew in front of Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Although this Tongtian Peak is incomparably large, every inch of it is refined by the secret techniques of my dragon clan and Buddhist sect. If I and Master Bodhi work together, and with the cooperation of all fellow Taoists, we have a 60% chance of collecting it." "Excellent." Xiaohua clapped his hands, bowed and said, "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoists." Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua and Buddha Subhoodie had a careful discussion for several days. Xiaohua and his doppelgangers listened attentively at the side. When the discussion was over, Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua revealed his five-clawed true dragon form. The dragon crystal that had not yet been refined transformed into a scale armor and appeared outside his dragon body. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua roared loudly. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's dragon armor emitted a dragon breath that made tens of thousands of people prostrate themselves before falling onto one end of Tongtian Peak. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's dragon breath seeped out from the depths of Tongtian Peak, transforming into an inch-long dragon form that swam towards the other end of Tongtian Peak. At the other end of the broken Tongtian Peak, Buddha Subhoodie held the Tree of Seven Wonders in his hand and chanted scriptures. 7 rays of light fell onto Tongtian Peak. Golden runes similarly seeped out from the light. These golden runes were like Bodhi trees that were more than an inch long, spreading towards the other end of Tongtian Peak. It took no less than 10 days for the dragon marks and Bodhi trees to completely cover the broken section of Tongtian Peak. Sure enough, it was as Dragon Vane Xiaohua said. Within every inch of space of Tongtian Peak, the dragon marks and Bodhi trees were very abstrusely intertwined. A kind of heaven and earth truth faintly emerged from within. Alas! Xiaohua saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The heavenly Tao is boundless, but I was born with a cliff. Rise! Dragon Vane Xiaohua let out a dragon roar from one side of Tongtian Peak, and hundreds of millions of dragon marks rushed up along with the dragon roar. Rise! Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth almost at the same time, chanting Buddha's name. The wonderful Tree of 7 Treasures was also lifted up as heavy as 10,000 caddies, and hundreds of millions of Bodhi trees also soared into the sky along with the dragon marks. Boom! The entire earth trembled, and that huge broken Tongtian Peak actually showed signs of being lifted up. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed. At the same time he released his consciousness, he shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please make your move. Rise!" Green-robed Xiaohua shouted loudly, and took out the sword gourd. Tens of thousands of spirit execution vital light flew out, and wrapped around a part of Tongtian Peak. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also didn't show any weakness. 9 cauldrons flew out, and the 5-colored true qi also turned into a huge cauldron shape, wrapping around a part of Tongtian Peak. Phoenix body Xiaohua let out a long cry, and flew to the bottom of Tongtian Peak. His whole body flickered with the power of the moon and stars, and countless invisible light pillars descended from the sky, also lifting up a part of Tongtian Peak. Devil spirit Xiaohua landed in another place. Devil light surged around his body, and he turned into a 10,000 zhang tall devil body. That big hand firmly grasped the mountain rocks of Tongtian Peak, and countless devils roared as they lifted up Tongtian Peak. Bone-tempering Xiaohua took out the celestial white bone. The three-headed, six-armed celestial white bone spewed out a light pillar that covered Tongtian Peak. The 6 arms, along with the expansion of the avatar, directly lifted up the last part of Tongtian Peak with their hands. Withdraw. Seeing that the huge broken Tongtian Peak was being moved by the concerted efforts of the many clones, Xiaohua hurriedly urged his secret technique, and his consciousness mixed with divine sense fell on Tongtian Peak. Withdraw. Sensing Xiaohua's secret technique, the many clones urged their divine abilities at the same time. Whing. A strange howl sounded, and it seemed like the nearby space was collapsing and bursting. Along with this howl, the broken Tongtian Peak was lifted up a few inches, and that incomparably huge broken Tongtian Peak immediately and strangely disappeared. Hong hong hong. Along with the disappearance of the broken Tongtian Peak, countless explosions and uncontrollable fluctuations crazily rushed out everywhere. Whether it was Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Buddha Bodhi, or even Phoenix Body Xiaohua, their bodies flashed with indescribable brilliance as they hurriedly urged their secret techniques to suppress the divine abilities that were about to go out of control. Needless to say, Xiaohua's face was already pale gold, and his entire body showed signs of collapsing. There were faint traces of blood between his eyebrows, and the surface of his Ni1 palace was bursting with various innate divine seals. Xiaohua's divine sense and mind were already exhausted. Xiaohua didn't dare to say anything, and he hurriedly took some medicinal pellets to adjust his breathing. The other clones also sat cross-legged in various places and quietly cultivated. After a few months, the recovered Xiaohua and his clones once again put the other half of the broken Tongtian Peak into the space, and then rather weakly left Tongtian Peak and flew towards the teleportation array. The teleportation array was the key for Xiaohua to leave the great desolate continent, so outside the teleportation array, there was a capital heavenly star array personally set up by green-robed Xiaohua. Seeing that the capital heavenly star array hadn't suffered any damage, Xiaohua only checked it for a moment, and then left Confucian cultivator Xiaohua in the array, letting him use the Confucian secret technique to continue modifying the teleportation array. He took the other clones to the magma where they first encountered the stone giant. The surface of the magma was completely covered by innate heavy water, and the thick magma stones were several hundred li deep. However, it was also because of the innate heavy water's cover that an extremely fierce power was constantly brewing and roaring under the magma. Previously, when the flood was overflowing, the innate heavy water constantly seeped in, extinguishing this power bit by bit. Now, the innate heavy water no longer existed, and after the heat of the magma solidified the innate heavy water, it penetrated to the surface again. Great! Xiaohua looked at all this, and couldn't help but clap his hands and praise, the heavenly Tao is just, and all things have their Tao. But when it's destroyed, the germination of rebirth has already been deeply implanted. This Xiao thought that although this apocalypse had disappeared, after all, the great desolate continent had been ravaged by the innate heavy water for many days, and this injury was extremely difficult to recover from. But now, it seems that things are far from what this Xiao can speculate. Perhaps in a few days, when the magma breaks through the surface, a new world will arrive. Chapter 4270. More than that. Soul cultivator Xiaohua also smiled. He raised his hand and pointed to the distance. That was not where the magma was, but after the innate heavy water corroded the hill, it seeped into the ground. But from the surface, it was mottled with rocks, completely devoid of life. However, the place Xiaohua pointed to was the place where the innate heavy water did not seep in. There were many seeds emitting green shadows, and clusters of vigorous life force were already brewing there. Life and death, death and life. Death is the beginning of life, and at the same time, life is also the beginning of death. There is a glimmer of life in any apocalypse. The evolution of the heavenly Tao is just like this. Witnessing death and 10,000 layers of life force, Phoenix body Xiao Hua was extremely emotional, and shouted happily, even, we can also treat this apocalypse as the arrival of another golden age. Not bad, not bad. Bonehone Xiao Hua also clapped and said, in the past, the stone giants were as simple and honest as I, and were always bullied by others. In the future, they will be the powerhouses of this great desolate continent. Hearing this, Xiao Hua unconsciously muttered to himself. Green-robed Xiao Hua understood Xiao Hua's narrow-mindedness the most. He looked at Xiao Hua with a smile that was not a smile and said, "What? Is fellow Daoist still unwilling?" Xiao Hua pinched his chin and said with a rather sinister smile, "Hee, in eyes space, even birds have to pluck a feather. The stone giants, the wood giants, and the others are hiding from a disaster here, how can I let them go so easily?" Xiao Hua was naturally not as narrow-minded as others thought. Previously, when there was only one Shenhua continent, Xiao Hua would definitely not hesitate to release these strange beasts. But now, there were many continents in his space, and that golden light was clearly corresponding to the high-level space of the upper realm. If Xiao Hua left the great desolate continent, where would he find strange beasts corresponding to the high-level space? Today, when he released these strange beasts, the space would become barren, and he was somewhat unwilling. "Fellow Daoist, why are you in a daze?" Green-robed Xiao Hua disdainfully said. His attitude was really a bit like, you have white hair all over your body, and you call others a demon. He said, you collected so many souls in the imperial palace, which one of them after reincarnation didn't become strange beasts? These beasts are just a drop in the ocean compared to them. Xiao Hua's heart was moved after hearing the green-robed Xiao Hua's words. However, when he thought about it carefully, he snorted disdainfully. If the beasts that died in the Great Desolation Continent could only be reincarnated into the Great Desolation Continent, then Lord Dragon God and Maitreya Buddha couldn't be reincarnated into the Hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent. What do you know? Xiao Hua said with a smile, even Namo Maitreya Buddha doesn't dare to speak about the mysteries of reincarnation, how much can you possibly know? How about this? The soul cultivator Xiao Hua suggested, fellow Daoist, you don't have to leave all the primitive beasts here. You can leave some of them in pairs and send the rest back to the primitive continent. Good. Xiao Hua laughed heartily, but after clapping his hands, he blinked his eyes and asked, the stone giants don't seem to differentiate between male and female. Isn't this giving I a difficult problem? Xiao Hua's words were naturally a joke. However, just as he was about to enter the space, boom boom. A loud sound came from afar. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his head and saw a pillar of flame mixed with black smoke in the distant sky. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, when he saw everything clearly, his face was not shocked but happy instead. He said with a smile, there seems to be magma gushing out from the ground in front of us. Not to mention other things, the destruction of the innate heavy water is about to be eliminated in a few dozen li of magma. Yes, yes. The doppelgangers also said with a smile, let's go take a look. Xiao Hua and the others were not in a hurry. They slowly flew over and also released their divine sense to check other places along the way. Just as they saw, the area where the stone giants lived was where the magma was more active. The innate heavy water could only cover it for a while. Now, the magma everywhere had begun to erupt eagerly. Now, the magma had already erupted in places where the surface was more solid and less innate heavy water had penetrated. When Xiao Hua and the others arrived, the gushing magma had already gradually decreased. However, there was still a lot of powder that drifted to many places. When the powder landed, it covered the surface corroded by the innate heavy water. Xiao Hua's figure landed and picked up some grayish-black powder from the ground. He twirled it between his index finger and thumb a few times, then put it in front of his nose and sniffed. Although there was a pungent smell, Xiao Hua's face still revealed a smile and said, not bad, this thing is very useful. It won't be long before the place where it lands will become fertile soil. Ah. This. You can even know this? The green-robed Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly landed. He imitated Xiao Hua and twirled some powder and sniffed it. Other than the pungent smell, he really couldn't smell anything else. This is farming that I learned since I was young. Xiao Hua said with a smile, how can you know? Since you were young. Is it here? The green-robed Xiao Hua asked curiously. The smile on Xiao Hua's face faded a little. He raised his head and looked at the dusk sky, then looked at the still unfamiliar land. He shook his head slightly and said, this. I don't know at this time. Hee, if there's a chance, I want to see what kind of place you live. The green-robed Xiao Hua said with a mischievous smile, I also want to learn how to smell this powder. Cultivate seriously. Xiao Hua nodded, when we succeed in our divine ability, there will definitely be a chance. And, I believe. There will definitely be a chance. The green-robed Xiao Hua nodded firmly. His gaze seemed to pass through the sky, through the turbulence of the world, and even more so through Xiao Hua's memories. Xiao Hua originally wanted to send out the strange beasts from the space, but seeing the great changes on the surface of the great desolate continent, he wasn't in a hurry. He simply brought his clones and flew into the depths of the great desolate continent. Along the way, pillars of fire filled the sky, black smoke filled the sky, and even many places collapsed. Some mountain ranges stretched out from the ground along with the eruption of magma. Seeing that the air was so unbearable, Xiao Hua and the soul cultivator Xiao Hua activated the lightning and thunder technique again. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The rainstorm was born again. However, this time the rainstorm wasn't the Xiantian heavy water, but the real rain. Xiao Hua didn't use this technique of clouds and rain, but once he used it, it was beyond his control. After all, the entire great desolate continent hadn't had any rain for many years. After the Xiantian heavy water, the water-type origin energy of heaven and earth that was imprisoned by the heaven and earth pagoda's formation began to recover. The dark rain in the sky not only had a tendency to continue, but also spread towards the great desolate continent. No way. Looking at the whole world, the rain poured down, the magma roared, the mountains rose up, and the rivers formed into rivers. Xiao Hua cried out like a frightened bird, I won't also create a world-ending disaster, right? Huh, don't worry, fellow Taoist. Phoenix body Xiao Hua laughed, although the water-type origin energy of heaven and earth in this world is raging, it's all under the suppression of the other origin energies of heaven and earth. The power of the stars and moon in the distance has also begun to descend. Dozens of days passed like this, and the sky began to clear up. A ray of sunlight pierced through the thick dark clouds in the sky like a giant sword. Then, all the dark clouds began to dissipate. Fierce winds suddenly rose, and a seven-colored rainbow bridge ran through the world. The whole great desolate continent seemed to have just been cleansed, and was exceptionally clean. It really was a sign of another kind of golden age coming. Fellow Taoist bone tempering, how about you go take a look at the situation underground? Xiao Hua's divine sense had already seen it, but he still didn't feel at ease, and ordered bone tempering Xiao Hua to go. Before long, bone tempering Xiao Hua returned and reported, fellow Taoist, there's still some magma surging under the ground, but most of it has already stabilized. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed, and said with a smile, fellow Taoists, now we can release the strange beasts we've taken in. Then, Xiao Hua's divine sense entered the space, and according to Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's suggestion, he left some of the weaker strange beasts in pairs, and released the rest. When collecting the strange beasts, all the Fortune Gate's disciples were dispatched, and it took a long time to complete. When releasing the strange beasts, there was no need to mobilize the Fortune Gate's disciples. Xiao Hua and his avatars only needed to go to various places and find a suitable place to throw these strange beasts into, and let them settle down on their own. After being educated, these strange beasts were no longer comparable to their former selves. Not to mention anything else, just the stone giants. These stone giants looked at the place that was completely different from before and the unfamiliar environment, but they didn't panic at all. Those with spiritual power used some of their magical powers to break the hard surface of the magma. Those without spiritual power started to work in the deep hole that they broke open. With the stone giants' cooperation, they soon opened a passage to the magma. With the magma, the stone giants had a home, and each of them looked for their own nest. Several months passed in this manner. When Xiaohua sent the last batch of strange beasts into a mountain range, he finally let out a long sigh of relief and soared into the sky. When he came to a stop, as far as his eyes could see, a scene of lush greenery fell into his eyes. A continuous rain had sent enough water to the earth, and the seeds of life under the dry earth had the opportunity to grow. They couldn't bear the loneliness and poked their heads out from the earth. Not to mention, Xiaohua had already prepared food seeds and spiritual seeds in the space. When his avatars sent out the strange beasts, they also threw these food seeds and spiritual seeds on the desolate mainland's land. Several months' time was enough for these food seeds and spiritual seeds to germinate, and also enough time for vegetation to cover the land and mountains. With green, would a colorful life be far away? Chapter 4271. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Green-robed Xiaohua proudly roared at the ground without using a trace of magic power. Xiaohua listened to the sound disappear in the sky and smiled without saying anything. In the next few days, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Green-robed Xiaohua, and the others returned to the space early or late. Each of them stood beside Xiaohua with eyes full of hope. Looking at the land of hope, their hearts were brimming with pride. Describing them as the birth of a new world in their hands was too much of a merit, but the fact that a new world was preserved in their hands was well deserved. Such merit and fortune were not things that ordinary cultivators could come across, and similarly, they were not things that ordinary cultivators could obtain. It's just a matter of time. It's not a success. Green-robed Xiaohua said after his excitement died down. Green-robed Xiaohua was stunned. He scratched his head and asked curiously, there are no more strange beasts in the space. Could it be that fellow Taoist has hidden some? Damn it. Xiaohua was sweating in his heart. He first brought the strange beasts out of the star halo in the sky and sent them to the space where Shenhua continent was located. Then, he had these clones send them to various places. Whether there were any strange beasts in the star halo or not, the clones didn't know. However, green-robed Xiaohua exposed it with a single sentence. Obviously, he had the same small plan as Xiaohua. The strange beasts have been properly arranged, but the disciples of fragrance cult have not been arranged yet. Xiaohua said unhappily. Oh, these little things. Green-robed Xiaohua said indifferently, isn't it just looking for a place with them? Isn't that easy? Green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, green-robed fellow Taoist is right. The previous desolate continent was not suitable for the human race, but after the apocalypse, although the environment is still different from the hidden immortal continent, it is enough for the disciples of fragrance cult to survive. I passed by a place that is very suitable for these disciples. Xiaohua's face lit up. Just as he was about to ask, a figure flashed beside him. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua appeared in the air. How was it? Xiaohua's eyes lit up again and asked hurriedly. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile that was neither arrogant nor humble, fellow Taoists, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Good. Xiaohua clapped and said, fellow Taoist has made a great contribution. You flatter me. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand and said, it's all thanks to fellow immortal green-robed and fellow immortal soul cultivator. The teleportation formation you constructed was very good. With this foundation, this little one's Confucian cultivation secret technique will be very easy to succeed. Therefore, This little one doesn't dare to claim credit. Ha, you're welcome, you're welcome. The green-robed Xiaohua proudly looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, I can also be of great use now. It's a pity that no one even knows his name now. Xiaohua was first stunned, and then he understood that this green-robed Xiaohua's wisdom and character were the most mature. Now, he wants to ask for a status from me. Many thanks to the Thunderbolt Venerable. Xiaohua thanked the green-robed Xiaohua. In the future, there will no longer be a green-robed Xiaohua in this world, only the Thunderbolt Immortal. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Xiao, you're welcome, you're welcome. The Thunderbolt Immortal happily helped Xiaohua up. Many thanks to Taoist Wu. Xiaohua then saluted the soul cultivator Xiaohua and said, in the future, there will be no soul cultivator Xiaohua in this family, only shamans. Shamans didn't feel much about this status, nodded and said, fellow Taoist, do as you please. Soon after, Xiaohua thanked all his clones, one by one, and declared that there will no longer be a clone Xiaohua in this world. Now, we should be able to pass through the time turbulence, right? Xiaohua then asked Wen Chu somewhat worriedly. How would Wen Chu know? He could only shake his head and said with a bitter smile, there should be no problem with this sage information, but before we use it, who knows what kind of accident will happen. We must not have any more accidents. Xiaohua sighed, we have been wandering in the outside world for too long. We have been here for several tens of thousands of years, we don't care about this anymore. The Thunderbolt Immortal bluntly attacked, if Xian wants to get married, even an immortal emperor would not be able to stop her. You really have a crow's mouth. Shaman scolded in both anger and amusement. Let's go, fellow Taoist Feng Wu, let us take a look at that place. Xiaohua waved his hand, as if he wanted to get rid of these worries, and said. Okay. Feng Wu let out a long cry, spread her wings and flew to a place. In just a few days, Xiaohua and the others arrived at a huge mountain range. This mountain range was thousands of feet high, surrounded by rivers, and above the mountain range were ancient trees and vegetation. Previously, Feng Wu had sowed some seeds of grain, and some spiritual herbs, and gradually took shape. Great! This is a blessed land. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and immediately said with a smile, the disciples of the fragrance cult will be able to pass down the incense of the fragrance cult. The Thunderbolt Immortal pondered for a moment, and said, there seems to be some long spike beasts nearby, these long spike beasts like to eat small animals, I am afraid that the disciples of the fragrance cult will not be safe here. Xiaohua rolled his eyes, and said with a smile that was not a smile, what, fellow Taoist Feng Wu wants to do something. Of course. The Thunderbolt Immortal said proudly, although they are disciples of the fragrance cult, they have nothing to do with I. But after all, they are of the human race, how can I just stand by and watch? Then I will have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua was very gratified, and he cupped his hands and smiled. We will also help. Wu, Wen Chu, Feng Wu, and even Tianren and Shi came to join in the fun. Thus, everyone joined hands and laid down a great formation within a radius of 10,000 li. It took them several months to complete their task. However, in the end, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. This great formation had a Dharma formation, an Origin formation, a Devil formation, and even a Soul formation. Although the power of the great formation was there, no one could activate it. Thus, everyone looked at Xiaohua. Who knew that Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to everyone's expectations, and he flew up, looked at the ground, and then waved his hand and said, everyone, we will hide ourselves first. I will release the disciples of the fragrance cult from the Shenhua continent. Although the sect leader of the fragrance cult did not say anything, when he handed the disciples over to I, he did not let the disciples see I's face, because he did not want us to leave any impression on the disciples of the fragrance cult. TSK. Is there a need for that? The Thunderbolt Immortal flew up with some disdain, and like everyone else, he hid himself, but he still had some complaints. When Xiaohua placed the disciples of the aroma religion in the mountain range, he placed all the cultivation methods, pills, spirit herbs, and magic tools aside. His heart was moved again, and he also placed some of the Tao sect's cultivation methods and secret techniques he had obtained in the aroma religion. He only promised not to embezzle the things of the fragrance cult, but he did not promise not to give them more things. The disciples of the fragrance cult had inherited the method of cultivating the primordial spirit, and also the method of cultivating the nascent soul. It was not too much, was it? After doing all this, Xiaohua's figure once again teleported to a high altitude, and his hands began to form hand seals. Taoist magic, Confucian cultivation methods, soul cultivation methods, and demonic cultivation methods. When the same magic power, demonic qi, and so on turned into crystals and fell into the void, the entire sky was filled with 9 brilliant colors, and all kinds of fluctuations were like dragons dancing in the air. Rumbling sounds were more deafening than thunder. Xiaohua's figure turned into a golden body, and when he raised his hands, dozens of rainbow-colored halos were born from his hands, and they were scattered everywhere like chains. Ah! All the disciples of the fragrance cult opened their mouths in surprise, and were somewhat at a loss. Buzz! A strange rumbling sound began to be born from the thunder, like the roar of a god. Then, Xiaohua's golden body suddenly withdrew, and the chains fell into his hands, followed by tens of thousands of restrictions of various colors. When these restrictions fell into Xiaohua's hands, he slowly waved his hands and shouted, "Go!" The entire brilliance condensed into the shape of a halo. Xiaohua then waved his hand, and a jade eye appeared. When Xiaohua channeled his magic power, the halo hit the jade eye. Clang! The jade eye condensed into the shape of a tiger talisman. Xiaohua picked up the tiger talisman and casually threw it to a disciple of the fragrance cult, then he said, "This place is no longer a ruin. This mountain range is where you all will live in the future. In order for you all to survive here, this old man has already built a formation in the nearby mountains. This is the proof to enter and exit the formation, you all should take care of it. You don't need to ask who this old man is. You just need to remember to live well here and cultivate. As long as the orthodoxy of the incense religion can be carried down safely, it will be your contribution." With that, Xiaohua didn't care about what the tens of thousands of disciples of the fragrance cult were thinking. He waved his hands again, and tens of thousands of thunderbolts fell on the formation. The entire formation slowly lit up, and Xiaohua's figure turned into a rainbow and flew towards the location of the sun in the sky. "We thank Senior." The disciples of the fragrance cult were shocked by Xiaohua's big move, and they all prostrated on the ground and kowtowed. After Xiaohua left the mountain range, the thunderbolt immortal almost held his stomach and laughed. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, "Tao friend, I really admire you." Although the fragrance cult's ancestor didn't want his disciples to see Tao friend's appearance, but Tao friend's actions will leave an impression in their hearts. Won't it be even more unforgettable than seeing Tao friend's appearance? Xiaohua didn't feel embarrassed seeing that his petty actions were seen through by the thunderbolt immortal. He stiffened his neck and retorted, "What? Do you not want to leave your name? Otherwise, you'll be inside the formation." When he saw that Xiaohua was about to expose his past, the lightning Taoist's face flushed red, and he was about to interrupt Xiaohua. However, at this moment, the sound of bamboo flutes suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. After that, hundreds of millions of flowers appeared out of thin air. At the same time, over 10 dragons and phoenixes appeared in midair while waves of golden threads descended like rain from above Xiaohua and the others. This. What's going on? The thunderbolt immortal turned pale with fright. Because of the birth of these flowers, the entire world was imprisoned. Not to mention sound, even thoughts were difficult to move. Chapter 4272. Just as the thunderbolt immortal's doubts were born, a myriad of phenomena appeared in the surrounding hundred li of space. Farmers plowing the fields, mulberry people raising silkworms, fishermen fishing, hundreds of children chanting, thousands of Buddhas chanting scriptures, and thousands of countries dying. In short, all kinds of worldly phenomena appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. At the same time, a kind of incense that Xiao Hua had never smelled before appeared in his surroundings. This incense was very strange. When Xiao Hua sniffed it, it was as if the entire space was filled with this incense. Moreover, the 100 meridians in his body and the 13200 small points in his body were intoxicated by this incense. A kind of lazy, powerless, and even decadent feeling was naturally born. However, this feeling was only limited to his body. His spirit and thoughts were incomparably active. Previously, Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao and Xiao Hua of the Karma had passed on to him, but now, in just a short moment, they were all absorbed by him. What was special was that the wood, wind, and lightning essences that had just been absorbed by Xiao Hua's body were fusing dozens of times faster than before. Following this fusion, Xiao Hua's mind expanded in all directions without limit, like a leisurely cloud. Keng keng keng. Another wave of sound rang out from an unknown place. Within this sound, pillars of righteous qi were born like sky-reaching peaks, crazily falling into the void. The originally thin righteous qi immediately filled up. Following the righteous qi's birth, the flying flowers actually shattered, turning into a hurricane that fell into Xiao Hua's body. After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound, the 100 forms, and even the light and shadows also shrank, crazily falling into Xiao Hua's body. Keng. Like the sound of a harp breaking, all the light and shadows and illusions disappeared in this sound. At the same time, an even stranger shadow flew out from Xiao Hua's body, landing at the place where the flying flowers were and disappearing. This. What's going on? The celestial stood blankly in the air, not knowing what to do. As for Xiao Hua, he was dumbstruck. He looked into the distance, his expression like water, not knowing what he was thinking. Sandalwood. Suddenly, Bodhi cried out in alarm. Buddha fire. Buddha fire condensed into Buddha crystal. Is it a crystal smaller than an ant? Golden in color and completely transparent? Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Bodhi's head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at rice, far from his usual calm demeanor. There are no humans in the great wasteland continent. And we brought the human race in from the ruins. Xiao Hua explained, now, we've even averted the apocalypse. These disciples of the incense cult have not only inherited the Tao teachings of the Taoist sect, but they've also inherited the flames of our human race. Not to mention the inheritance of the incense cult, the incense merit of the human race belongs to us. Although I didn't create humans for no reason, the merit of opening the heavens and multiplying them, belongs to none other than me. Therefore, this flying flower is a phenomenon caused by the descent of righteous energy from the heavens. It is also the beginning of the process of us receiving the merit of splitting the heavens and condensing the godhood. Divine spark. The thunderclap immortal turned pale with fright. What is a divine spark? It sounds so high and mighty. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a bitter smile, I don't know either. I reckon it's something that matches the body of a half-god. Fellow Taoist, were you depressed because of this just now? Wen Chu was also somewhat puzzled. No. Xiao Hua shook his head and looked into the distance with some puzzlement. I just felt like I lost something. And the thing I lost is very rare and precious. This feeling is very strange. What did you lose? The thunderclap immortal couldn't be bothered to ask about the godhood and continued to ask. I don't know either. But I have a feeling that I left this place for myself. As if it was, nourished by the so-called merit of opening the heavens and multiplying them. It's too profound. I find it hard to understand. Wen Chu shook his head in puzzlement. However, back then, I received the all-living beings point Wen Chu because of the merit of teaching. Fellow Taoists' merit of opening the heavens must be even more powerful than the merit of teaching, right? I'm afraid that you'll only be able to discover the profoundness of this after charging into the great wasteland continent again. Huh, that's right. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and looked around. Since there was a first time, why can't there be a second time or a third time? When this Xiao comes again in the future, this place will definitely be a new world. Io. At this moment, the shamanist suddenly cried out in alarm. Fellow Taoist, I seem to have sensed the spiritual sense mark of the great snow mountain. Can you confirm? Xiao Hua's heart instantly weakened and he asked worriedly. How would I know? The shamanist hurriedly explained. I can only sense the indistinct spiritual sense mark extremely far away. How would I know if it's actually from the Great Snow Mountain or not? Let's go. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Who cares if it's from the Great Snow Mountain or not? Right now, the most important thing is for us to leave. After saying that, except for the shamanist, all the other clones entered Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua and the shamanist simultaneously activated the going south, going north, going south, going north technique and entered the teleportation array under the mountain range. Hurry! Xiao Hua landed in the array and impatiently waved his hand. 9 dragon crystals fell into the teleportation array and then he dragged the Thunderbolt Immortal and Wenchu out. Together with the shamanist, the 3 clones activated the teleportation array. Under the activation of the 9 dragon crystals, the Soul Cultivator and the Scholar Cultivator gradually found the direction of the teleportation array. Xiao Hua was unable to contain his joy as he entered the teleportation array and shouted, Fellow Taoists, success or failure depends on this one move, Gotcha. At this moment, the teleportation array suddenly rumbled and stopped. The already formed teleportation channel also disappeared. What's going on? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright and asked, Fellow Taoist Wu, what happened? It seems. The shamanist couldn't confirm and hesitated. The teleportation channel seems to have hit something. What did you hit? Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He pointed at the dragon crystals that had already turned into powder and said, just hitting something can cause the void channel to collapse. This. I also don't know. The outside of the wilderness is a turbulent flow of time. Anything strange can happen. The shamanist somewhat helplessly replied. It was really strange. The scene he saw when he fell into the wilderness that day suddenly appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. It was a light and shadow. A thin and tall figure appeared in it. That figure was lying helplessly, holding the sword embryo in its right hand, as if it had already fainted. Beside the figure were the black dog and the yellow marten. After this light and shadow appeared, suddenly an indescribable ripple extended behind the figure. It was similar to the fluctuation of the teleportation channel Xiao Hua used to enter the wilderness. But now that he thought about it, this fluctuation came from behind the light and shadow. In other words, it rushed out from the wilderness. How could it possibly collide with the teleportation channel Xiao Hua entered? That day, when the fluctuation collided with the teleportation channel the light and shadow was in, it produced a strange change. The light and shadow shook and quickly disappeared. Now that he thought about it, he was afraid that it fell into the forward ripple, which was the direction of his teleportation channel. Could it be? Xiao Hua's heart was greatly shaken. Could it be that the thin and tall figure, is this Xiao who still hasn't obtained the Dawn Rain continent? Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist. Not allowing Xiao Hua to think more, the shamanist urged again, do we still need to activate it now? Of course. A moment ago, Xiao Hua still felt that his future was uncertain. But now, Xiao Hua was full of confidence. He waved his hand and took out 9 dragon crystals, instructing, quickly. Let's activate the array. This time, our target will definitely be, the hidden immortal continent. Okay. The shamanist, the Thunderbolt Immortal, and when Chu's spirits were shaken. They activated the teleportation channel. When a ball of brilliance appeared from the teleportation channel, the shamaness activated the channel, which directly pierced into the void. The three clones quickly fell into Xiao Hua's space. When Xiao Hua stepped into the void, he somewhat lingered as he looked at the pitch-black darkness outside the great array. He thought to himself, the wilderness, this Xiao is leaving. Perhaps in the future, there will be a chance to come back. Or perhaps, when I come back again, the entire wilderness will be different. As the entire teleportation channel flashed, Xiao Hua's figure disappeared. At the same time that Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the teleportation channel shook again. A crack actually appeared on the entire teleportation channel. This crack directly pierced into the void and went more than 10 li above the teleportation channel. Immediately, the entire void trembled for a moment and actually froze. The crack in the void existed just like that between the great array and the mountain peak. After an unknown period of time, perhaps 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, or even 100 million years, that spatial crack once again shook violently, and a resplendent brilliance was born from within the crack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like a thunderclap, the entire spatial crack and the array began to distort. Woo! The sound of wind whistling rose again, and within the light and shadow, for extremely long shadows could be seen rushing out from the spatial crack. The one in front was the winged Sakra. The demonic horn of this beast Sakra had already lost its fluctuation. Her figure crashed into the transmission array, and unexpectedly, the transmission array was smashed into pieces. Immediately after, the unconscious figures of Yu Mingxin, Yang Haoya, and Wan Wuxin appeared again. They also crashed into the teleportation channel. The teleportation channel originally had some cracks. At this moment, 3 humans and 1 demon came with the power of teleportation and immediately destroyed the teleportation channel. Where is this place? Several days later, Sakra was the first to wake up. She opened her eyes wide and looked around. Then, she looked at the 3 humans. Her face immediately turned sinister. However, just as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws and was about to pounce on them, the space outside the teleportation channel emitted a strange beast's roar. Sakra was slightly taken aback. She hurriedly flew out of the teleportation channel. When she saw the boiling lava outside and a strange beast with a big body, small head, and slender neck in the lava, she couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 4273. Stunned, Indra released his devil sense again. Looking at the barren surroundings, he rolled his eyes and said to himself with a smile, "This place is actually not the ruins. Since there is no more fighting, why should I be in such a hurry to kill the 3 of them? Without them, wouldn't this world be too lonely? So what if I play with them?" After saying that, Indra flew away without looking back, no longer paying attention to Yu Mingxin and the other 2. After a few days, Yu Mingxin slowly woke up. She looked around in surprise and even flew out to take a look. Then, she hurriedly woke up Wan Wuxin and Yang Haoya and said, "2 senior brothers, wake up quickly. We seem to have left the ruins and arrived at an unknown continent." While Xiao Hua was activating the incense cult's formation, outside the time light knot of the Eldritch continent, the void in the distance was distorted. Not to mention the stars, even all the light in space were twisted like fried dough twists. It was completely different from the ordinary space. In this folded and distorted space, a black hole suddenly appeared. After this black hole appeared, thousands of light and shadows burst out from the black hole. Indescribable waves filled the entire space within 10,000 miles. Following this wave, a small dot appeared inexplicably. As soon as it appeared, it immediately teleported to the time light knot. At this moment, the small dot's figure was revealed. It was that triangular monster. This monster was still spinning and had not stopped, but its huge eyes had already opened slightly, when the eyes opened, the folded and distorted space before the light and shadow rushed towards the time light knot again. Everything within 10,000 miles was covered in it. Behind this huge eye, there was also an even deeper distorted space like a huge tail. The range of this space distortion was so large and so long that there was an extremely large amount of space distortion. Not to mention space cracks, even space collapses could be found everywhere. This kind of collapse and crack affected countless boundaries and barriers. At this moment, the spatial distortion had already collided with the area enveloped by the time light knot. Although it had yet to truly collide with the light knot, countless specks of light appeared within several 100,000 kilometers. Within the specks of light, all the distorted space immediately stilled, as if it had been smoothed out. Thousands of phantoms appeared within the specks of light. Huff! The triangular monster let out a long sigh that sounded like a breath. Fist-sized bubbles appeared once again within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. These bubbles didn't look big, but each of them was an independent space. Each space had its own time. Although the time was extremely similar, there were still minute differences. When the spatial bubble appeared, a slight difference in time also appeared, and the time-light spots were immediately disturbed. All the phantoms returned to a distorted space, but this space was instantly destroyed by the triangular monster. Roar! The triangular monster roared and shot out an unparalleled beam of light from its huge eyes. The beam of light was filled with the power of space and some power of time. When the beam of light fell into the time light knot, the waterfall-like turbulent flow of time actually paused for a moment. Where it paused, the countless phantoms actually condensed together. At this moment, the triangular monster suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it actually turned into a phantom and inserted itself between the phantoms that were about to solidify. However, it was only for a moment. The stagnation of the turbulent flow of time was broken by an even more powerful power of time. The phantoms that had condensed once again dispersed, and the entire time light knot returned to its original state. Just as the time knot was activated, the silhouette of a teleportation channel appeared within the light knot. This silhouette split into countless copies in an instant. In just a short moment, these countless silhouettes condensed into one at the edge of the light knot and rushed into the void. The black and white silhouette followed the direction that the triangular monster had flown from, and an inexplicable space collapsed at its huge tail. The moment the silhouette disappeared, the entire enormous distorted space began to recede from the distance like a flood. As it receded, all the spatial cracks and spatial collapses were strangely smoothed out. The vast sea of snow seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. In addition to the snow on the ground, there were also snowflakes in the sky. The snowflakes were like goose feathers, falling all over the sky. They landed on the mountain peaks, in the wilderness, and in the streams that could no longer be seen. The gurgling sound of the streams reverberated in the air, and it was particularly pleasant to listen to in the quiet mountains. Occasionally, the ups and downs of the mountain range would appear in the distance, but it was quickly covered by the nearby mountain peaks. The mountain peaks were not tall, but they were very steep. There were almost no flat paths to climb them. The mountain peaks were not completely covered in snow, and the mountain peaks were not peaceful. As the north wind whistled, it had long blown away the only warmth in the mountain peaks, and the snowflakes that filled the sky also frantically avoided it. When the north wind hit the mountain peaks, it was like a large hand grabbing the accumulated snow and throwing it into the air. As a result, the snowflakes in the air became even more chaotic. When the north wind calmed down, the snowflakes fell again with a rustling sound. The sound of the snowflakes, together with the sound of flowing water, was like a piece of music. The music floated high up in the sky. Wherever the north wind blew, there were bare bluish-black rocks. Occasionally, some dark green roots would poke out from the gaps between the rocks. The injured grass trembled slightly, as if it was intoxicated by the music. At this time, the mountain peaks were a little ugly. They were mottled with some bluish-black spots, and some were pure white. But looking at the pure white spots, it was really a place with thick layers of snow and ice. The ice sculptures and snow on it were very beautiful. In this beauty, there were some strange or ordinary plants, or blooming red plums, or budding spirit flowers, or even green mushrooms that stretched out to the sky to welcome the snowflakes. There were many more. Occasionally, a spiritual beast that looked like a mountain rat would crawl out from the cracks in the mountain rocks and extend its head towards the spiritual flower. However, before it could open its mouth and extend its sharp claws, its extremely bright little eyes turned around vigilantly. Before it could even clearly see what was behind it, a wave of dragon's breath surged towards it like a tidal wave. The spiritual rat's body immediately stiffened as fear appeared in its eyes. It stood dazedly on the ice and snow. At this time, at the bottom of the mountain, in the distance, in the endless snow, there was the sound of footsteps on the snow. A monk wearing a kasaya, wearing a pillar hat, and holding a 9-ringed monk's staff in his hand, actually stepped on the snow in this pathless wilderness. With a determined and pious face, wasn't this Chunzong, who was seeking scriptures in the land of bliss? The sound of footsteps crunching was originally ear-piercing, but in this quiet wilderness, combined with the sound of water, wind, and snowflakes, it was extremely harmonious. It reverberated in the wilderness, and a new piece of music was played. However, this harmonious piece of music only lasted for a moment. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Another sound came from behind the monk, disrupting the celestial scene. Then, he saw a muscular draconic horse raising its head, walking and jumping as it followed. It looked very lively. The draconic horse's entire body was pure white. Under its mane, faint golden dragon scales could be faintly seen. As the draconic horse jumped, the tail that was dragging behind it would rise from time to time. When it landed, it would sweep across the ground, stirring up a large amount of snow, causing the snow behind it to fly in all directions. On the forehead of the dragon horse, in the thick mane, a dragon horn was revealed. This dragon horn was a little strange, it was actually in the shape of a crescent moon, and there was a faint halo at the tip of the horn. What was even stranger was not this, but on the back of the dragon horse, where the saddle was supposed to be, there was no saddle. Instead, there were many wooden boxes, and the outer layer of the wooden boxes was wrapped in a thick oilcloth, so no one could see what was inside. The wooden box made a dull sound as the draconic horse jumped. It was as if something heavy had been placed inside. Just as the dragon horse passed by, before the flying snow could fall, another huge fire ape followed. This fire ape had an indifferent look on its face. Although it appeared to be indifferent to everything in the world, it allowed the snow to fall on its head, body, and even its messy fur to be covered in snow. The fire ape carried a magic wand on its shoulder, and its hands were placed on the wand. In its mouth, there was a withered grass root, and it was chewing on it in boredom. Although the fire ape's body emitted a kind of carefree aura, its eyes were fixed on the monk in front of the dragon horse, and it was releasing its yuan sense from time to be alert of the surrounding situation. This fire ape was no other demon, it was Yuan Tongtian. After Yuan Tongtian passed by, the snow fell, and another cultivator with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in battle armor, walked over with large strides. This cultivator looked at the snow that had just fallen, and his face was filled with disdain. However, he only snorted, and his breath was like a gust of wind, blowing away the remaining snow. He didn't say anything, and looked at the nearby mountain peak with interest, as if he was admiring it. Chunzong walked in the snow with difficulty. His cloth shoes were already covered in mud and snow, and now they were soaked. Even the lower half of his monk robe was soaked in water, swaying slightly in the wind. Chunzong walked a few steps, then paused for a moment. He stood there and took a few deep breaths, then gritted his teeth, and continued to walk forward. Seeing this, the dragon horse behind him opened its mouth and said in human language, "Monk, do you still think of me as a disciple? I followed you from so far away just to be your mount. How could you turn a blind eye to me? It's fine if you can fly, but you only know how to walk with your feet. I am the Eastern Sea's 10th prince. Do you think it's easy for me to serve you? You want me to put my face as the 10th prince? It's fine if you don't ride me, but you put these tattered scriptures on my back. I clearly told you that I have a dragon shell here. Isn't it better to put these tattered scriptures in the dragon shell than anything else? If you don't have a Qiankun bag, but with our friendship, I can give this dragon shell to you. Chapter 4274. Amitabha. Chunzong did not even turn his head as he chanted the name of Buddha and continued to walk forward. The Confucian cultivator behind Yuan Tongtian retracted his gaze from the distant scenery and glanced at the dragon horse behind Chunzong. He sneered and said, "One of the requirements of sutra seeking in nirvana is for a monk without any divine powers to walk step by step to Lane Temple, then from Lane Temple to Longevity Town. If the monk rides you, how can he seek in nirvana? I really don't know what the East Sea Dragon Palace is thinking. Since they want you to get a share of sutra seeking in nirvana, why do they want you to transform into a dragon horse? Even if you meet demons, you can't fight them. You can only be a decoration. Could it be that, you've made a mistake and you can only be a horse before you make up for it? Damn it!" Hearing the Confucian cultivator's words, the dragon horse jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He turned his head and shouted, "Who said I made a mistake? Who said I made a mistake? Do you think I want to accompany you here and walk around like a lunatic? I'm willing to wear the white dragon suit and turn into a horse. What can you do about it? Being a horse for the monk is the dragon palace giving face to the Buddha Lord and the immortal emperor. Besides, the monk is not a monk without any divine powers. He has been walking for more than 200 years. If he didn't have any divine powers, he would have turned into a skeleton." "Shut up!" Yuan Tongtian scolded impatiently, "If you two continue to talk nonsense. Do you believe that I won't beat the two of you to death? How dare you, how dare you!" The dragon horse became more anxious and shouted, "Why don't you try beating me? Why don't you try beating me? You're just a fire ape with no background. Just because you flattered the monk earlier, you actually became my senior brother. Why don't you take a piss and look at your own face? What qualifications do you have to be my senior brother?" Amitabha. Chunzong, who was walking in front, finally could not stand it anymore. He turned his head and scolded, "Zhenfeng, you broke the mouth precept again." "Bah!" The dragon horse who was called Zhenfeng spat. A big mouthful of dragon saliva fell into the snow and smashed a big hole in the ground. Then, he continued to scold, "I've violated many commandments. Not only the verbal commandments, but also the commandments of anger, lust, and so on." When Chunzong heard this, his expression changed. He said indifferently, "If that's the case, then I—" "Oh, master." Longma Zhenfeng hurriedly changed the topic and trotted over to Chunzong, saying with a smile, "Disciple was just playing with senior brothers. Don't you feel that it's very lonely in the wilderness and the sea of snow? Wouldn't you be happy if your disciple and senior brother were to entertain you?" Then Dragon Horse Zhenfeng turned around and said to the scholarly cultivator as if asking for help, "Isn't that right, senior martial brother Zhenhan?" Zhenhan's face was filled with contempt and disdain, but he still said, "That's right, junior brother's temper is like this. He also wants to do something for master and doesn't want to lose face in front of master. Master doesn't look at the monk's face but looks at the Buddha's face. You don't look at merit but look at hard work. No matter what, he has accompanied master for more than 100 years. From the eastern sea to the western paradise and then to the Lane Temple, he can be considered to have worked hard. Now that the four of us have obtained the sutra, we're already on our way back. You're kicking him out of the sect for such a small matter, isn't that too unreasonable? Zhenhan, do you really think so?" Yuan Tongtian's eyes were filled with ridicule as he couldn't help but ask. Zhenkong. Seeing the change in the expressions of Longma Zhenfeng and Confucian Zhenhan, Chunzong hurriedly rubbed his stomach and said, "Master is a bit hungry. There's no village or shop here, I don't know where I can find food. Can you find something for Master to eat?" "Yes, Master." Chunzong immediately agreed. Then, he glanced at Lama Zhenfeng and Confucian Zhenhan and said indifferently, "You two protect Master, I'll be back soon." "Go, go." Zhenhan waved his hand indifferently. "This nirvana is a pure land of Buddhism. How could there be any demon race or Taoist cultivators?" "That's right, go quickly. If you starve Master, can you bear the responsibility?" Lama Zhenfeng echoed. Yuan Tongtian, whose Buddhist name is Zhenkong, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. A demon cloud appeared under his feet and he flew away. After Yuan Tongtian left, Chunzong opened his mouth and said, "Amitabha, Zhenfeng, what you're carrying isn't some junk. It's my Buddha's Mahayana Buddhist scripture. This Buddhist scripture is the hope of hundreds of millions of bodhisattvas in hidden immortal continent. It's also the goal of the four of us. I know you want to show your filial piety to me and don't want me to be burdened like this. However, this Mahayana Buddhist scripture is 100 times more important than me. You can obtain more merit by carrying this Buddhist scripture than carrying me. You don't need to compete with Zhenhan and Zhenkong in subduing demons. You only need to protect this Mahayana Buddhist scripture. It's stronger than anything else." "That's right. Master, you're right." Zhenhan also said with a faint smile, "Zhenfen, my Qiankuan pouch contains the scriptures of the 100 schools of Confucianism. If you're willing, you can also put it on your back. This merit will definitely be greater." "Let." Zhenfen was originally furious. However, when he saw the sincerity on Chun Zhang's face, he hurriedly changed his tone and said with a smile, "Senior brother, don't joke with little brother. If little brother takes away your merit, won't your military school fall out with my dragon palace? Wouldn't senior brother's trip to Lain Temple be in vain? Wouldn't you have seen Mahavairakana's face in vain?" Seeing that Zhenfen was no longer angry, Zhenhan also felt bored and didn't answer. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the surrounding snowy scenery. Her gaze was attracted by a snowy peak in the distant valley. After Chunzong finished explaining, he didn't care if Zhenfen listened or not. He looked at the place where Yuan Tongtian disappeared with some concern. Then, he took his staff and walked forward. After walking for a few li, he saw a gurgling stream under the snow at the foot of the mountain. Chunzong licked his dry lips and said, "Zhenkong," however, just as he opened his mouth, he smiled bitterly. Standing there, he turned his head and called out to the draconic horse, "Zhenfeng, come here." "Yes, master." The draconic horse Zhenfeng quickly walked in front of Chunzong and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Chunzong smiled and walked to the side of the draconic horse. He reached into the oilcloth and took out a purple gold alms bowl. Then, he walked to the side of the stream and bent down to get some water. He placed it by his mouth and drank a few mouthfuls. "Io, master." The draconic horse Zhenfeng made a fuss and said, "No matter what, you should wait for senior brother Zhenkong to come back. If you drink cold water like this, it won't be good for you to have diarrhea. Even if you don't have diarrhea, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, senior brother Zhenkong will beat us to death." After drinking a few mouthfuls, Chunzong clearly couldn't endure the bone-piercing cold. His face was a little pale and he hurriedly poured the snow water in the purple gold alms bowl. Just as he was about to turn around, he saw the little spirit mouse standing on the mountain peak. At this moment, there was already some snow on the spirit mouse's body. Its body was trembling and its eyes were filled with fear as it stared at the draconic horse. Sigh. Chunzong sighed and put down the purple gold alms bowl. With a slightly reproachful voice, he said, "Zhenfeng, you're being naughty again." After saying that, Chunzong carefully crossed the stream and climbed up the mountain peak with difficulty. It was very strenuous for him to carry the spirit mouse out of the ice and snow. However, Just as his hand was about to touch the spirit mouse, his foot slipped and his body slipped down. Chunzong naturally lowered his head. The moment he lowered his head, the spirit mouse that was originally terrified suddenly grew in size. A demon race shadow that was dozens of feet in size rushed out from its small body. Things happened too suddenly. Draconic Horse Shenfeng and Confucian cultivator Zhenhan didn't expect that there was a demon race hidden within the spirit beast. Their faces turned pale with fright. Just as they were about to make a move, an extremely familiar voice sounded in the air, "Master, be careful." Immediately, a wave of staff shadows appeared out of thin air and fell on the demon race's shadow. The shadow didn't have time to resist before all the shadows were smashed into the spirit mouse's body. Finally, a pitch-black magic staff appeared in the wave of staff shadows and hit the spirit mouse's head. Pooh! With a light sound, the little spirit mouse was smashed into a pile of meat paste by the magic staff. Damn it! Draconic Horse Shenfeng let out a long breath and cursed, another demon beast that was fooled by rumors. If this monk could become immortal after eating it, how could it be your turn? This daddy will be the first to eat it. Humph, do you still need to say it? Confucian cultivator Zhenhan coldly snorted, "Of course it's your demon race's great sage. They don't want to see the sutra seeking extreme bliss be completed smoothly. If they don't cause some trouble, how can they be at ease? What does the demon race's great sage have to do with my dragon palace of the four seas? This daddy thinks, it's your Confucian family." Draconic Horse Shenfeng retorted, "They don't want the sutra seeking extreme bliss to be completed." Shen Kong. Chunzong didn't care about the two's battle of words. His face was a bit green as he looked at the sky with an unkind tone and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you starting a massacre again?" At this moment, Yuan Tongtian had already descended from the sky with a tall peach tree on his back. The large peaches on the branches looked very tempting. Hearing Chun Zhang's question, Yuan Tongtian didn't care and casually replied, "That's a demon race's phantom beast. He's hiding in the spirit mouse's body and wants to eat you. How is that possible?" Chunzong looked at the mangled corpse of the spirit mouse and was so angry that his lips trembled. Master was clearly looking at the spirit mouse. "When did the phantom beast appear?" "Monk." Yuan Tongtian sized up Chunzong and said, "That phantom beast appeared when you lowered your head. You don't have spirit sense and don't know the eye-clearing technique, so naturally you can't see it. If you don't believe me, you can ask your two disciples."